A
Ooh,
game called Lookout.
I like the art.
So you sure we can trust this friend of yours info? Be a crying shame if you're wrong about this. This guy's someone to ride the river with. He never sent me bunk information. That ton of struck gold, that's what he heard. Heard? You just heard about it? What kind of source is that? We can't go off rumors, you nutcase. But you think about it, we'll be living like English kings if we take over supply like that. What else are we gonna do? The last job was a bust. We got nothing left. Alright, we had some bad luck in running low on supplies. We'll take that town by hook or by crook, and if they don't have that gold, we can take them for what they do have and skedaddle. Lookout go early in the morning and see what we're up against. I reckon we can bulldoze this burg and have some fun either way. Make sure to bring us back some juicy details, won't you, tomboy? Yeah. He firmly slaps you in the back. Laughter fills the camp around the roaring fire. Sounds like you'll be riding at sunup to check the town out. He feels best to get some sleep. Yeah, this is an interesting start, isn't it?
Oh, dang.
The desert is an orange haze. Scorched sands whip up around your horse's legs. The sun hot against your back as you ride towards the town. Love this music.
Bopping.
Oh, this is very much so. There's not much to be done.
Oh my god, I love it. Oh, I love this already. I love the art.
Having a fun time already, Julia.
Oh, they don't have an arm.
That's very ableist of you.
Hey, shut up. They don't have an arm. Like, seriously. Like,
Well, I mean, yeah.
oh, wow, that's kind of cool.
I didn't even notice it, actually,
Is that-
when I first went through.
Is that their tail?
Yeah, the thing, like, crooking up.
Okay, no offense, but is it a rat?
No.
Is it a dog?
Okay, Ivy, you dog, please. We don't want to like toss you the toy, okay?
Seriously, like, is it a dog?
You'll find out later.
Okay.
There's not much to be done while riding. The desert is lonely, harsh, bare. Only thing to do is think. You don't like being alone with your thoughts so often, for so long. But you always are alone as the lookout. Alone being the odd stick of the gang. No one talks to you unless they need something. You daydream as you ride, like usual. Flight to fancy, or settling down somewhere. You're tied to Curly Wolf and his gang now.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the person you're voicing.
A wolf?
Is it so much to ask to be able to live in peace? To not have to fight for survival, always on the run? Maybe that's what your life will always be like, gang or not. Hunted outcast. I could have sent you off with some playing cards at the very least.
Man, could have played some blackjack.
You come to an outcropping near a cliff. Tying up your horse, you approach the edge and see the town come into view. Nice frontier town, small but clearly bustling with people. White painted signs and the wooden buildings glint and bloom in the midday sun. You can't see much from way up here, and go to get your binoculars. You open your saddlebag and pull the metal binoculars out, brushing against your poncho just with the lenses. Turning back to walk to the edge, a figure suddenly rounds the corner of the large rock you decide to set up camp under.
Ooh, a bird.
Birdo.
It's a plane, it's a bird.
And I'll be voicing him.
Wig.
Caw! Out of instant, your hand snaps to your holster gun and pulls it, trained squarely at the head of this new person.
Oh no. I'm gonna die.
Oh, I love the art style so much, though. Even the simplistic
Time to
backgrounds.
murder.
The bird, who seemingly came out from nowhere, looks at you, clearly just as surprised and out of sorts in your own presence. He shifts backwards, eyeing your hand on your gun. The air feels very still all of a sudden, and given you have the upper hand, you take a moment to look at who you just crossed paths with. He's definitely an outlaw, like yourself. A rugged beak shining in the sun centers a face you admittedly find charming. His face and arms are marked with scars, and a large sawn-off shotgun hangs in his holster. Since he's a bird, you know to be wary, just like he'll know to be wary of a canine like you yourself.
Howdy there. What's your name, partner?
The most, like, wet, cowboy-esque voice.
Yeah, I gotta.
Joseph.
Oh my god, it's such a Western name. And what are you doing all the way out here, Joseph? You seemed oh shit, I'm super dyslexic. Dreadful long way away. from where you might think you should be. Oh man, I'm horrible.
Yeah, I could ask you the same question. You stare him dead in the eye. He's pretty calm for someone having a gun pointed at his head, but you can see some of his feathers quivering. He stoic boy.
Hmm. Were you trying to sneak up on me, Joseph? Rob me blind where no one else can see. I bet you thought a fella missing an arm would be easy.
No, sir. I had no idea you were here till I walked around this here rock.
I like the little arm thing. Hey.
Like, no. He passed the red stone beside him as to make a point. Sir? What in the Sam Hill? You lower your gun, like your shoulder joint just gave out, and let it hang there.
Oh, music's back.
Yeah.
No more tension. Can he fly?
I don't know, can he?
I don't know. He's a bird.
Birdo!
In all my years, no stranger's ever called me sir.
Well, then let it be said more. Well, color me surprised, fella. You gotta be blind or full as a tick not to see an upstanding young gentleman.
Ooh. Alright. Now you're just licking my boots.
The hawk puts a hand to his chest. God is my witness, I ain't lying to you. You holster your gun and snort a small laugh.
May he shrink you down as a
Penance.
penance then.
Strike you down as penance then.
I can't read.
Yeah.
What are you doing out here? Picking flowers?
The smile drops in
In
his
the
face.
desert?
Well, like picking up flowers from cacti.
I guess? Got a
That's the only place where you can get like.
Are we in the desert?
The desert. Eat the sand. It's the most desert thing in the desert. The smile drops from his face. He stops short and he swallows. But he can't bear to say the next words. I'm part of the Black Vulture gang. I'm on lookout here to survey this here burg.
That's very forward of you, considering I'm just had a gun pointed your way.
Well, very dangerous kind.
Yeah. I'm part of the Curly Wolf gang.
I'll be damned, you boys have been all over the West. What brings you right here?
Much the same as you, I would imagine. Rumors of gold.
Gold. The gold rush.
Yeah.
You'd have it just right.
Well, I can imagine what my boss might want me to do coming across someone who's sticking their beak in our business.
Joseph tenses up, feathers ruffled. He understands full well you mean conflicting interests and all.
Yeah.
He's gonna die immediately.
Two gangs. Ooh, gang fight.
Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot.
I thought when you said dot dot dot, it means or something.
Oh.
But he's not here. Would you rather waste a good bullet to use it on you?
Is that an insult?
Blush! Bloosh!
Is that an insult, or are you trying to make a mash on me?
Bloosh.
The small jab is enough to make you stop talking and search for the binoculars you threw when you pulled your gun. Turning your face away to hide the blood rushing to your cheeks under your dark fur. The gay is starting.
Ooh!
Already.
They gotten closer.
Oh my God. You dust the binoculars off again and walk over to where Joseph is standing, his eyes keenly trained on the town.
Don't need no binoculars then, huh?
No, sir, these eyes can see all the faces of those people down there, no problem. Sir, again, it's just a habit of his to call people that.
Say, why do you keep calling me sir? I ain't your boss. You just that much of a polite suck-up?
Costs nothing to be kind in the trail, I found. What do most call you then? You thought this might come up, of course. You're surprised it took this long for him to ask who you are, what you are.
Most would just say tomboy. I would think, or other things, I would repeat as, I can't speak, in such a polite company.
Oh my. And what would you call yourself? The question takes you by surprise. Something else no one's ever asked you.
I'd call myself a man.
Oh, is that so? He's gonna think you're a nut now, you just know it. You'd be better getting on your horse right now and riding back than staying another second around this stranger.
Oh my gosh. They just came out.
How funny. I guess we're in the same boat if I'm picking up what you're putting down. Might say that the guys at the camp don't use shove the queer to talk about money.
Ooh, sparkle, sparkle. You see
Sparkles.
Sparkle.
Sparkles.
Sparkle.
With the cigarette.
Oh, yeah.
Cigar.
I like his hand. Like his little wings. It's just like three
no,
little
it's
nubs.
great. I think it's like the same thing like how Breath of the Wild is or Valley. Like, you know, like the Doritos, like their hands are literally just part of their wings.
Yeah, do they fly? Yeah, they fly in the
Yeah,
Doritos.
in that game. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
they. You nod at him, unsure whether to laugh or not. Neither of you seem sure what to say now. Instead, you hold the binoculars to the bridge of your nose and investigate the town, looking down into the valley. After a spell looking at nothing in particular in silence, you take the binoculars away from your face again, readjusting it to late morning light. You glance at Joseph's keenly trained eyes, then back to the town. You can't help but stare at the clump of a couple dozen or so buildings. You couldn't help but think about the real people's lives going on down there, every day. Deaths and celebrations, harvests, prayers. How you were gonna hurt them. How you were both gonna hurt them. I don't get it. Joseph's voice snaps you out of your staring. Why would Black Vulture want to come here? There's nothing here. No mines in use, no bank, and they sure as hell ain't rich by the looks of things.
Maybe they struck a new vein. This is a miner's town after all.
Yeah.
But you're right. Something strange is going on.
Well, two sets of eyes are better than one, right?
You want to work together?
You watch my back, I'll watch yours. Deal? A huge feathered hand shoots out at you in expectation. You look at his face, and you both lock eyes for a moment. You're not sure what, but there's something in his eyes that makes you feel seen.
Boosh bloosh.
Yeah, being looked at rather than through you.
Oh.
Yeah! Clap, we're partners now.
Heck yeah.
You gently grab his hand, and a second winged hand clasps on and gives your whole arm a big shake.
Holding hands. Whoa, careful there. I don't need to lose another. Oh no!
God.
I kind of want to hear that story, but that sounds rude of me.
Yeah, it kind of is. Well, I feel like if I lost an arm and I keep hearing people ask me that, yeah.
Yeah. How'd you get your dyslexia?
How'd you get your dyslexia? I was born with it, you fucks.
Yeah, how do you just like oh man, I would love that if I was like kicked in the head or something as a child. I'd rather say that than I was born with it. I was born stupid.
I was born without an arm instead of I can't read.
I can't read.
Oh my god.
We're bad people.
I don't think we're that bad, but we're almost. He lets go and puts his hands on his hips, smiling at you. Hey, come on now. Let's get on down there. Did you just do the flamboyant hand wave? Like hand flick? I can do that all day, sister.
I'm gonna spat out my drink.
Fab.
Fabulous. Oh, shut up. Okay, what's...
Hey, come on now. Let's get on down there. He walks past you and heads toward a winding rocky pathway down the side of the valley cliff. You take a moment to look at the town again, walking along the cliff edge to catch up with Joseph, wondering if he could see how red your face had been under your black fur.
Ooh. Bloosh bloosh.
Not black and blue, red and blue. Red and black. Stupid.
Know your colors.
There goes my metaphors. Clambering down the cliff face, the shade of the valley is a welcoming change to your long ride in the sun. The climb down is quiet, only a few grunts and gripes, a couple of voices of concern from Joseph you quickly waved off. You both approach a wooden sign you spot a little ways off, swaying in the desert wind. It looked relatively new, a board hanging on two chains, a word carved into the wood. Can you read it? It was only a single word, but you couldn't piece together quite how to say it.
No.
Ah, well, I guess I'm sure someone will tell us. You notice some familiar smells drift on the wind as a gust blows through the town past
Wait, can
you.
they not read?
I don't know if they I don't think they just don't know how to say the word. Like they know how to pronounce the town's name.
I'm about to say that they're like me. I can't read.
Yeah. Tobacco smoke, whiskey, stewing meat from somewhere. Oh yeah, I keep hearing isn't like the most common things even on ships? Just lots of just stewed meat and all that, just whiskey.
Yeah, I mean if meat's gonna expire, that's what you do. You
So
stew it.
instead of just all the same stuff you find a pirate ship or just normal ship, just going out for weeks or months on sea, same thing for westerns,
Yeah.
caravans and all that.
I mean, it's just rations and all that crap. Stuff you need to survive on little.
And this is why scurvy was also a big problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause you need fruit in that.
Yeah. It reminds you of the camp.
Cow. Wait, they have cows?
Cow.
There's a little cow in the background. Let's take
Oh yeah, they have cows.
Yeah.
Don't worry, don't think about it too hard.
Don't think about it too much.
That's in any just furry, just animal people media, really.
Yeah, it's just I'm a golden retriever and this is my golden retriever Duke that we keep as a pet, and it's
When I was going through Black Sad, that game, the detective noir mystery game, there was a whole thing you go into a diner and get a hamburger.
yeah, how?
I can't remember if there was a cow person somewhere, but I just feel it's how BoJack Horseman did in one episode. I think they just did a whole episode analyzing him. We just kill the people who are not smart enough, the animal people. It's dark, but I'm just playing that part away.
Wouldn't that mean that they're eating special needs people? Is that literally what it is? They're eating special needs people? Oh my god!
I don't know I haven't watched the show, but I just heard that it is by seeing there was literally just a commercial clip I seen of Black Sad BoJack Horseman showed a person holding a giant chicken leg for a commercial, just I see.
Cannibalism?
Maybe. Walking more into the town, you get a better look at the buildings that were just dots up on the cliff. There was a saloon, at least, seemingly one of the older buildings in town, as well as what you guessed was a sheriff's building, although the sign outside looked to be busted up. Everything else you could see from here seemed to be houses and whatnot. Leftovers clearly made by miners, not built to be sturdy or last long, but had been fixed up to be livable for folks. Clearly, the people here like this place. They get a whiff of why you're both here.
Alrighty, partner. I say if we're gonna get any evil eyes, we hightail it out of here. Ain't worth getting shot in a place like this.
Yeah, lie your ass off.
Yeah.
Everything, we got each other's backs, remember? You nod at him. We best get talking to people, daylight's burning. Oh, here comes someone now. Sure enough, you see a short figure approaching you from the sheriff's office. You hear the pound of a cane in the dirt as they limp towards you with a vigor in their step. Yeah.
Oh, it's a little lizard!
When they get close and the haze of desert heat obscures them less, you see a smartly dressed old lizard sitting before you both. Well, I mean, the desert would probably be a good place for lizards because of cold-bloodedness.
Yeah.
Cane in one hand and a metal flask in the other. Howdy, fellas. I'm Sheriff. Welcome to Clemency.
Clemency?
Clemency. At the time, it's
Clemency.
Clemency. Pleasure to meet you, Sheriff. A pleasure to meet you, Sheriff. He gave the lizard an expectant look, waiting for a name. My name is Sheriff. Just Sheriff. That's all you need.
My name's Sheriff. My mom hated me. She wanted me to be what I be.
Oh my god. And what do you call yourselves? My name is Joseph, and my associate here is... He gestured towards you and turned to look at you, a subtle panic running across his eyes.
What's your name?
You realize that he just realized you never gave your name.
Oh, no.
What is your name?
Rob.
That's the canon name.
I'm gonna... Let me think.
Oh god, this is too much power. When I went through it, I just picked Robin to stay with it. I like the name.
No.
How dare you?
I'm gonna go with...
If it's something very silly, I'm vetoing it.
I was gonna say Joseph. Get both their names. Confuse the hell out of the audience.
No.
How about Buck?
Buck?
Buck.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Buck. Oh, yeah.
Boot Robin.
Buck. Nice.
I don't know why, I think that's quite a gender-neutral name.
Buck or Robin?
Oh, Robin.
Yeah, I think that was the point.
Nah, I like Buck.
Okay, but that's the name they chose.
I'm Buck. Pleased to meet you.
He said this while looking at Joseph, resisting the urge to wink at him before looking back to Sheriff.
Blooshy bloosh.
So what brings you two to our fine town?
Honeymoon.
Already to next phase.
We're just riding through. Need a rest stop. There a problem with that?
That's not even skipping a phase. You skipped like over several milestones.
Yeah. For our first date, we want to go to a shit town.
It's our honeymoon. Ah, married folk. Joseph nudges you with his elbow a bit. Glancing his eyes, you can tell he's saying, "Don't be so rude."
Don't be rude.
No, not at all. I'm just the closest thing we have to a welcome committee, and it's always nice to see some new faces on the way out here. How long you be staying? The saloon has some rooms you'd like to stay the night. That's awful kind of you, Sheriff. But we'll be gone before nightfall. At least that's the idea. Maybe we'll like this town so much we stay. Joseph and Sheriff both chuckle, and Sheriff sighs. Well, you boys let me know if you need anything else. I'll be at home most likely. Will do.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah. With a tip of the hat, Sheriff turned and started walking back to the building at the end of the road.
Do all these characters have floaty hats?
It's the style.
I know, but do they all have floaty hats?
I mean, look at their handkerchief like ends. The knots are floating.
Well, I know that, but like,
Nice.
does every single character have a floaty hat?
Maybe. When the lizard out of earshot, Joseph turns to you.
Love it.
So, partner, what's our plan? You look around the town for a moment, surveying the handful of people walking about, talking to each other around their houses, taking the warm wind blowing past you with a deep breath.
We get talking to folks.
Yeah, that's the plan. And what, they just run their mouth about all the gold they found?
No, but I reckon a town this size, if they've struck something, there'll be a buzz about.
Buzz about like bees.
We ask them about themselves and about the town. Some of them will spill it sooner or later.
Alright then. Well, I got a pretty good peep at the place on the way down. We got a saloon just here, we got some sort of town hall over there on the far side, and we got Sheriff's Office Station at the end of the road by the looks. Where to? What's the plan?
Saloon. There's always some drunks there that would love to spill their life stories.
Yeah.
Let's check out the saloon. I reckon if anyone knows anything about these rumors, it'll be in their town. In being there, I said town. Idiot.
Saloon town.
Saloon town.
Each building is their own town. Alrighty then. Walking through the doors of the saloon, you're hit with the very familiar smell of tobacco and alcohol in the air. Ah, smells like home.
Cancer.
I'm just getting like I'm just reminded of this post of like someone just saying, okay, here's how you make sure like you either bust through the doors of the salon to be a cool person, okay? If you don't, then you either pay double on your tab for the drinks.
No.
You either be a cool person walking in or a lame-o.
You have to have a hat too.
If you don't have a hat, it goes triple.
Get out. Get out if you don't have a hat.
No, you're exiled immediately.
Yeah, you're exiled out of the town if you don't have a hat.
A couple patrons drink and talk quietly in the corner, not having any notice of you two.
That's good. That's good.
It's good. That's good.
Is it? I don't want you to sound offensive, but like, so if you were missing an arm, I know people still do things with their arms and all that, but I wonder what you could do back in those days.
I don't know. Like Buck is probably very proficient with his hand. Like
Yeah.
I don't know like if he's left hand or that's his left hand or right hand that got torn off because they mirror the sprites.
Yeah,
So,
to
like-
make him look turning.
So let's just say he's ambidextrous.
Because there's a bandage on, because I'm saying this because there's a bandage on it. So it must be, I guess, maybe recent?
Possibly.
Because, you know, like, if there's a bandage on it, then it's not healed over. Unless that's just the art style.
That
I'm
or just
wondering-
like if I was like someone who had an arm, I'd have something to cover it, just like aesthetic sake.
I don't know why, but I don't know why, but I feel like I touch people with it to like poke people. Like, hey, can I ask you a question? I want to see how people would be uncomfortable.
That'd be great.
Just like, hey, we're here for you. Puts nub on shoulder. That sounds mean, but like.
It reminds me of like another thing of like if I was rich, you know what I would do? I would first sit down at a restaurant, not order anything, just have a couple sips of water for my drink, and order a waitress. Like I'll give a waitress over $1,000 and tell them, you see that table over there? Give them iced milk.
Give them an iced milk.
And do not say who it came from, and there'd be more where that came from. And they gave the iced milk over to the table. Like the waitress comes back. Would that be all, sir? Give me another iced milk. Another $1,000. We do so without telling them if it was me or anyone. And like keep doing that ad nauseum until the family, like the group, is just like, where are these iced milk coming from? They get increasingly more and more annoyed. And like the more money you give the waitress, the more you're getting them through college.
I would do it.
Yeah.
Just like give them a nice milk. Okay. You want a chocolate or white? Strawberry? I don't
Like
care.
you just like instead of saying like oh sorry, like instead of saying like you're not sorry sir, we won't hand you anymore. You just go over and like they just keep saying we don't want any more milk. All right, sir, completely understand. Would you like vanilla, strawberry, or chocolate milk?
But give it some variety. Give like both chocolate, strawberry, one that looks green for some reason. Who knows? All right, let's continue. We're distracting ourselves.
I like it though. You see a dozen or so tables. Looking up, there's a second floor of the room Sheriff mentioned. Yeah, the landing up there. Also, that's the main menu. Howdy there.
What is that? Oh, that sounds rude again.
I think it's a vulture or like a peacock. Yeah.
Out of there. Is it a girl?
Like, what are you?
Oh, wait, don't gender things. That's rude.
It's...
I don't know why, but I felt like that voice suited them. Out of there.
Yeah. Your attention is grabbed by an excitable and friendly voice coming from the short bird sitting behind the bar, who is now grabbing a couple glasses and just wiping them down like very ferociously.
Yeah, unless you just want a bartender just sitting there staring at you.
What do you want? My name's Bartholomew. What can I get you fellas? He started wiping the glasses expectantly, glancing between you both as he walked a few steps from the door to stand at the bar. I'll get a beer. Alright. And you?
Milk.
Milk.
Well, have what he's having.
Yep, coming right up. He set the mugs down and disappeared through the door behind the bar into a back room.
I don't have any money on me, Joseph.
Oh, don't worry about that. It's on me.
Ooh, romantic. Their first date! It's their first date!
This whole day is our first date if you want to think about that.
Oh my god.
He pat you in the back with a big wing a couple times, but withdrew his hand when he saw you wince a little. Oh, sorry. Was that too hard?
No, you're fine.
You hadn't winced from pain. You just weren't used to someone touching you. Like that, at least. Friendly-like.
Yeah, I have crippling depression. I don't like it when people touch me.
Touch-starved. Bartholomew appeared with 2 glass bottles, tipping them into the mugs with satisfying glugs before taking a couple coins from Joseph. I gotta say, like, still, Bartholomew is a great name. Almost like the same thing as Gwendolyn, like other cool names like that.
I'd like the name... What was the fancy one I heard? I think it was from a video game. I liked it. Because I don't know why, because if I heard a kid had that name, I'd be like, hell yeah, little man. What was it? Maxwell. I like that name. I'm like, what the fuck?
That was like Super Scribblenauts or something like that.
Was it from Super Scribblenauts?
That was the main
But
character's name, Maxwell.
I'm like, if I ever saw a kid named Maxwell, I'm like, you go, little man. He's gonna be something when he grows
You
up.
see that kid right there? He's maxing out well.
Yeah, I feel like he'd go places. He'd be a doctor or something. I don't know.
Exactly.
It's just like, you can't think of a name Maxwell and think like he's just some kid that lives in your basement. I'm like, no. That guy's like a doctor.
Yeah.
Bartholomew.
Bartholomew will reappear with 2 glass bottles, tip them into the mugs with satisfying glugs before taking a couple coins from Joseph. Thank you kindly. You both take a sip. Joseph seems to enjoy it, but you find it a bit more bitter. You try not to pull a face. Yes, very
I am a
bitter.
man. Mainly man.
Yeah. Not like it? You smile weakly.
Not my thing.
Not a fan of the wheat juice.
I know, it tastes disgusting. I don't give a
Depends on the
crap.
beer brand, because honestly, some of them taste terrible. I think there was one I liked, but I can't remember the name of it. I need to try it more.
I like fruity stuff.
Oh yeah, some of the fruity stuff is great. Noted. He winks at you, and you feel your cheeks redden a little.
Ooh, love triangle. I'm already loving this.
The bartender's now love triangle?
Yes, he's my favorite character so far.
Oh yeah, he's great. You both keep drinking while the bartender busies himself behind the bar. The saloon is quiet. A piano sits gathering dust in the corner, seeming untouched for many moons.
For many moons.
Yeah, the dust.
I want to start saying that. It's been many moons.
The dust swirling around and settling onto the piano keys. They want to play it, but they can't.
Just like I love those old movies where they just play the this dusty old piano, and it sounds perfect, and just like that thing would be out of tune as hell. There's probably a raccoon living in it.
Raccoon gives a character.
If I was a raccoon living in an old piano and some guy decided to just like slam his hand on the keys, I'd have a heart attack. Heart attack.
You're waking up the raccoon from his well-deserved nap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wind whistles through the gap in the saloon doors, carrying the sound of desert insects. Slow day, huh? You look up from your drink and see he's looking at the bartender, who doesn't seem to have taken any notice. He glances at you both and realizes rather sheepishly he was being talked to. Oh, beg your pardon. Slow day? Nah, this is about the usual. Gets a lot more lively in the evenings when the sun goes down. Everyone comes here to take a load off. So you know everyone here pretty well then? Well, of course. Not exactly a big town. We're a pretty tight-knit lot here.
Why's that? Is this a mining town, right? This is a mining town, right? These places usually explode with people.
Well, I can't say I know much. He looks
Liar.
Yeah, he looks oddly unsettled by your question. How long you lived here for? He perks up again from whatever you said that troubled him, the brightness returning to his voice. Oh, well, I'd say somewhere close to 8 years.
That's a darn long time.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
What made you stay?
Never mind staying. How'd you even find this place? I never even heard it till we stumbled past. Bartholomew's cheery smile dropped a little, morphing into something more wistful. Like the face of someone looking at an old, now bittersweet photograph.
See, I told you. Life story.
Oh my gosh. Trauma dump. Trauma dump.
Trauma dump.
You boys ask a lot of questions, don't you? Okay, never mind. Abort.
Abort. They know we're up to shit.
You and Joseph look at each other for a moment, expecting the other to say something.
You know, American Eagle and Dorito chip head looking.
Oh god, it's great. You and Joseph look at each other for a moment, expecting the other to say something. Nothing comes out. I don't mind. To give it a fair shake, this town ain't the most exciting. It's nice to talk to some new ears that ain't tired of my squawking already. He gives a little half-hearted chuckle.
Zoom in.
CG. I love the CGs in this game, though. Well, I found this place because I heard about there being gold. Like a lot of folks, I was fixing to get my fill.
Aw.
You and Joseph both lean a little at the mention of gold. My fiancée was running away from home, and I was going with them. We thought we'd go out west and make our fortune. Looking back on it, I get why so many called us foolish. I might have been one of them if it were the other way around. We had our hearts set on it. We followed the road by a wagon, and it was damn tough, hellish even. Thank our lucky stars they made it here to Clemency on a wing and a prayer. That was when we really felt like we were foolish. We got here talking about gold, we must have got ran out of town. I don't know the details, but there was a lot of trouble here when miners ran this place. No one's been digging for decades now, but word ain't haven't traveled far enough, it seems, to let us know the time. The first sheriff told us to leave, didn't want no more of our kind causing trouble. But when sheriff saw how stuck we were, how we had nowhere else to go, how rough the journey had been on us, sheriff's nothing if not kind. Could see we weren't troublemakers, just want a better life somewhere.
Oh, how sweet. Trauma dump. Trauma dump.
He shrugged, like there was nothing more to it. The town's help, we gussied up this here saloon into something I could run. The rest is history. I'm glad you'll find something here. Yeah, I could say that for sure. Clemency may be small, but it's something real special if you ask me.
So there's no gold here.
Bartholomew leaned back against the shelves behind him, crossing his arms. Not as far as I know. The mines around here somewhere, but I've never seen them. This hasn't been a mining town for a long time, and folks here don't think of it as one. You do well to keep that in mind.
Yeah, this is very suspicious. Look for the gold!
Where's the gold? Where's the gold?
Gold, gold, gold.
Glug glug the beer for the gold. Drink the golden liquid.
The gold for the gold.
Well, beer is more orange, but... Can gold be orange?
Yeah, people say golden hair instead of ginger hair. It's just orange.
He tapped the side of his beak as to say, if you catch my drift. Even so, I would be interested in the history of the town. Afraid that well runs dry here, but there's others who've been here far longer than I have. You can always talk to Sheriff if you haven't yet. Sheriff made this place what it is today. Want to know something? That's the lizard to talk to.
Thank you, Bartholomew.
No problem, it's my pleasure. Bartholomew stood up from his lean and stretched his back and arms a little. Slinging his cloth over his shoulder, he picked up a small clinking and rattling box before walking through the back room. Daylight's burning, then we best get going.
Agreed.
You stood at the bar and waited a moment while Joseph downed his beer, and then yours too.
Hope you can handle that.
Ah, please. How little you must think of me. Only a couple beers. You should have seen me the Long Branch and Dodge, drink the entire gang under the table. You can't help but smile at his cockiness, unsure where to believe him. Yes, that's a great line, though. You briefly think back on the times the gang had gone to bars. We were always told to stay outside. Don't wander off. A dog on a leash waiting for a master to come back. Staring to lamplit streets and hearing the braying crowds all around you, drunken strangers enjoying each other's company as much as their liquor. At first they told you it was dangerous for you to stray too far. Then they started telling you to stay outside after you'd been beating the teeth of a guy in an alley who you knew had been staring at you. Couldn't have you causing them needless trouble. So soon? Bartholomew re-emerged at the bar, looking expectantly. Well, don't be strangers. You're welcome to come back later when the bar is more lively. My husband would love to meet you both.
What? I knew it! The gay!
I expected that when he did not mention anything of like he or she. He just kept saying them or a.
Yeah, I thought you said he or something when he said a or whatever. I don't remember when, but I thought like, oh, guy? Oh no, you said they.
Well, what's wrong with they, Julia?
They, them pronouns. I don't know.
The casual end of his words caught you off guard. You think you see Joseph stumble a little. Failing to get any words out, he just tips his hat. You both leave the saloon, stepping back into the dust and dry desert heat. Okay, bye.
Okay.
Where to?
Town Hall Sheriff's Office. I don't want to give any suspicion towards the sheriff, so who knows? What do you think?
I don't know. You choose,
I'm not choosing.
I already went through this, so...
You did?
Yeah, I told you this already.
Oh, bastard. Okay. Yeah, let me just...
No, don't look up the walkthrough. There's literally nothing. Lily, just choose one.
I'm not. I'm just looking at weird pictures.
Please don't.
Okay,
You and your Rule 34 obsessions.
Shut up. No need to know about that.
Well, I already mentioned in, when I went through it. Hey, I thought me and Files, you listen to read those books.
I read all the books. All of them books.
Listen, I read my share of fanfics too, but tasteful fanfics.
They're no. The whole point of fan fiction is that it's garbage and it's beautiful.
Well, some of it is. Well, what was it? When I read through some tags, like, nope, I'm blocking this. I don't want to see this ever again.
Are you serious? Oh, the ones that say triggering.
No, I'm not talking about those. Like the ones that handle dark subject matter. Like usually, I love reading that. But the ones that had just have sexual elements to them, it just seems like pure.
That's
smut
the entire internet.
Look, I've read you already know I've read one or two stories that had actual sex scenes in them, and some of them are good. Some of the stories in there are good. But the ones I'm seeing just in fanfic tags and all that, it just seems like the sex is all that's in the story and nothing else. I'm like, yeah, no.
That was my story. Remember that thing I told you about Sherlock? How they had to put a warning on the front explaining how the old timey underwear, how it was worn and what it looked like, because it was because they had to explain how it was taken off because it didn't make sense.
How did we get here?
I don't know. Town hall.
Town hall it is.
Let's talk about weird fanfiction.
Oh my god. Don't worry, I'm actually planning to play some games that like that actually do that.
There might be a meeting. We could drop in on the town hall. Seems worth a look.
Sounds good to me. Wouldn't mind sitting down a spell neither. Spell? You're talking about magic? Magic!
Blasphemy! Burn him!
Burn him at the stake.
Burn him.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh god. I'm Himiko Umano, the ultimate mage. You wanna see a magic trick? Boom! You have AIDS. God.
Oh, don't say it this time. Oh god, that's bad.
Oh god, no. AIDS is for like anyone can contract it when they like have the intercourse. It doesn't like it just has this weird stupid stigma to like, you know, like gay men and all that. It's stupid. Like it's even happening somewhat again today. Like
what,
the whole thing, like yeah, like I think that's it, but like probably something else. But like it's just stupid. The only reason like there's a lean towards statistics because people are like, you know, gay people are more likely to get like, you know, screenings because yeah, they don't want to have the whole thing happening to them, but what happened to the AIDS pandemic back then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like literally that's the reason why. Yeah, it's scary.
You both start walking to the outskirts of the town, weaving between the crumbles of houses and down dirt banks.
Nice. You keep walking in a flat stretch, smooth and compacted from the frequent travels of people. Some townsfolk in their porches wave at you or give a little afternoon as you pass on by.
Oh, nice. Is it just me, or does it feel like everyone here is nicer than most?
Well, maybe. I ain't complaining. Oh, wow. Well, maybe it's because, like, maybe, like, you were always with a gang. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's because, oh, look, two little gays running along. That means happy! Don't give me that face!
Back here.
It means happy!
Back in the times, queer meant strange, and back in the times, gay meant happy. And gay still means happy.
Look at those two gay men running along.
Happy times. They came out of happy hour, too.
Oh,
from the drinks. He gives an enthusiastic wave to a small kid shyly hanging around outside their house, under the shade.
Nice.
I could get used to folk being nice to me.
Aw. They not usually?
I mean, don't stray far from the gang a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Maybe this is normal.
Yeah, I suppose I wouldn't know either.
No. You arrive at the large wooden building you've been you're heading towards.
They're so close, they could hold hands.
Noting how similar to a chapel it looked. Joseph walks up the small steps and opens the door with a rattle, holding it open for you.
Thank you kindly.
What a gentleman.
Bows. Thank you kindly.
He follows you into the short, darkened hallway, closing the door behind him with another wooden rattle.
Is this a church or is this a city hall?
It's like I think it's a combination, like based on the, I guess the
pews?
benches and pews. Guns, pew, pew, pew. The meeting hall is fairly large and simple and bright. Excuse me. The wood walls are varnished and gleaming from the ample sunlight filtering through the arched windows. Rows of benches line the aisle, half facing away and half facing towards you on each side. Sitting on a nearby bench turned away from you is a hunched figure in black. Hearing you come in, the figure jumps to life, rising to the seat.
A turtle.
Yeah, you want to voice them?
Alright, I can try.
They turn to you both, revealing themselves to be an elderly tortoise, holding a small book in one hand.
Oh no, Jesus.
Jeebus.
Do my eyes deceive me, or do I see a new visitor in our town?
You make it sound like he's a witch.
Fine, I'll do a deeper voice.
He walks with the characteristic slowness of someone his age and in nature down the aisle towards you both, with a surprisingly spring to his step. He tucks the book under one arm and extends both his hands to shake hands with Joseph and then you. That's a bit of a mouthful. Yeah, it's him.
Welcome to Clemency.
Yeah, that's the town's name.
And our meeting hall. I'm Jacob. What might your names be?
I'm Joseph, and this here is my associate Buck.
Pleasure to meet you.
I also do like the canon name Robin though. It's good. Yeah.
Hi, assure you, the pleasure's all mine. It has been a good while since we've had fresh faces around here. Now you'll have to excuse me, but I have some business to attend to quickly. Feel free to sit and pray here until I return if you so wish.
Before you can ask any more questions, he shuffles between you both and at the door. You and Joseph look at each other quizzically, sitting down on the nearest bench together. What did he say? Sit and pray here?
That's what I heard too.
Is this a meeting hall for prayer? The meeting house of God? I don't get it. You can't help but smile at his musings as he looks around the room, looking to the rafters of the ceiling, before turning back to you. You lock eyes with him, staring into the honey gold and brown streaked rings of his keen gaze.
Ooh.
Golden eyes.
Bloosh.
Oh, we're here for gold? Oh, I want to keep the gold in your eyes.
Ooh.
He smiles at you quietly and looks away, readjusting in his seat. You realize you are holding your breath.
Ooh.
You sit up on the bench more too. The hard wood on your back reminds you of church days. All the fuss and protest against your mother about your Sunday best. You don't miss the frills and laces at all. You do miss singing hymns with her, though. She had a beautiful voice. I don't remember the last time I prayed. Don't cross my mind very much.
Can't say I miss anything. All the good it did you.
Not a believer?
I don't wanna
Blaspheme.
I don't want to blaspheme, but God's done a whole lot of jack squat to help me all my life. I don't really feel like praying to someone who doesn't care about me, or anyone like me for that matter. Which is why I wouldn't have pegged you for a devout man.
Joseph laughed a bit, almost mocking the idea. No, I don't think anyone could accuse me of that. Not with some of the things I've done. But I still pray. Only the Lord knows if he's listening, but it helps remind me what's important to me. A lot of the time, I just pray for family. Hope they're doing fine.
Well, I hope they are too.
There was a momentary silence between you, like a subtle shift of coals in a long burning fire, now snuffed by the door rattling open again. Doors! You look behind you, and sure enough, it was Jacob shuffling in.
I don't remember his voice. Crap.
Don't worry, I keep messing up the voice. I feel like doing this because I'm narrating and voicing a lot of different characters. So he grabbed a broom and briefly swept some dust he tracked him back outside before closing the door with another rattle.
Forgive me for the Give me for the dally. Dallying?
Dilly dally delay. It's delay.
Forgive me for the delay. I hope I haven't kept you from your business.
Don't worry yourself. We're doing just fine here. He leaned into and nudged you playfully.
Good. So how may I help you, gentlemen?
The word catches you off guard a little, but the way it trips off his tongue so easily. No bitterness or mockery.
Ah, man.
It's nice.
Yeah, I know. It's so...
Joseph seems to stall for a moment before a little wry smile turns to his face. He adjusts in his seat to turn to Jacob, who is now taking a seat facing you on another bench. Well, we're just passing through, but I'm curious. You mentioned something about prayer?
Ah, well, yes, of course. You must forgive me. I clearly far too used to the usual of the town.
His slow drawl of words is comforting, like being told a long-worn story by a grandparent.
This is a meeting hall for friends, Quakers, if you will. We're a largely Quaker community. What? Here in Clemency.
I've heard of Quakers in history.
What are Quakers?
I heard about them. I think they talk about it a bit.
Okay.
Quakers. Oh yeah, there's a lot of you folks in Pennsylvania that ain't there. Yeah, I think that's where I heard Quakers are from usually.
Yes, indeed, that's true. In fact, that is where I hail from. But I must admit, it has been a long time since I last visited. Sorry.
Excuse me.
Sorry, I haven't gotta say. I'm at sea there. I've never heard of Quakers.
Quaker Oats.
Quaker Oats!
I can't say I'm much more enlightened myself. I don't know nothing about him. You both turn to Jacob expectantly. Tell us.
Tell us.
Tell us. Tell us.
Well, what's the simplest way I can explain our beliefs?
He fell into deep thought for a few moments, eyes staring into the middle distance before coming back to life.
We believe that there's a God. We believe that there is that of a God in everyone. That we all have an inner light that guides us.
Isn't that literally just like almost the same thing as
Spirituality?
well, like isn't it like Satanism? Like, well, the proper Satanism, like, you know, like religion, like everyone is a god, but like respect your body, but respect everyone else's too.
Yeah, you're all
like literally
gods.
like I've seen videos like talking about their doctrine. Literally, all the rules can just be summed up as don't be an asshole to anyone.
Yeah, Satanism is cool.
Yeah, it's good. but because of the whole like the whole thing is like Satan is like, you know, I guess their figurehead, lots of people immediately think of something bad. Like, have you heard of like lots of people like protesting like when they make churches? Like, it's the most bizarre thing to hear.
Do you know what's funny?
I mean, like, have you heard people protesting this flying spaghetti monster?
Yeah, nobody ever does that. Oh wait, do you hear something funny? I saw a sign, like, it's Christmas, Jesus figurines and everything. It's just like, keep God in Christmas. And I'm like, Christmas is a pagan holiday. You guys stole that. Jesus wasn't even born in December.
Yeah, just keep, like, bunch of religions, like,
I actually remembered
like,
learning that in, like, school. That,
yeah.
Like, that Christmas is a pagan holiday. I mean, we just skimmed over it, but I remember learning that and then not processing it.
Yeah.
Kind of weird to think about it. We don't perform sermons or sing hymns. Instead, we pray in silence together. There are no guidelines as to what you should do. Either they trust or
Connect
and listen to the light within yourself. We also very strongly believe in pacifism. God damn, I can't speak. And do what we can to promote peace.
Yeah, some of the words are real tongue twisters. Yeah,
it's nice.
It's a nice mentality.
Yeah.
Doesn't always work sometimes, but it helps in a lot of situations, though.
Yeah. I mean, like, that dog ain't gonna believe in your pacifism, but whatever. Oh wait, no, not like their dogs. I meant like an actual, like, wild dog. This is confusing.
Yeah. It just depends on context situation. Yeah.
Is that the... Oh.
Yeah, new line.
Denouncing all forms of violence and the graduation of our fellows who walk the earth with us.
Yeah. Desolation.
Oh, I don't know.
That was degradation. No, just saying that's
It's important to respect the light of God within everyone. That's certainly how I see it. That sounds nice, but, well, things don't often work that way in my experience.
Yeah, well, you're living in a gang, so that's a bit biased.
If
right
you've
there.
ever had siblings, you know pacifism doesn't work.
Shut up, you.
I'll fight you for that remote. I'll fucking stab you for that Snickers.
There's also like whole universal experience of like, hey, do you know where the remote is? I don't like. Yeah, I don't know. Is it? Are you sitting on it? No, I'm not. Get up.
Get up.
Like, all trust, it like goes out the window when you're looking through the remote.
Yeah, all trust.
Literally.
You're all traitors to me.
Prove you're not the traitor. Oh, God.
It's either that or you're just really fat. And you don't even realize it.
How dare you insult me?
Well, I've sat on the remote and not realized it.
Oh, yeah, like, what was it? I remember just looking for a while and just went to the folds of the couch. That was every time it happened, I just like hit myself because, like, why didn't I not like look there first? It's more there almost every other time.
I know. Oh wait, did I tell you Ivy sat on my phone? I was digging through like the couches to see. She was sitting on the couch. It wasn't until I was actually gonna lift up the couch and like look underneath it when she got up from the couch and she was sitting on it. I don't know why she would do that. It's not comfortable.
Doggo just wants to dig through the couch.
She's ridiculous.
Yeah. Jacob smiled wisely, like he haven't heard the same sentiment many times before. At least he has the experience.
Yes, that's certainly some that adhere to it, more than others in the town here. But it's always been an important tenet in our community. So everyone in this town are Quakers.
I'm quaking my boots.
That sounds like a slur. I don't know why. I feel like
No.
so bad.
I don't think it's a slur. It's literally just a group of people called. Like, you know, like I'm Amish, like stuff like that.
Well, yes and no. Many of us are, but some of us, more so, just adhere to the same principles. The ideals of nonviolence and so forth. Quakerism isn't enforced, but it bonds us to this community.
Ah, interesting. What about old sheriff?
What about the old sheriff?
With the pacifism and whatnot, it doesn't seem like it'd be easy.
Oh, well, yes. Oh, well, yes. I can see how you might suppose that sheriff cares about keeping the peace, but isn't solely responsible for it. We all are.
It's like a group effort.
Yeah. Sharing is caring. Let's all work together.
God, like, again.
With the power of friendship, we can do it.
Exactly. Like, I love that trope in stories and all that, but sometimes, dear Lord.
No. It's more like, with the power of friendship and this gun I've
And I'm gonna say this again, like you heard me say this many times before. We're the Care Bears, and we care about you. Who asked? I need to watch one of the Care Bear movies just to find that clip and save it on my computer. I just need it. I need to send that to people.
That's what makes this town so easy to keep going. Me and the sheriff see eye to eye. I see eye to eye on many things. Oh yeah, the church runs the towns. Back in the old days.
I guess so. Like, some of them were. I don't know too much about, like, how, like, religion-run towns work, though, so.
So you and Sheriff have been here a while, then?
Did you found the place or something? You'd have believed it by the tortoise's age. He could definitely be as old as this town.
No, you flatter me. I am not quite that pioneering.
Pioneering.
I'm not that pioneering, but I have indeed been here for a long time. If you indulge me, I could tell you a little of my story. Yes!
Yes!
Trauma dump! Please,
Yes!
Please do. Hat. Oh, I love the little hat thing. Oh, it's so
like,
cute.
No, it's adorable. Jacob nodded, again drifting off into thought for a moment.
Ew, I don't like the hair. Put your hat back on.
Put that hat back on.
Oh, I gotta read all this. Oh, God. Great. Okay.
Like, you don't have to, do you want more characters, like, to voice?
No.
Or, like, you just want, like, just, main character?
No, I need the practice.
Okay. Like, if a new character comes along, you can voice them then. Jacob nodded, again drifting off into thought for a moment, before coming back with his words.
Trauma dump. Oh no, he's sad boy.
No.
Oh, I miss our happy turtle.
Yeah.
As I said, I'm from Pennsylvania.
Nice.
During the height of the gold rush, with so many heading west, many Quakers thought it would benefit to follow.
Oh, he came all the way from Pennsylvania. Like, how many states did he drive through? Like, it definitely sounds
walk, or ride.
Well, drive a horse carriage, stuff like that. That's what I was gonna say.
I mean, ride.
Riding off of my steed.
Hey.
Don't
think about it too much.
Like, probably going to back to time an old western. It'll probably just be called the Louisiana Purchase or stuff like that. The whole most of the United States is purchased from some country. I can't remember what it was from. I don't remember the top of my head, but the biggest section of the U.S. was bought from the Louisiana Purchase and all that. Yeah, it was insane how much we bought from another country.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was much younger then, much more eager to get on the trail and spread my ideals of friends.
Other friends.
Although I can't say my love of babbling has wanted much.
He gave a charming and hoarse little laugh at his own jibe.
The trail was very hard, but I learned much from others. In the caravans, in towns, and cities on the way. So much life and light. I arrived in this here town many more chipper than I had left. But it was not to be.
His expression softened, drawing into himself, emotion failing to find its way into his face.
I loathe to speak ill of my fellow man, but when I arrived, this was a godless place.
Oh my.
The miners had little care for each other. Be out for greed or desperation. They were consumed by their need of gold, even those who had their fill.
Greedy.
The whole town was tense and unpredictable. Arguments, even violence, would impure whatever something valuable turned up. New vein of gold in the river? They do whatever they had to get what they wanted. The night I arrived, they told me of the so-called savages that used to reside here. Very little makes my blood boil to tell you boys what, but the way the miners talked about those Indians, how happy they told me stories about the ways they drove them out.
Oh.
Unspeakable things. Things I dare not and would not want to repeat to anyone. I tried explaining the friends' way, how even the savages, as they called them, had the light of God in them. How we were equal, important in all the presence of God's light. That's what people were sharing this earth with. That's why people we share this earth with. They're not our enemies. They had no care for explanations. They had no care for needs or lives of others than themselves. It made me wonder how Quakers past had convinced people of the evils of slavery, of the importance of peace. Buildings bound instead of destroyed one another. Buildings bound.
Building bonds. Oh yeah, wasn't like war bonds like also as well like a thing to buy?
Mm-hmm.
Like what technically were war bonds then? Like
I
just
think
was it
food.
Well, like what was it? Like I know like Dad like bought like some bonds. Like isn't like a whole thing of like I'm buying some bonds like they sort of increase in value the longer you have them, you can sell them.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I lost hope. I thought maybe things had changed so much that perhaps this was the people's limit. Toleration of those who could get in their way was no longer an option. Or perhaps I was just a failure, unable to convince a single soul of giving a damn.
My god. My god. There's not a lot of, like, there's some people that just feels like you can't really change their minds unless something extreme happened to them. Like, you know, like some people are very stubborn, you know?
Yeah.
The old tourist looked forlorn, brow furrowed, like he was reliving these moments so vividly that these were the same faces he wore.
Then along came Sheriff. Oh, Sheriff. I was a little worried when Sheriff was first assigned to the town. That I'd just have another person to fight with. Someone with authority on the side of the miners. Instead, I found a kind-hearted spirit, someone who actually listened to me, and agreed with me on many things. Very quickly, we became firm friends. Eventually, Sheriff got sick of the miners and decided, though, was enough and shut down the town, forcing the miners to move elsewhere.
The entire time I've been talking about Sheriff, his face was lively and lit up, his hands moving with his words.
Aw.
It was a lot like how your pastor used to give sermons.
Aw.
Surely there was a resistance to a whole mining town being packed up like that?
Of course, but Sheriff did what's right. That's the way Sheriff's soul is set. I'd felt burning by the weight of this town's hate, their convictions, like stone walls I could not scale. I'd be grateful to the God until the day I died that Sheriff came here. I was given so much hope when I lost it all.
And you've been here ever since? Jacob chuckled.
Yes, we have only had a handful of us stay after the miners left, and it was hard to know whether this town would still stand. But we felt sure we could find more people who cared, as long as we worked together. More people like us.
His words hung in the air, settling around you and Joseph as Jacob settled his gaze on you both.
Aww. So those miners are still around? A lot of the mining town died down because of the gold drying up. But if the miners just left, I'm guessing there's some still here. Well, yes, I suppose so. I can't say I've thought much about it in recent years. We don't encourage those looking for gold. I'm sure you understand. It's nothing but trouble.
Yeah, you're revealing your hand too much.
Yeah, that man. Good thing we came here. We got all the story.
His warm gaze turned somewhat steely. You weren't sure how long it might go on for Joseph didn't pipe up.
Oh, you mess with Turtle Man.
Of course, Jacob. We're just a curious bunch. Thank you for talking with a stranger so long. His stern eyes disappeared in an instant, and he humbly waved away Joseph's thanks.
No, the pleasure's all mine. It's been good to talk to new ears. If you'll excuse me now, I must be getting this place tied up before today's meeting.
Quaker meeting?
Yes, indeed. You're both welcome to join us if you like. Thank you, Jacob, but I've been thinking we'll be getting off now.
You'll stand, stretching and shaking off the stiffness from wings and tails and legs.
Oh, Go well and keep... Go well?
Yeah.
Go well and keep those lights close to you.
You both nod and leave through the same rattling door as before, catching one last glance at Jacob before starting his chores before he closed it.
I like this town.
Yeah, I did too. Joseph stands with you for a moment in the porch of the meeting hall, looking off into the town.
What you think?
This town nice.
Yeah, I like it.
Well, you know now that these folks ain't gonna put much of a fight. Maybe some of them, but...
And there's definitely gold here somewhere.
Shifty eyes go across the horizon. Joseph had no real emotions playing across his face, but he was standing much more still than you had seen before. Like he was trying not to breathe.
Come on, we've got more people to talk to.
He exhaled sharply, the feathers on his beak next to his nose holes fluttering. Yeah. You walked past the houses and people like before, but didn't feel like waving back.
Aw.
The dry desert air is warm in your lungs. Blazing afternoon sun bakes the ground underneath you as you walk near the edge of town again. Your throat feels tight, feet sore. There's a gentle pounding of blood in your head accompanied by a familiar piercing ache. Everything seems hazier than it usually is.
Hmm.
Thoughts are swimming. You're fine. Just keep walking. You almost bump into Joseph, but he stops short, looking around again, searching for anything you might have missed. You look as well, but the sun seems too bright somehow. You look down at your feet to shield your eyes, staring at the tiny dunes, your footprints in the dust. Alright, so where to now? I think there's only one place of interest left. You heard what he said, but it didn't quite stick with you.
Yeah, sure.
Should we get going there, then? Again, hearing, but nothing stays. Your thoughts feel like just caught fish wriggling from your hand. Alright, then, let's go. Yeah, let's keep moving. Joseph starts walking away, and you follow. You try to follow. Your feet move, but they don't land where you want. You stumble a little. Joseph looks around at you as you stand there, staring at your feet again. Hey, what's the matter, partner? Hey, what's the matter, partner?
I just feel a little dizzy.
You doing alright? Didn't say anything. He places his hands on your shoulders and twisted you to face him, looking down into your face. Yeah, you're looking a little sick there. Let's go sit down a spell. Magic wand.
Heat stroke.
Bippity boppity boo.
A lizard! Oh, wait, did you see the lizard on the rock? It was cute.
Limzard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Blah, blah, blah.
Scaly reptile. He started walking with a hand on your shoulder, guiding you over to a ledge with a shallow drop you could both sit on and hang your legs over.
Oh, cute.
You felt better sitting down, more stable. You hear the rustle of Joseph unclipping something from the back of his belt, seeing him pull a round canteen between the two of you. When's the last time you had a real drink? Mighty thirsty if you're feeling that dizzy. Of course, how could you have forgotten? You'd been riding and walking all day, but hadn't had a drop of anything since you set out.
Ooh.
Although you weren't sure what Joseph had brought with him. Heh, what's that look for? You think I got liquor in here? Oh my gosh, it's vodka!
It's vinegar. What? It's vinegar, pussy.
Oh, no, like, oh, can I sip of that? No, it's not water. Oh, vodka, like your style. It's vinegar. Wait, what? It's vinegar, you pussy. God, I love that meme. He chuckled a little and unscrewed the cap, letting you smell it a moment before taking a long gulp. Just water, see? Get down you before you collapse on me or something. Vodka doesn't smell like anything either.
I bet he'd like that.
Wait, does vodka not smell like anything? That's what I keep hearing, though.
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Learn. You sheepishly took the canteen from him and gave it a little wave in his direction as a cheers. Just, yeah, clink. Clink, clink, clink.
There's only one.
Clink with his hand. You'll tilt it to your dry mouth and take deep gulps for a few seconds, licking water drops hanging on the edge of your lips after. Bit warm for my liking. Can't beat cold water from a clean stream, but better than trying out like your mama's washing. You take another swig before handing it back to him.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think, have either of us, had heat stroke? I doubt it.
I have at school once.
At school?
Yeah, they were cunts.
Oh my.
Schools aren't nice.
Oh my god.
What was it? I was at gym. It was like a, you know those things they make you go outside and do things to learn?
Oh yeah. I remember doing it for my middle school. Well, I think it was the elementary and middle school, I can't remember which. It was when they had the giant playground across the street from it. I remember I just did not want to stay out there aside, so just go onto a tire swing, spin around so fastly until I felt sick in my stomach, and then I go up to the teacher, hey, I feel sick, can I go inside? And that way I wouldn't be lying.
I remember getting heat stroke up there. We went outside and I remember dying. So we went under those bleachers, with the holes. I know not the bleachers, I mean the little playground set. And there was tiny holes of sunlight coming through them. And I remember them burning my skin. And I remember they had to take me inside. They had to. They didn't have a choice because a parent came by and was like, is she okay? She doesn't look okay. And then they immediately brought me inside. Everybody was complaining about the heat and how they didn't feel good.
Yeah.
But as soon as a parent came by and said, she doesn't look good, what are you guys doing? And they immediately brought me in.
Yeah.
We're not getting sued today.
Oh my god. The kids don't have any legal power here. God.
Choose the poor kids to suffer. They can't sue us.
Oh my god, Jesus. Don't worry about it. Just pipe up next time. Almost hit the dirt just because you didn't say anything.
Sorry. It was just... We have a job here. Don't feel like I could waste time.
Pishkaw. Can't even take time to...
Pishka.
No, I can do a better, like, caw. No, it's stupid. Pishkaw. Pishkaw. Caw. Can't even make time to sit down and drink. You're unlike most I met. Who put a snake in your boots anyway? You gotta slow down a little.
There's a snake in my boot.
My god.
Maybe.
So I'm pulling the water hole.
Someone poisoned the water hole.
I mean, what do you do to relax when you're off the job?
That.
Yeah, you know, relax. Unwind, take a load off.
I know what you mean.
The question just caught you off guard a little. You weren't sure how to answer. You'd never given it much thought. What do you do to relax? The gang is always busy with something. Traveling, hiding out, making trouble. Not a lot of time to not do anything.
I guess I play cards sometimes, mostly just solitaire.
Respectable. You win much?
Nope.
Ain't I win anyway. Just helps to pass the time.
Hey, that was me, bitch.
I don't know how to play solitaire at all.
I see my mother play it all the time.
My mother, you say so formally.
Yeah, mother dearest. Teach me how to play solitaire. Go away.
Oh my god. Yeah, I know what you mean. Me and the boys usually play some rounds of cards, sometimes betting. Although some of them are real sore losers. Sometimes it's easy to just let them win and avoid the issue. I beat one of them at poker 5 times in a row, and I swear the rest of the week he was giving me the eyes. Found my hat full of knife holes one morning too, but I think it was just to scare me. At least I hope it was.
Oh man.
Okay,
Do you know how to
Jesus.
play cards?
Like, I got a general gist of it, like, growing up. Like, you know, high school, like, a bit in college, yeah.
When I was in high school, I got a compliment by a teacher who liked that me and my friend played blackjack. We play with quarters sometimes. It was the one day I was actually playing with 5 other kids, and he was like, "Oh, you guys are playing blackjack," and we were like using quarters, and I'm like, sure. And I'm like, we're not gonna use, like, we weren't actually betting and all that. But he's just like, "Can I play with you guys?" And I'm like, okay. You don't know what it's like to have this grown, huge guy sit next to you. Very uncomfortable.
Was the teacher nice to play with, though?
He was fine.
Yeah.
It's just how uncomfortable. No, like, I don't mean to be. He was big.
Okay.
No, like gigantic, and this is like a bleachers.
Oh, okay.
Let's just say there wasn't a lot of room for me. That's why I was uncomfortable.
Oh, okay. Like, all, like, in a little circle on the bleachers, like going upwards on a ramp? Yeah.
Yeah, and
Oh,
I'm
boy.
like, you are like touching me. Please stop.
Oh, my. Yeah. Found my hat full of knife holes one morning, too, but I think it was just to scare me. At least I hope it was.
Oh no.
Yeah. He gave out a little loud guffaw. The real and unstrained kind that made you doubt a second if the canteen really was just water. He had a nice laugh, you thought. Someone actually enjoying themselves. Maybe it was just nice to hear a laugh that wasn't done at you. You a gambling man? A flood in your chest at the end of your ribs.
Not really. Never had much to gamble in the first place. Always seemed like a waste.
I can respect that restraint. Don't always have to be about money, mind you. When I was younger, I love this music. I love this song so much. When I was younger, me and Papa used to... He stopped for a moment, thinking and scratching his neck, his train of thought slowed by some forgotten memory. We used to play cards at the dinner, and a lot of days when I came home, I'd bring pebbles from the river.
Aw.
I always liked how smooth and pretty they looked, also the colors and shapes, all of them different. We kept them on the mantelpiece, and when we played cards, we'd bet with them. He always won, but it was too much fun for me to ever be mad. Mickey did let me win, though, when I was betting big and was going to lose the rocks I really liked.
No.
Not my favorite rocks.
No, my colorful rocks.
Yeah, I always knew which ones are my favorite and never wanted to see me cry. Like, you know it's serious when you're betting your favorite rocks.
Yeah, my blue rock, no.
It's the same thing if, like, as a kid and you had your favorite rock and decide to give it to someone. That means you earn that kid's respect.
I know.
Exactly.
Man, that's how I want somebody to date me. I want them to go up to me, flare out their chest, and go, "Hey, look at this cool rock I found." I mean, like, how could I not be impressed with that? Just fluff out their chest like a bird or something. Be like, "Look at this cool rock I found." I'd be like, "That is a cool rock. Do you like it? Yeah, I love that rock. How about I buy you a drink and maybe you can have this rock?" And I'm like, smooth.
Smooth as this pebble.
Smooth.
Yeah, I always knew which ones were my favorite and never wanted to see me cry. Can't think of any other reason he would have lost to me. Suppose I ought to thank him for teaching me.
Aw.
You weren't sure what to say, so you just gave him a soft smile. Family could be so complicated. You didn't want to say the wrong thing. Oh, you know what? He dug into a pocket and produced a tattered-looking packet in his hand that you recognize to be playing cards. How about some Vigidun? You played that before? And we can bet with
Rocks!
Yeah. He twisted around himself, looking for anything you could use as stand-in betting chips. He saw his eyes set on a small pile of rocks for a moment, but instead noticed a stray feather, barely holding onto the back of his hand. He plucked it and placed it between you both, twisting how he sat to face you better. We can bet on this feather. We'll do a first to 5. You get it if you win, and I keep it if I win. You swiveled yourself round to sit cross-legged and face him.
Didn't know you were so
Desperate.
desperate to gamble. You using your own body.
Just cut. Oh my god! My first thought was like, you cut off your own arm just to bet with someone. Jesus.
Like strip poker or something.
That's more extreme strip poker. Like
in this case, it's fur and feather.
Limb.
Don't say limb. He's already lost one.
Already hard. Just thought it'd be more interesting than rocks.
Oh, well, I thought you were a rock lover, Mr. Rock Collector.
Hey, Rock Lover is a great group to be in.
That sounds like a good band name. Rock.
It sounds
Collector.
like a community group online, you know. We the Rock Lovers. Check out this cool rock I found yesterday, guys. Oh, nice. Look, guys, I found this cool yellow rock. That's gold. Oh, gold? Never heard of that before. Take them on the... Oh, sorry.
Take them on the open road. Your own little rock circus. Cute. A regular Burnham. Burnham.
Barnum.
Barnum.
Joseph couldn't help but smile, even through his fake pouting at your teasing. I don't know if J.H. Barnum has quite the same ring to it, frankly.
J.H.
Yeah, as in Joseph Harrier, my initials.
Ooh. Oh, of course.
So, do you know how to play Vigidun?
No. Nope.
Alright, rules are simple. I'm the dealer, and I deal you 2 cards face up, and deal myself one face up and 1 face down. Idea is to get as high a number from your card as you can without going over 21.
That's blackjack.
Yeah, my first thought too.
That's blackjack.
If you go over 21, it's a bust. Same goes for me.
Oh, it's just like, it's a country thing, so they don't... Okay.
Yeah, probably that. You just want to skip over it a bit then?
Yeah. Yeah, I know how to play blackjack. I just didn't know that name. I mean, I guess there's many names for different things.
We have the same rules of King, Queen, Jack, or 10. Ace is like, 1 or 11. Yeah. Gets a little muddy during games sometimes, but I ain't trying to cheat yet, so don't worry about too much. Okay, first to 5. You want to play then to stand or steal? You got the 6 of hearts and an 8 of spades, making a total of 14. Dealer's face-up card is the 6 of spades, making his current total 6 that you know of. Let's see, so 8, 6, we have 14. I'm just going based on if you want to get another card or not.
I'm gonna say... hit stay.
Stay means
14, you need 21.
Just to make sure you don't go over 21, yeah.
Yeah. but man, I guess we can hit.
Hit? Okay. You draw the Queen of Diamonds. Total's now 24.
Damn it.
You're bust. Dealer wins this round.
Fuck.
You have the 6 of clubs and 5 of hearts, making your total 11. Dealer's face-up card is the 10 of hearts, making his current total 10.
I don't know. I was never good at cards, and I was never good at it when I was in school.
I was gonna say like counting cards and all that, but like honestly, like he's using 2 separate decks for like first turn you had a 6 and he had a 6 as well. So
Let's hit.
well, what was it like? There's 4 different faces for 6, so never mind. You draw the 5 of clubs. Total's now 16.
Stay.
Okay. Dealer hand is the 10 of hearts. King of hearts making his total 20.
Ah.
Dealer's total is higher. Dealer wins this round.
Ah, man.
You get the 10 of diamonds and 10 of clubs, making your total 20. Dealer's face-up card is the Jack of Spades, making his current total 10.
Yeah, let's hit. No, I'm joking.
Yep,
Stay.
let's get another hit.
No, shut up.
Dealer's hand is a Jack of Spades, 9 of hearts, making his total 19. Your total is higher. You win this round.
I get a feather.
My God. Whoever gets to him wins 5 games. You got a total of 2 diamonds and a King of Spades, make a total of 12. Okay, and he has 9 with a card. Hit or stay.
I don't know. What do you think?
You got 12, so meh.
I'd say hit.
I'm just going on you. You draw the 2 of hearts. Your total is now 14.
Wow, thanks. Very underwhelming. Let's hit again.
You want to?
No, stay.
Dealer's hand is the 9 of spades, 3 of diamonds, making his total 12. Dealer's hand is the 9 of spades, 3 of diamonds, and an ace of spades, making his total 13. Dealer's hand is the 9 of spades, 3 of diamonds, ace of spades, and 3 of clubs, making his total 16.
Oh, come on.
He's a 9 of spades, 3 of
What?
diamonds, ace of spades, 3 of clubs, and ace of diamonds, making his total 17. Dealer's total is higher. Dealer wins this round.
What the?
Like,
Man.
it makes, like, what was it? You keep drawing, like, you draw cards first till you stay, then he drops cards until he stays or goes over 21.
Okay.
That's how the game's gonna work. 17. We have 17.
Now let's stay.
Okay. Dealer's hand is the 4 of spades, queen of hearts, making his total 14. Okay, 17. Push. No one wins. Go again.
Oh, well.
That's ties. Okay, so we got a 9, and they got a 2.
Let's hit.
Hit the cards. You draw the 8 of clubs. Total is now 17.
Let's stay.
Dealer's hand is the 2 of spades, jack of diamonds, making his count 12. Then it makes his total 20. Dealer's total is higher. Dealer wins this round.
Man, I suck at this.
Your total is 19, and your dealer's is 10.
God damn it. Stay.
Okay, it's queen of spades, making his total 15. He gets another card, making 25. Okay, you won. Need one more, 3 more games.
Oh, but we're not gonna. I want that feather.
Yeah. Okay, you got a 15. He's got a 9.
Let's hit.
Okay. Total's now 22.
Damn. Fuck.
Your bust. Dealer wins this round.
Shit.
I remember when going through this, I actually managed to win a few, managed to win the rounds actually, but I let him win. Sorry, bucko. House always wins, eh? You cheat!
You cheating bastard. You have enough feathers.
Ah, well, it's still a game of luck, end of the day. Well played, sir. He picked up the feather, but to your surprise, held it out to you.
Oh my god, I knew I'd get that fucking feather.
Here, take it.
But you won.
Well, I don't have much use for a stray feather, do I? You got plenty of them anyway here.
Aw.
You keep it. You took the feather in your hand, twisting the smooth quill back and forth a couple times between your thumb and forefinger. It was thin and tampered and the color of coffee. Thick, uneven stripes of cream white ran all along it from the middle.
Thank you, Joseph.
Don't mention it. It's adorable.
Cute.
You pocketed the feather carefully.
We should probably get back to it.
On the way we go. Long as you're happy to and can stand steady, then I'm ready to. You swung yourself onto your knees and stood up with a sprightly jump.
Alrighty, let's get a wiggle on. Wiggle on.
Yes, sir. Salute.
The sheriff should know something, surely.
Yes, sir. I doubt we're the only ones who come looky-looin before. Looky-looin.
Looky-looin.
Looky-looin. And Sheriff did say to come find him if we need anything.
Lizard. Did you see the lizard on the rock?
I did not see it.
Dang, it was a cute lizard.
You walked the same direction as you saw Sheriff leave. Down toward the closest edge of town, through what might be considered the main street where this town bigger. Sheriff's office is modest. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, my alarm.
Sheriff's office is modest, one of the smaller buildings in town. A short, square, stone block with barred windows and a lopsided wooden door. As you get close to the squat building, Joseph slows down and raises an arm to your chest to slow you down as well. Okay, partner, what's the plan here? You and I both know Sheriff is going to be the most paranoid, owl-headed son of a gun in this burg. We can't go waltzing in there shooting our mouths off about just anything. Don't use your spit as bullets. It's not going to work.
You gotta have a sharp, smooth tongue.
Oh, he's Sheriff lizard. Sheriff is a lizard.
I meant be cunning and quick tongue. It means think about what you say before.
Is, but I'm pretty sure Sheriff is the only one who has a sharp tongue here.
Somehow I feel like they're not your usual lawman.
You look around thinking for a bit. Two halves of a tattered sign swing in the wind on chattering chains in front of the building. It seems that it said Sheriff once. The edges of it had the remnants of bullet holes, shattered and charred wood.
I'd say we tell him what's really happening.
To call Joseph's face incredulous at that moment would have been an understatement. He scoffed a little out of curiosity, rubbing his chin with a feathered hand and trying to think of what you could mean. What are you saying? We admit why we're here? Acknowledge the corn?
Acknowledge the corn.
The golden corn we want.
The corn!
If only, like...
Sort of. I think we can tell Sheriff that there are outlaws coming. And we're worried, like about the town.
If you go further into the desert, you'll find some farmers growing gold corn.
Corn.
The kernels are just literally like golden teeth, basically. Eating teeth with teeth. That's a dangerous play.
Look, Sheriff's gonna have a good idea of what we're snooping around if we don't have a simple, honest reason to throw off the scent. It's easier to lie when there's some truth to it.
Oh yes, definitely. I use that all the time.
Half lie.
He is using part of a lie. Or it could just be like, a white lie.
Or just not admitting the whole truth.
Basically. Like, what was it? What was the word for it? Like, a lie of omission. You like not saying anything because you admitted it, but it's still technically a lie then. Joseph rubbed his chin again and sighed. I think so too, but I still can't help to feel jumpy walking into the lion's den. You know what he meant. For people like you, a sheriff's office was never where you wanted to wind up. Noise. Walking into the office together, Joseph ducks to clear the doorway. You find the inside to be much more well kept than the outside, which had clearly seen some wear and tear in its time. Sunlight and dust in equal measures came in through the windows. Landing upon the desk of the sheriff, who was currently rapidly filling...
Rules!
Rules, tearing in half. We don't respect the rules around here.
Yeah, screw damn rules.
Landing upon the desk of sheriff, who was currently rapidly filling a piece of paper with a pencil in hand. Scribble, scribble, scribble. After you close the door behind you, you both wait for a few seconds for Sheriff to notice you. Before you can politely knock on the closed door for attention, Sheriff raised a finger on a pencil holding hand to ask for once more waiting. This was followed by hasty scribbling onto the end of the piece of paper, before the pencil was thrown onto the desk with a little regard. You can tell that the graphite on the pencil was smoking.
How dare you?
Two keen eyes landed on you and Joseph. Howdy there, fellas. Thought I might be seeing you again. Howdy again, Sheriff. Now, what can I do? What can I be helping you both with today? Well. Joseph turned to you, locking eyes. You saw the slight wild panic of someone caught in a trap and looking for a way out.
Do you protect this town?
Sheriff looked miffed. unsure how to respond, like someone had just asked the sky was blue. I was so happy when you brought that up earlier. The sky was blue before we started this. As much as anyone else who lives here, yes.
What does that mean? I thought you were a lawman.
Sheriff regarded you with some annoyance, still seemingly puzzled over what you were asking. I think I see the confusion here. I'm not a lawman. In fact, I'd say I'm not a man at all, or a woman. Sheriff kept...
Non-binary!
Yeah. Sheriff kept looking at you both, trying to gauge your reactions, whether you could be trusted, you guessed.
Wait, but...
What?
Oh, I guess nobody can tell.
Well, like yeah.
Our character.
Meh.
Well, I assume that they are transgender because they get happy when they're referred to as...
Oh no, both, Buck, Robin, and Joseph are trans men.
That one?
Yeah, Joseph Birdman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Well, he said at the start, like, if I'm getting what you're putting down, I'm the same as well.
Oh, yeah, he did say that.
Yeah. My name is Sheriff. That is the moniker I've chosen, and I ask you kindly to refer to me as so, or not at all.
And do not call me...
I'm still gonna try to put on, like, a more gruff voice, because I don't know what would be a good voice if, like, you know, it's, like, like, it's more mixed between, like, you know, male and female. I don't know, like, how to make that work. Plus, I haven't hed many voices like this situated to be like that.
Just non-binary. It doesn't mean anything.
Meh.
I like how their cane is a snake. I just realized that.
Meh. But, like, I would still like to keep it, like, you know, show it off more. Like, what was it? I'm, also not very good at high-pitched voices either, so, like, even if, like, we're, like, voicing, like, you know, girls and all that, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not too confident in, like, girl voices. Joseph tipped his hat politely. Not a problem, Sheriff. Do you run this town, then? What else be you know? I'm a founder, you might say, but I don't solely run this town. You boys are asking some real strange questions. Is something I ought to know? Joseph had faltered, and now you did too. This isn't what you just planned. You were just saying the first things that came to mind, fixing on Sheriff with a calm pair of eyes, with shakiness in the knees. Maybe you hoped Sheriff would say something that would change things, change what you were both there for. Before you could fall over, Joseph placed a hand on your shoulder. He tensed before he gave it a little light squeeze, stepping in. We heard from some other fellows in the trail that there were outlaws around, coming this way even. I see. Well, you boys shouldn't worry. We know how to care of ourselves in Clemency. We don't get trouble around here often, but we make sure to run them off before anything starts. So you've been here a while then? Yeah, ages. How'd you end up living here anyhow? What's the story? You said you're some kind of founder? Don't get it twisted now, I'm not really a founder, well, hard to explain. I used to be a marshal, got sent here some, 30 years ago already? You liked it so much you stayed. Joseph gives a little bellow of a laugh, but Sheriff is much more half-hearted. Oh, well, I wish I could say things back then were as good as they are now. Sheriff stood up, grabbing the cane by the desk and thumped softly as Sheriff started, pacing a little through the small office, stretching stiff legs. You boys know this used to be a mining town, right?
Of course.
Well, I used to be the lawman of this mining town. Greenhorn out on their first assignment, trying to keep the peace here. What a joke. The miners had it out for each other. There was nothing but bad blood and gold fever. I learned all too well during that time what it looks like. Gold fever in the eyes. Oh my gosh, Midas touch. They're slowly turning into gold.
No.
And what people will do to satisfy it. That town was a constant powder keg, and I was only one marshal, but there was nothing I could do. I feel like I need to do more, need to do something to calm the place. I asked the marshals that sent me, they don't give a hoot. If anything, they tell me to keep hands off, let them figure it out themselves. Shoot them if they step too out of line. That never sat right with me. There's something you should know about me, about how I conduct my business and take care of this town. I care about justice. Justice
for Gotham.
There's no. Don't kill the people, the villains, because they'll make you just as bad as them. Then you just keep letting them go until they kill more people because you couldn't kill that one person.
Yeah.
Justice is weird.
Justice for Gotham.
Real justice. Not the justice others suck up to, claim to care about. I learned very quickly that the law is not about real justice. Yeah, it depends on the laws are, really,
Yeah.
honestly. Sheriff punctuated those words, said with such fire, it bangs at the king on the floor. It's another thing entirely since like the law is made by people, and people, have agendas at times.
Yeah.
Yeah. The law of the marshals is not, the justice I recognize. It's why I took on the name Sheriff. I wanted a name for myself. They didn't deserve it. Strange, I know. Thank the Lord, much good he's done me, that I met at least one like mine in that town. Yeah.
Oh, trauma dump, trauma dump, trauma dump.
Ah. Yeah. We'll go here.
What? Like pause here?
No, we'll continue here, then we'll pause for a bit. Sometime in the winter, we had a caravan arrive in town. People who had been traveling long across the trail, needing somewhere to stay for a spell. Had some to sell as well, furs and such, anything to help get by. Friendly folks, I joined their company, spent a night drinking with them around their wagons. The miners didn't take kindly to them, didn't trust them. That was a week I'll never forget. Constant accusation of stealing and flare-ups, shouting matches almost ending in drawn irons. The miners were so darn jumpy and owl-headed about the slightest things. 3 days later, a miner turns up dead, stabbed in his sleep.
Dang.
The miners all accused one of the traitors of doing it, a Mexican fella, claimed it was his night that did the deed. Yay, racism!
Yay.
I had to arrest him. Held him in the cell here. I tapped at the somewhat rusted metal bars as the king ran out into the room. The traitors all came to tell me that I was wrong. They never do something of the sort. It helped push me in the right direction. I already had some suspicions about the miners' claims. A lot of accusations have been flying around about the Mexicans and Indians traveling the caravans. I did a little investigating and found that the miner had been killed by one of his friends. Yay!
Yay.
Whoa.
Best friends forever.
Yeah, isn't it like usually like people kidnapped or like murder, like people like you personally would know more often than
Yeah,
not.
you're more likely to get kidnapped by a family member than anyone else on this earth.
Yeah, sad facts.
Yeah.
Another feud about gold. Some stoner missing and so-called friend had killed him for it. The miners wouldn't believe it, since the man in the cell was guilty. I wonder if maybe they just couldn't see what I could. See things through my eyes. Felt like a mockery at justice, everything I cared about. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Early the next morning, I asked the traitors to leave and take their friend with them. Sheriff notices how intently you both are listening, watery eyes looking between you both. Anyway, that's a lot of babbling from me already. Long story short, I kicked the miners out for the better.
Nice.
You make it sound like it was real easy. How'd you get that many miners just abandon gold? I did what I had to. I have no regrets or weight on my soul for it. Really, getting them out, that was the easy part, I suppose. We moved and rebuilt some of the town, further from the mines. We all wanted a fresh start. Years since have been hard. Very hard. I don't have the stick because I've been sitting on my jollies and gazing at sunsets. This town may be small, but it's a lot of work to keep going. Sheriff turned and went to sit at the desk again, the chair creaking beneath old bones. Don't take my griping to think I'm not thankful for this place, though. I've done a lot for it, but it's done just as much, more even in return.
How do you mean? I can't say I've ever really had somewhere I'd live do much for me.
Sheriff sighed softly, looking at the windows into town. A clear view of the cobbled-together houses cascading down the shallow hillside. Clemency has given me somewhere to live.
No.
I had many hopes when I chose to stay in this town and try to make something of it. I've worked hard to earn the respect of those who live here as a person, not as an authority. People here don't see me as an oddity, they don't fear me, they don't mock or interrogate others for how they live. This ain't just a community, it's family.
Oh, they're letting people of all kinds come here. That's so sweet.
Found family's
So
best
that would be
trope.
perfect for them.
Found family's best trope, okay?
Yeah, it is sweet.
We're all far from our homes, the people who made us, but here we can make ourselves what we want to be. A town of runaways, you don't gotta keep running anymore.
Aww, I want to stay.
No, that was my first thought. Sheriff stared out the window for a few more moments. The sun was a bright golden shine crossing wistful eyes. Turning back to you, Sheriff pulled back into the desk and got comfortable once more. Anyway, that's enough sap from me. Was outlaws all you want to talk about?
Yeah, I think so.
You wished you had more questions to ask, more to say, more to hear about, but no other words escaped your maw except for...
Thank you.
No, mention it. And thank you too for the tip-off. I'll keep these old peepers peeled.
Nice.
Peeled like apples. Yeah, thank you for talking, Sheriff. We'll be on our way now, but I did have one more question for you. You still with those marshals? In contact with them? I quit the day I rebelled against the miners. Never heard from him again. Joseph nodded, tipping his hat, and Sheriff tipping in return. He stepped out of the station into the blinding sun together.
Lizard! Lizard again! Lizard! Look at the lizard.
Okay, I see it, okay?
Lizard.
No, shush. Shush you, I see it. The sun is setting. Okay, the lizard needs to go sleep, so shut up.
Do lizards sleep?
I can if you be quiet.
Shut up. Go away.
Walking back to the edge of town, on the other side from the sign you now knew read Clemency, you will sit on the edge of a little hillside slope. Kicking dust up on yourselves, you settle on the rocky crevices. I think that's all the useful place of interest here, unless you want to go knocking on folks' doors asking for gold.
I think we've disturbed this lot enough for a day.
Or not enough at all. Your resting hand becomes restless as it brushes against some dry desert grass, entwining it between your fingers, slowly pulling it from its roots.
Or you can hold hands. Oh my god, look! I knew it!
What?
Look at that face. So what did you eventually figure out? Everyone here is kind and mostly defenseless.
I think pacifist is the word. You took more grass up into your hand. It can maybe fight off some bandits, but no officers are gonna come help. They ain't gonna do much good against a whole gang.
And there is gold here, somewhere, in some forgotten mines no one's seen for decades.
Yeah, there's that. Well, it's gotta be around here, and this is a mining town for Pete's sake. How far could it be? You shrug.
Sheriff said the town was moved. The mines could be anywhere now.
Mining.
Don't give me all those Minecraft songs stuck in my head. Oh, so many.
So many.
Maybe it really just some rumors. Maybe there's not really anything to find here.
I think you know as well as I do that these folks were antsy. Friendly as well, but gold gets their hackles up. Someone has to know where the mines are. You knew he was right. You knew how to read people well enough. Poker. Joseph stood up, gazing out across the landscape of the town and beyond, searching toward the horizon.
Gonna use those special eyes of yours, bird brain?
How dare you insult?
More
use than more.
Is that racist?
It's
against birds?
it's species.
Oh, species? I get it.
More use than you chasing your tail, mutt.
Wait, is that?
Look, it's retaliation. It makes sense. Okay?
All right.
Okay. It's counteract racism with more racism.
That is not how that works. Continue, Jesus Christ.
He looked at you for a moment with a smirk, and you smirked back. You rolled the grass in your hand between your fingers, squashing the reeds a bit together, dropping seeds in the sand. I can't see nothing. Goddamn sun in my eyes ain't helping neither. I don't know if Bartholomew would help out. He was maybe the most friendly one of the bunch. Sheriff didn't even talk about the gold.
Because Sheriff knows how to keep the town safe.
You look up at Joseph, his puzzled face squinting in the sun looking down at you. Looking back out into the desert, the sun sits between the two rocky outcroppings in the distance, a light bulb plucked from the sky by unmoving fingers. It'll start getting dark soon.
Sheriff knows where the mines are. Bartholomew said he never saw them. And Jacob was never a miner. He had no reason to go to the mines.
What, so you never saw him? That don't make sense.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if he did see them back when, he wouldn't remember where they were now. Sheriff still knows where they are, because they're the biggest danger in the town, to the town. I wager Sheriff even checks up on them every so often to make sure it's undisturbed.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. Huh. I guess it checks out. We don't have the time for a stakeout, though. You balled your hand into a fist, the grass yielding and turning to dust. We don't need to know where they are, anyway. We got all we need. Knowing where the mines are would just be a penny in the hat. We should think about our next move. You ignore the tiny knot in your stomach as you thought about what to do next. You should just leave, but...
There's nothing else to do here. We should just think about resting, getting dark soon. I think we could stay at the saloon Sheriff did offer.
You sure you want to stay here for a night?
It seems likely least we can do. Oh god, I can't speak. It seems less likely we can do. Seems like less. Oh fuck, I can't read. Can you edit this?
Least.
Seems like least we can do before we leave. Edit that.
No.
Unless camping outside has some mighty appeal to you.
Joseph flashed a wry smile. Alright, let's go have a look first. No point bringing the horses down if I can't afford the runes. Standing up, you feel the dust fly between your fingers with the winds blowing east, and follow Joseph, a few paces behind. You walk toward the saloon again, looking forward to having somewhere to rest. You don't remember the last time you actually stayed in a room somewhere. It was always a tent, or just in your bedroll, lying beneath the stars. You see Sheriff and Bartholomew standing on the porch of the saloon talking intently, but can't pick up any clear words in the wind. Sheriff notices you both as you approach, patting Bartholomew in the back as he takes his leave back inside. Sheriff leaves the shade of the saloon's overhang, walking with purpose towards you both. The blue of the sky was starting to fade into oranges, pinks in the edges of sparse and tiny clouds overhead. You both slow to a stop as Sheriff approaches you quickly. The face approaching you was different from before, and you see Joseph's face fall a little. Sheriff came to a stop in front of you both, twisting the cane in the dirt a little.
Ooh, he knows.
Yeah. The old and frail figure standing in front of you was shaking a tad. You can hear slow and deliberate breaths from the chest. The usual confidence and bluster off of Joseph dissipate under this new glare, Sheriff's. The new and sharp eyes unlike those you'd seen when you arrived. There was a tiredness in them, a fierce tiredness, beneath which was a wild look you'd only seen in the eyes of the newly grieving. Gripping the cane, scaled knuckles turning white, Sheriff spoke in a low and calm voice.
Ooh, I'm scared.
Yeah, I should have known.
Oh yeah, he knows we're traitors! No! I like this town! They accept the gays.
Oh my god.
That's a lot for even now. It's hard.
Thought maybe I was wrong this time. Y'all seem so, I don't know, like you should be here.
They should be here!
Even so, I knew there was something off with what you were asking. Is everything alright, Sheriff? You were just going to see if we could stay at the saloon. Sheriff slammed the cane into the dirt with such force you feared it might crack the earth beneath. You know damn well things are not alright. I had a little chat with my friends around town, talking about the newcomers, what they've been asking about. Just passing through town, give me a break. I should have known it was too good to be true. I know when I see the gold fever in them eyes.
Ooh. We're not here to cause trouble, Sheriff.
The gold.
We'll be on our way tomorrow morning.
Really now? Well.
Oh crap!
Okay.
Gun!
This is where the story ends. Sheriff reached a free hand behind and pulled an old revolver to point at you. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it once. I made a promise to protect this town, the people who live here. I would do what was right by them. So both of you are gonna turn tail and leave, right now, and you never come back. If I ever see either of you heading this way again, I will shoot you dead before nary fur or feather crosses that town line. You stood still next to Joseph. Small fear of walking taking hold as you feel like the wind might knock you off your feet. Things are too good to be true. Tiny bit. Understood, Sheriff. Joseph started walking away, not stopping for you even as you stood there a moment longer, just to say one word.
Sorry.
You knew that didn't make up for it, but it was all you could muster from your tight throat. You turned quickly and walked away after Joseph with your head down. Staring at your feet as they rhythmically sped one after another, the dust tracks of a town you couldn't come back to. I felt so sad.
No, sadness.
The climb back out of the valley was quiet. The wind was the only noise to reach your ears, no words coming to pass between you and Joseph. Only occasional meeting in the eyes when he looked to make sure you hadn't fallen behind.
I wonder if their posse's even still there, knowing that.
What, the gangs?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh no, I feel like they're gonna be abandoned or something.
That'd be worse. Those
Especially how
eyes.
mean they treat them.
Well, we know how the gang treats old Buck / Robin, but we don't know anything about Joseph.
Yeah, hopefully he's treated nicely.
Those eyes.
That's he's right. That's their pronouns, right?
Yes, they're trans men.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm making sure. I must get their pronouns right. Because I was thinking super hard, like lizard, they them, lizard, they them, and I forgot about everyone else.
I think the rest of the characters are he's, though. Besides, the sheriff.
Yeah.
Well, besides sheriff, sorry. The sheriff. They did say they weren't a lawman, so... Sheriff, not a sheriff.
The sheriff is the sheriff.
Those eyes, that face you had grown accustomed so quickly to having at least the hint of a smile resting, was devoid of much emotion at all. He wasn't thinking about it, you felt, but to not think about it meant to not think at all. And so he didn't, his limbs carrying him up the path, but no one was home. You understood, of course, as much as you'd like to not think about either. You couldn't ignore the small dread in your chest, like it was in the cavities of your insides, seeping around and between your organs, a creeping tar. Not a suffocating tar, just making you feel heavy, dense. If you stopped walking now, you didn't know if you'd start again. The sun was starting to dip into the horizon when you reached your original meeting spot atop the cliff. Both your horses were lying in the long shadows of some rocky mounds, your own shadow stretching across the sand as you go to tend to them. You both hauled your bedrolls off and started to unpack them, giving the horses some water, and sorting through your belongings. Still, without a word, a camp for the night quickly formed between you as you worked. Joseph had brought a thin metal stand with him to hang the cooking pot over, and gently tossed you his book of matches as he erected it. You struck the match in a familiar fashion, placing in the middle with dried assortment, blowing gently to encourage the shy flame. Like, they're just so used to, all of this. It's like it's just routine. Like, what was it? Buck did say, never went into a hotel, or, the saloon, or just, somewhere to, rest. Always outside, always camping, always in a tent.
Well, I'm guessing he's never been inside before.
More, too long. He mentioned before about him, always being, left outside while the rest of the gang went to bars or something like that.
Damn.
Lifting your head back up from the budding fire, Joseph was having a little issue getting his stand to, stand. His face was still the same neutral, empty face from before, and you noticed a little catch on a joint that hadn't flipped properly. You brought your hand in to flick it out the way. Either the lurch of the stand falling to place, or the momentary touch of your hand against his, sent Joseph out of his listless state. Thank you. A smile, just a small one, a wary and wary small one. Wary and wary. I don't know. One had returned to his face. You were glad to see it again. It was enough to make your chest a little lighter, the tar receding just a touch. With the fire lit, a modest bloom of smoke started billowing into the sky and scattering into the fading sunlight. Joseph got up momentarily to rummage in one of his saddlebags, coming back with a tin and some bundled cloth. I've got some, beans, some salted pork, too. Not sure what you got with you.
Oh, right. Hold on.
You had plenty of water still, and if he was propping up the bulk of the meal, you had some molasses to add to.
Ew.
I don't like. What are molasses actually? Thinking about it,
Molasses is like a sugary thing, I think.
not just the thing over the garden wall, potatoes and molasses.
It's gross. Molasses is sweet. I remember that because I believe when my mom was like in the kitchen, I believe there was a molasses jar and I had some. I don't think it was that good. Trauma. Trauma. It tasted bad. What?
You had some molasses to add to, like first, like, just because, like, I don't know anything about molasses. It just sounds like some weird syrup.
I think that is it.
Like, just over the garden wall, just showing me is molasses like some type of gravy?
No, I think it's sweet.
Eh.
But I mean, it's better than just potatoes every day.
Potatoes.
Potatoes. Okay, let's go.
You brought them both over and let Joseph, sitting on his bedroll he laid out now, take the reins. Wasn't really a two-person job. With the beans gently cooking away now in the pot, he sat there, lazily stirring it with a spoon. You grabbed your bedroll and laid it out on the opposite side of the fire, squatting and dropping onto it with a thud, tucking your legs towards you. Resting your head on your knees, holding them in your arms. Yeah.
Oh my god, they're so cute. Oh, look at that.
Just waiting for the beans to cook. Them beans. The two of you sat like this for a short while, watching the pot steaming away, the orange flames licking the other side of the well-used metal. Like, I gotta say, like, I love how well this is written. Like, not even besides the art style, but just everything just seems so warm.
I know, it seems so good.
Like,
I love it.
Like even of course the desert, like there's gonna be oranges and all that everywhere, like heats of browns and all that, like just like they use purple just like to show like darkness and all that. It just feels all so cozy.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I got that accent for a second. I'm like, yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does. You find yourself thinking about what happened in Clemency without even realizing. The pain you felt in your stomach when Sheriff knew why you were there. A sharp chill that shot from your neck to your tail when the gun was pulled on you. You weren't scared of being shot. That wasn't it. That wasn't what set your palm into a cold sweat. It was something else. Something about having to leave that town.
Sorry for letting you do something of the talking. Sorry for letting you do some. Fucking hell. Like, why did you get me to do this? I'm like the worst fucking person. I'm so dyslexic.
As you mentioned before, it's for practice.
I'm dyslexic, and you're gonna fucking upload this? Oh, you are garbage.
This game needs attention. I love it.
It is. It's a beautiful game, but just like spread it everywhere. But like, I'm the worst person to do this. Sorry for
this would be a one and done for you then. Then.
So, sorry for letting you do so much of the talking today. I'm more of the quiet type. Sure you figured that out already.
You flash you a weak but genuine smile. Not like I did so much good.
It wasn't your fault, Joseph. Sheriff was paranoid, and we were bound to be
rumbling and tumbling eventually.
And we were bound to be rumbling eventually. Besides, it doesn't really seem like there is any gold here, unless we feel like setting up a new mining operation.
Take that giant drill and start going it down deep into that sand.
I don't think they had drills back in those days. I think they just had a pickaxe.
We can believe.
If we believe hard enough.
Just attach some weird, like, this weird fixture onto a shovel and just start, just spinning in a circle.
I don't think it's gonna fucking work.
How do you think drills were made back then?
I don't know.
No, drills are the next, like, are the 5th edition and, like, just evolution of can openers, okay?
What? Shut the fuck. Anything that comes out of your mouth does not make sense.
That's the
Keep
point.
going.
Look, there's the can opener, which is a
No,
spike
shut
in
up.
the
Let's
wheels.
go. Continue.
Yep, I'm sure Black Vulture would love to hear that. Wasn't my fault, I'll say. He sighed, a sharp, exasperated exhale through his nose holes, one knee of his crossed legs fidgeting and bouncing as he stirred the pot. You were a little taken back that he seemed to be mocking what you said. Maybe it just wasn't what he wanted to hear right now. Still, you understood his frustration. What would your bosses think if we told them what this place was like? Would they even believe us? Sorry. You were snapped from your thoughts by his apology, a slightly guilty look in his face, knowing he must have seen that he hurt your feelings a little. You're right, it's not my fault, exactly, but... Hell, this is a mess, Buck. His fidgeting was spreading, playing across the feathered fingers of his wings, his face, his eyes, and his knees again. Like a ragtime tune was playing all across the inside of his body.
What's he like, Black Vulture?
He's, His breathing was ragged, too. You got onto your knees and reached your hand onto his that was stirring the spoon even more now, a gentle but firm grasp stopping its motions. Your eyes met over the cooking pot.
Romantic.
He looked like he was seeing you again for the first time in a long time. The shaking of his hand came to rest, and relaxed his vice grip in the long spoon as you held each other's gaze.
Let's go. I'm here. It's all right. Wait, let's go. Let go. Ugh.
Yeah.
God, I'm awful.
He nodded a few times, taking his hand away and resting on his hunches, stretching his legs out. A few moments passed as Joseph regained his calm, laid-back demeanor. One leg still bounced a little, a quick rhythm, tapping a dance hall tune.
Pony!
Ponies.
Pony! Let's have a serious dark conversation. We just got kicked out of town. Pony!
Saddle up them horsies. The sun was almost gone now, the last dregs of its light in the desert turning everything in the distance a single dusty red. You could see the stars now as you looked to the sky, the light continuing to fade. More and more points of light dotting their way to the east. You turned your eyes away from the sky when you heard the sound of a penknife flicking open. Oh my gosh, they're here! He's betraying you! Oh, don't mind me, none. Just doing a little preening.
Oh, little preening. Oh, I know what that is, because I was obsessed with animals as a child.
He started taking the knife gently to his wing, very gently. He seemed to be scraping away older feathers, while also opening new pin feathers scattered across the wing, in motions almost like shaving.
Yeah. Oh, that's me. Forgive me if I'm talking out of line, but why don't you use your beak for that?
Well, Mama always told us you don't use your beak for things around anyone other than family or lovers. Ain't polite. He seemed a little sheepish admitting it, like it was an uncommon quirk of his family. Yes, about Black Vulture, yeah? Don't you know the stories already?
Yeah, but those are just stories. I know what it's like to ride with somebody with a few tales trailing behind them.
Joseph snorted a little, still making his way across the wing with his small knife. Yep, that sounds about right. Pretty sure some of the more flattering ones I heard were left behind by the vulture himself. You settled on the side of your legs a little, getting more comfortable as he kept stirring the ever-cooking pot. Where to begin with the man himself? Jeez. He's a real piece of work, that one, I can tell you that for sure. He's a city slicker that considers himself a cowboy, even though he hates getting his boots dirty. Acts all gentlemanlike and such, a real flannel mouth. Flannel? He's a hipster.
Oh no.
He'd turn the pants off of you if he had something he wanted. Then when he's got what he wants, he drove a knife towards you pointedly. He'd stick you in the back and twist it hard to hear you cry. He turned the knife back to preening. He's a terrible shot too. There are some stories that he could shoot the cap off a bottle without spilling it from 50 paces. But he ain't the sharpshooter. Never. He's almost as bad at a shot as me. You got someone else for that. See, that's how you run his posse. You make yourself indispensable. Posse. He tapped his knife on the ground through the word to make his point. His gang is on the smaller side, but they're plenty loyal. They need to be. There can't be anyone else.
You're loyal, man.
I'm the eyes. I'm useful. I get on good with a lot of them, and Black Vulture keeps me around. Win-win. You understood what he was saying, what he meant, what he really wanted to say. You understood how it felt to be under that kind of looming shadow. No one for miles around, but don't say anything, just in case. Yay, paranoia. Yeah, that's common though. It feels universal to me anyway. You've seen what happens to the people. You both have for sure. The very second you say something out loud, even if there's no one around to hear it, it still feels like the very second you let it slip out of your mouth, that's it. The truth is already out of your stirring out of your mind, brewing in there.
Oof, yeah.
This is why you go over every single word in your brain and make sure it has layers of meaning.
What's that saying? If you say it out loud, it becomes true.
Yeah.
It's like when you say it out loud, you finally realize it.
Yeah, I've seen this a common tactic in other stories too, and sometimes just shouting, it happened a few times when I was going through games too, just there was something that was in the back of my mind, but then I realized it, oh, that's what I was thinking this whole time. Oh!
Realization.
Epiphanies.
Slow brain time.
Slow brain churnings. You'd seen what happens to the people. You both had for sure. Joseph was as far from a greenhorn as could be. Yeah, he has black feathers. Dumb jokes. He slopped hands and started the knife on his other wing now. So what about Curly Wolf? You said there were plenty of tall tales about him. Split fair with me. You didn't look at him when he asked you. You kept looking at the pot, peeking over to check the beans.
This looks about done to me.
Okay, fine, don't answer. Joseph stared at you for a moment when you did meet his eyes, then closed up his knife, kneeling over to look with an approving whistle. Yeah, looks like to me.
Happy boy.
You laughed a little as his stomach gave a hearty growl, fetching the bowls and holding them while Joseph served you both a big slopping portion.
It got closer.
God. You probably like this way more than I did, actually.
What?
You're probably liking this way more than I did, probably.
The romance is starting.
God. Night had come now. You both gathered a little closer in the fire and moved the pot stand to the side. You could see him easier now with it out the way. With the pot lifted, the fire rose, dancing in the wind, sometimes hazing your view, the blur flitting in and out as you glanced eyes while you ate. Believe it or not, but I ain't the cookie back at camp. Someone else got that privilege. He's clearly joking, but the beans were some of the better you had.
I never would have guessed. I don't cook that often, but I make some meat donuts for the time to time. Meat donuts? What?
Mean.
Mean donuts. Oh.
I make a good mean beans.
Mean donuts? That's a lot of stuff to do.
My first thought was, how do you make donuts back then?
You gotta bake it, fry it.
I guess it's something of
Unless it's like a pancake or something.
I guess it would be.
Would it just be is it like funnel cake where it's just like a circle?
I guess, but don't you have to deep fry that?
I guess you gotta fry it. I don't know.
How do you deep fry donut or funnel cake without deep frying it? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you do now. I'll have to try them then.
I hope so.
It was so selfish to Dora's question. Say nothing about Curly Wolf. So rude of you. You weren't raised like this. You couldn't, though.
You are a good boy. You gotta be a good boy. Good boy.
You couldn't, though. Never. Or more like, you didn't know what to say. How many years had it been now?
Sorry, I should have said something when you asked about my boss.
I get it.
No, I mean, of course you do. But it's also that when I said I was the quiet type, it's more than that. If I'm shooting straight with you, I don't remember the last time I heard my own voice before today.
Oh my.
Oh, dang. Ding, ding, diggity, diggity, ding.
Sounded like me in middle school.
At the camp, I might might say yeah or no, but I don't really talk.
I yell. No.
And when I'm away on lookout, there's just no one to talk to. I don't want to talk to myself, and I just remain reminded I'm alone. I've never talked about him. I wouldn't.
Joseph looked straight at you, even into you, it almost felt like. You could see the fire between you and his eyes, flames fluttering across the irises. The intensity of his look gave way to something like relief. No, don't worry about being a quiet one. I think it's part of your charm. There are lots of wannabe tough guys who want to act like you with no sweat. That strong, silent act.
Ooh.
Besides, guys back home are always telling me to shut up. Not that I give them the satisfaction.
I can't tell you that being quiet doesn't change things.
No.
Some horseshit regardless of whether you make a fuss.
He sighed. A long sigh. What words could you even use for a man like him?
Curly Wolf is a bad egg. I think sometimes he was just born like that. I know he can't have been, but I don't know what godforsaken things happened to him to turn him into what he is. He's probably the meanest, roughest bastard you'll ever have the misfortune of meeting. Anyone you can think of that you wouldn't want to run into, he's worse than that. I don't know about Black Vulture, but the stories Curly Wolf leaves behind, I don't think they even match up to how dangerous he really is. Ooh, whoops, he is. Look.
Yeah.
I've seen him gun down traitors riding away on horseback 200 paces away. It's easy to get his
Dander.
It's easy to get his dander up, and he's the last person you've ever wanted to do that to. He'd make sure of that. Not the brightest you've ever meet, but his instincts are keen. He'd never made any empty threats, and he'll happily get his hands dirty to make good on them.
Shit. Black Vulture said before he'd be willing to pick a fight with Curly Wolf, but they never met. Now I'm wondering if he has any idea what that would get him into. He ain't stupid, but he's definitely too cocky for his own good. Oh, eat your bowl before it gets cold. Nothing worse than cold food. Don't choke on the bowl, though. You did as he said, mulling over what you talked about while you ate. Joseph had a head start on you.
I don't know why, but do you remember the Fantastic Mr. Fox? I don't know why, but I just thought of that, how they eat. It's just like
just like so
Go
fast and
crazy.
ferocious. But even so, his eating was ferocious, and he finished before even halfway through yours.
Wait, I did. I just realized. Wait.
Just peck at the food.
Can you peck violently? I want to Google that. I want to see some ducks peck violently at something.
He sat back from his hunched over the bowl, wiping his beak on his arm. He looked around some, into the fire, out into the darkness of the desert, at you. You could tell he didn't want to stare, but his eyes took you in anyway, with long glances. He coughed, clearing his throat to stall for the words he was thinking of. Say, Buck, I wanted to ask. He grabbed his knife again, taking it to his wing once more, looking away as he asked a common question. Your arm. I hope you don't think me cruel for asking, but what happened? Did he do that to you? You're pretty used to questions about it, but you appreciate the genuine warmth behind his words at least.
Ah, there we go. This old thing? Yeah, wasn't pretty. It was a practical joke of sorts, if you'd call it that, by some of the guys during the camp.
Oh, just like waving an axe around, just like a just cuts off your arm, just like, just a prank, bro.
Jesus, that is
Wow.
horrible. And you can't even run or you die.
Yeah.
Took my bandana and I shoved it in my mouth of one of the horses.
Shoved in the mouth of the horses.
Egged me on like I like to get it back. Reached my hand in, of course, I can't read.
Hoss.
Ha! Reached my hand in, and of course the hoss gets on antsy and bites down, starting to thrash, trying to get away. I don't remember much after that. Blacked out from the pain.
Oh
So
boy.
what happened?
Like literally just like the rest of the bandits in his gang just like decided to him, hey, I'm gonna put your bandana in the horse's mouth. Go grab it, and the horse chomped down on his arm, hard.
Dang.
Yeah.
Next thing I know, I'm being hauled to some doctor. Told me that they had to amputate. Oh yeah, if you break an arm, you gotta get cut off. So they didn't know how to set it
Yeah.
before it
Putrefied.
putrefied.
Joseph had stopped preening at this point, looking with some real watery eyes and a soft expression on his brow of both anger and horror.
Got the bandana back. Oh my god. Got the bandana back, so you know, win some, you lose some.
Was that a lucky bandana or what? I'm sorry.
Nothing to be sorry for. Long time ago. You just live with it.
The bandages on his arm stump is just there for just set.
Oh, I guess. I was wondering, like, is it new? Is it old? Why is there bandages? Or is it just the art style?
I still just like the whole just like hey, just randomly just touch someone with it.
That's what I said last time. It's just like,
Yeah, I know.
I would love to make people uncomfortable. Just like, hey, rubs.
Hey,
rubs, no.
buddy, old chum, old pal. How's it going? Oh, stop touching me.
I wonder if that's uncomfortable. Like, it's just like, I bet it would be uncomfortable for them because, like, you know, there used to be something there. It's like phasing. It would feel like you're phasing your arm through someone. I think. That's what I think.
Full and finished, you set aside your bowl, taking another appraisal of your surroundings, looking into the sky and its carpet of stars. It was quickly starting to get cold, so you got up and went to your horses, fishing some blankets out for them. Looking inside the bag, you couldn't find your usual extra blanket for yourself. You immediately thought the same thing I did.
We're both degenerates.
Look, it's a classical romance trope. Or, I guess, in some circles, fanfic.
Bro. I must have forgot one of the extra tents. I'm sorry. I guess you have to share mine.
Oh my god. Ah, shit.
Wait, wasn't that in Brokeback Mountain?
I
don't know.
think they did share a tent, but I don't remember if it was an accident.
Oops. I tripped.
Oops, I tripped. Looks like to help me get up. You can stay down there. Oh.
Stepladder, what are you doing?
Please don't. Ah, shit. I must have forgotten to take it before you left. You spied your binoculars in there. You took them and walked to the edge of the cliff again. You're about to put them up to your eyes when you realized you didn't need them to see what was happening in Clemency. The whole town was dark, except for the bright lights prominently shining from the saloon. You saw the shallow silhouettes of people dancing play out across the street in front. If you listen closely, music. Seems like they're having a rip-roaring time.
Yeah, I wonder if they do it tonight, like Bartholomew mentioned.
Why wouldn't they? What are they gonna be worried about? It's always a little cold, blunt, ice cubes in a drink bumping your teeth as you sip.
You know, out of all the towns I've been kicked out and run out of, this is the only one I wanted to come back to.
This place ain't for us. We're trouble, Buck. We're no good for these folks. Tomorrow we'll be gone, we'll tell our bosses we didn't find anything, and if we're lucky, they'll just go on their way. Maybe in another life we could have gone back there. It would have been nice. But this is our life, our only one. It is what it is, we move on, that's how we live. You could feel the wind blowing behind you, ruffling your trousers, whistling past your ears, that seemed to push you towards the edge of the cliff.
Yeah, I guess it is.
The wind kept howling, picking up and dying down, whistling off the valley and kicking up clouds of dust around the buildings down below.
Curly Wolf's gonna ransack this place, even if they don't have anything.
And what do you want me to do about it, huh, Buck? Not my problem. You feel now, the desert night on you, your fingers, the tips of your ears starting to feel the tenderness of the cold and the wind. You were shivering. You shouldn't have talked back to him. You knew how that always went. It never ended well. You just made him feel worse, like it was his fault. Why should he have to listen to your stupid concerns? It was your shit to figure out. He owes you nothing. You just met. You don't know each other. If it weren't for convenience, you would have shot each other hours ago. You heard the sound of shuffling behind you as he got up. He started walking towards you. Here it came, as you knew it would. You tense up as he approaches, close at distance, expecting the due anger. Closing your eyes when you feel him at your back, ready for the blow that's coming. You flinch when you feel a weight around your shoulders. You squeeze them, too, that you expect to hurt, but it's so tender it couldn't possibly. Opening your eyes, you see a thick blanket draped around you down to your knees. You looked cold. Don't want to get consumption just standing there. You know how cold the desert gets. You drop the binoculars gingerly by its strap to the floor, now clasping the edges of the blanket with your hand tight around you. You could feel how cold your fingers were just below your chin, almost numb. How long had you been standing here for?
I'm dreadfully sorry.
Yeah, nothing to be sorry for. You and he sat down by the fire, Joseph giving in a 1,000-yard stare.
Thank you.
Nothing to it. Just get warm. You pull a blanket tighter again, the desert chill still sweeping underneath.
Are you not cold?
I've been around the fire all night, haven't I? I'm fine. He's lying. You can see his feathers twitch and shiver, but he's trying hard to hide it. You wonder the truth of what he said, too. That we just had to move on.
I'm a degenerate, you should know this by now!
Oh god. Standing out with the blanket, you walk around the fire, standing over him a moment as he looks up towards you with wide eyes. You sweep the blanket around him and sit down, shoulder to shoulder.
Oh my god.
You were right. He's definitely cold, but a lot warmer than you imagined.
Now you guys are both pony! Sorry. Oh my god! That's so cute!
Yeah.
What is it cute?
No,
That's so cute!
yeah, it's adorable.
That's so cute! I still want to see that lizard again. Is that, am I the only
Lizard
one?
was the best part of the game.
At his beautiful story, I'm like, where's that lizard? I like the lizard boy.
Oh, I love this song, though.
Oh man, this is gorgeous.
I told you I'm fine.
Don't give me that. Don't. Fuck. Don't give me that.
Blow.
Don't give it up. Don't give me that blow, tough guy. I'm making this too perverted. I know you're not. Oh god, I'm making this word perverted.
He looks like he's gonna say something, but just shuts his beak. He suddenly seems a lot warmer.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean what I said.
I know. That wasn't the fella I've been around all day.
I'm just...
Scared?
He nods softly, as to be almost unnoticeable. Yeah, more scared than I ever been. Together you huddle, bring the blankets tighter and tighter, move closer to each other. It's adorable. He smells of the desert, dusty and sweaty. Why is this so warm? Why do you feel like this? Not warm like you're around a fire, but like there's a fire inside you. Warm coals shifting around inside, embers spitting your throat. Have you ever felt like this before?
Joseph,
He looks at you. Your faces so close together. You lean your head into his shoulder, staring into the wild dance of the fire.
I haven't met someone like me before, or someone like you. You're extremely kind, even to a stranger like me. I wish I could, know you more than just a few hours. I know I have to ride back in the morning, but of all the hopes I've hoped, the strongest is that I can stay. Oh my god! That the sun would never rise. Oh man, my voice is not good.
Yeah, I was like thinking about it in my head, but
I don't want to go back.
You stay clinging to him. In a few moments, he pulls you tighter. I have to say, I feel the same way.
Oh my god, so
I can
cute.
see in you someone who's faced so many hardships. Someone who deserves better. He's worked harder than any of the lump suckers back where you've come from. We're a couple of clear fish in a barrel, I'd say. Lord knows how we found each other. The sun will come up again, and we'll have to go our separate ways. We don't have another choice. I just wish it wasn't so. I wish. You lift your head to look at him. He just gives you a look and turns back to the fire.
What do you think? Oh no, oh no.
He sighs warily, like he's been asked to carry the world on his back. It's a flight of fancy, that's all. It's not realistic. You look at him curiously, catching his eyes. He looks at you, almost for approval, before he thinks about what he wants to say. I wish we could run away. That's it.
Why not? I mean, you'd be like...
The two of us, far away from everyone and everything.
You could.
Right east till we know no one's chasing us.
That sounds nice.
You both cuddle for a little while longer, sitting close and resting your heads together.
Ah, it's so cute! Where's their hats at? I just realized that.
They took their hats off, okay?
Oh man, I like their little hats. I want a little floaty hat. When I make jokes when I'm sad.
The thoughts of running away took over in your mind. Is that what you want? As we could read your mind, Joseph asked, what do you want to do? You thought more. No one had ever really asked you that. Even so, you knew what you wanted to say.
I'm tired of running, Joseph. I want to fight. I want to kill Curly Wolf. Oh, damn.
Really?
It's the only way I can think to be free of him. You know as well as I do that I don't get to just up and leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I'd love to be free of Black Vulture too, but do you think that's something you could do? Kill him?
I can't do it alone. Our gang, Joseph. We're just going to destroy this town.
Yeah.
And after it, if we run away, we'd never be safe. We'd be looking over our shoulders for the rest of our lives. I don't want to run away from things anymore. I want to run towards a better life with you. Oh my god, so cute!
Joseph's eyes were sympathetic, but his expression was of discomfort. I think you're right, and I do want to help you, but I'm useless in a fight. I can't shoot straight. I don't want to die, Buck.
I won't let that happen. I'll keep you safe. We can keep each other safe. Oh.
Like, I haven't, like, Jesus, I love that kind of thing in story, just like, even if it's just friends or something like that, like, just butting together, like, the whole, like, against the whole world and all that. I don't see a lot of stories do that, actually.
Yeah.
Like, it's always just like, oh, the main character's by like, you know, him or her themselves, like, just facing everything, like, all alone and all that. Sometimes it makes for good drama, at the same time just feels just like, why don't you ask for help or, like, try to find something? Because some of the time it just feels like you could just ask and, like, they would help you, but it just always seems like, oh, you just have some stupid pride which is going to get you killed.
Yeah.
Like, it just feels like they don't really... They just want to do that just to have some drama. It, like, doesn't feel right to the character or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's not even a good idea, even the moment.
We haven't been living our lives, Joseph. Just surviving.
I'm gonna put a pin in that quote. Jesus.
Yeah, that is it. That's
Literally? Yes,
yeah.
actually. We haven't been living our lives, just surviving.
Oh, man.
God.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Mm.
Something better than that is worth dying for. The fighting feels
Inevitable.
inevitable. We should face it.
You really that desperate to get out? You nod, head held against his shoulder.
Oh my god, so cute.
Like, oh, even like the effect of like, I guess the flames, like, you know, just reflect, like shadowing over their faces. It's
I
great.
know, it's so cute.
It adds so much more charm to it than just a static
Like
CG.
little patches. Oh, it's cute.
He sighs that same sigh again, long and heavy, almost theatrical if it weren't for the stakes laid out before you both. I think you're right. A chance like this won't come again. I might even be tempted to call it fate. We should talk to Sheriff again, I think. Somehow, if we can.
I don't think
He yawns. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we ain't gonna figure it out when we're bone tired. We should get some sleep. Come morning, we'll talk more. Figure something out, and then...
so. Hoping on a kiss and a prayer. And that we make it out alive.
He chuckles. Ain't that the story of our lives? Yes.
Sorry. This will be the last time we have a fight like that. I swear it.
You both fall asleep against each other, dreaming of that promise. Praying for a better tomorrow, and willing to fight for it. The determination is off the charts.
Determination.
Just, oh god. There's not a lot of stories that make me feel that way anyway. Actual stakes.
Ooh, steaks. Delicious.
Medium rare. Yeah. It wasn't the red morning sun, now risen just above the horizon, that had awoken you. Nor was the gentle slumbering breath of Joseph against your neck, doing its best to lull you back to sleep. What woke you up wasn't even the familiar crick at the base of your tail from sleeping in the bedroll, a stiffness you couldn't wait to stretch out. It was your thoughts. All the thoughts in your mind, like so many wild horses running, of what may come next. What you both had to do. The nights spent on a lookout were better than the sleepless nights back at camp, but you still dreaded the dawn that came after. At least you had Joseph this time. At least you had him for what was to come, you hoped. You could feel one big wing of his wrapped around your stomach, shifting as he started to wake too now. God, just the imagery of that, just like, you're under my wing now.
Aww.
As much as you wanted to keep lying here with him just for a few more minutes, you knew you had to get up. Coffee wouldn't brew itself.
Okay, I need that coffee.
I don't really like just normal standard black coffee, like, yeah, like, honestly.
Yeah, I like it filled with sugar. Filled. Cream and sugar and
Yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah. You peeled back the blanket a little as you could to let yourself escape, gingerly untucking Joseph's fingers from your side. Just like you unwrap the blanket and you just realize you're just all tangled in the blanket. It's just like a weird twister game. Like, how do we get in this? I'm suffocating. Sliding off the bedroll and through the dirt, you let Joseph's arm down gently. Crouching low on your knees, you gave his hand a gentle squeeze, feeling the soft, dry, dusty feathers beneath your fingertips. Holding this moment. Dusty. Did you say dusty, bitch? Okay, I'll give you that. Holding this moment in your head, that it might stay there. You stood up, dusting yourself off everywhere you could. Time to get ready. Even with Joseph here, your morning routine was most the same, just doubled, you supposed. Feed and water the horses, both of them. Make a pot of coffee, double the amounts though. Let it brew for a little longer too, the same fire as you used last night together. You kept thinking while the coffee boiled. There were many things you didn't have time to think about yet. Even so, unimportant thoughts still rose. An unimportant thought that kept bubbling up was how nice it was to not have the usual knot in your stomach. The tightness that twisted every time at camp when you had to get food or a drink to use the same tools in the same space as the others. It was nice not to have to worry right now, you thought, about sharing this. Joseph wouldn't complain about having to get coffee from the same pot as you. He wouldn't get angry that you were handling his stuff. Could it have always been this easy? Your stomach rumbling snapped you from your thoughts. Of course, you'd forgotten breakfast. You went back to your bag and unwrapped some salted pork, holding between your teeth and tearing a chunk off. You always liked how chewy it was, when you weren't in a rush. The rhythm of your jaw grinding out helped you think. Possibilities were rolling around your mind, dice cast along the branch of a tree, how things might play out. Although you couldn't just keep it to yourself now. For better or worse, this is about the two of you. There was both weight and comfort in that thought. As you watched the pot start to bubble and steam, you heard the sound of sleepy shuffling, turned to see a waking Joseph. He was propped up on one elbow, clearly trying to figure out what was in front of him.
Tiny man.
Rubbing his eyes with one winged hand. He saw his pupils contract to the morning sun that was getting brighter and brighter, focusing on you. Good morning, partner. Did the sweet smell of coffee I smell brewing?
Not sure I'd call it sweet.
The good bitter
I need
coffee?
I don't know, coffee. Cappuccino or something. I don't know. I don't know coffee.
Is there a Starbucks anywhere nearby? You looked into the pod of dark brown, tar-like substance, regarding the large snoutful he got of its acrid, bitter scent. Well, the idea is sweet to me, at least. Stuff's damn near magic as far as I'm concerned.
It's literally crack.
Just motivational juice gives magic.
Oh, wait, this is back in the old days. Yeah, they probably did put crack in it.
Oh my god.
Didn't they? Wasn't that like a big thing where they put like cocaine in things? They
Well,
shouldn't have
definitely like
cocaine?
that was Coke. Like Coca-Cola. Like there's a bit of like a...
Just put a bit of cocaine in everything.
It's not an actual drink for you to have. It's just it's just like a stress reliever. Gets rid of headaches.
You
good.
thirsty? Have some cocaine. Your toothaches? Have some cocaine. Got a stomachache? Have some cocaine. You'll be fine. No wonder they lived a long time.
Just need to cook some Coke to get rid of these pains in my head.
You know that cocaine.
With surprising energy for someone who had just woken up, Joseph whipped the blanket off of him, standing and dusting himself off. You watched still as he stretched. His fingers locked together, wings pushed and pulled in front and behind. The way the feathers of his neck parted and ruffled as he rolled his head around his shoulders.
Ooh, he's oogling him. Oogly-ogling him.
The hem of his shirt, usually tucked in but now loose after a night's sleep, rising ever so slightly as he twisted his body. He sighed as he finished, wings in his hips, and met eyes with you. Ooh, what are you
I
looking at?
get it, don't you?
Stop gawking at the hawk.
Gawking at the hawk. Oogling and ogling. Oh, there he is, flustered boy.
Nothing.
Nothing? Nothing.
Uh-huh.
Creeps closer.
A shy smirk crept across his face. He tucked his shirt back in and walked over to you. What you eating?
Salted pork. There's some in my bag if you want.
I think I will. Make it kindly.
Can you get some cups too? The coffee looks about done.
You looked behind you as Joseph crouched as he dug into your bag, giving you a quick thumbs up. You turned to the pot again and stirred it with a spoon a little. Joseph came back around and sat beside you, setting 2 tin cups on the ground with one hand. His beak tore the piece of jerky in his other hand, hungrily swallowing down to a few chews. He picked up the pot and poured you both a hot cup, eagerly tapping his cup with yours before drinking. Cheers! Clink. Clink.
Clink.
It's not a proper toast, but you don't hear the sound of clink. Cheers! You both sipped quietly. You could feel the heat of the coffee traveling all the way down your gullet, burning your belly. How'd you sleep?
Good, like a pup. Didn't wake once.
Me too. Slept better than even that hotel I stayed in one time. I swear, the sheets in that bed were the softest darn thing I ever touched.
Softer than hay. Sounds nice.
It was. Last night was nicer, mind you. And the silence between you now. Likely you were both thinking the same thing. Thinking about last night, what you talked about. Silence because if neither of you spoke, maybe nothing would happen. Maybe the world would stop turning, the sun would stop rising. Of course it still does. You can see it, charting its course away from one horizon to the next.
So? Oh god. Neither of them want to start this conversation.
Yeah.
What's your plan? What's our plan? Fuck.
Yeah.
I can read. No, I can't. I lied. I'm sorry.
Yeah, read better.
Shut up. Fucking, why don't you just stop being dyslexic? Fuck you. I'm like,
Stop being autistic.
just stop being you. Why not?
Don't get up already. It's not like your legs are broken. Oh my god.
Why are you confused about your gender? Just look down. Like, fuck.
This is just a phase. This is just
Oh my god, I hate that.
all of this pent up.
Oh, you're asexual? I bet you just haven't met the right person. I will fucking break your neck.
I will break your kneecaps. I'll break your kneecap.
I'll break them, I will. I'll make sure your children watch.
I'll make sure children get born with it too. Oh my god, that's a bit too far, but Jesus. Joseph shuffled a little, legs restless. We killed Curly Wolf and Black Vulture. That's what we said, right? You nodded. Maybe we don't have to. We could just run away.
We talked about that, Joseph. If we run, we'll spend the rest of our lives looking over our shoulder. We'll never really be safe.
What do you think would be a good plan here, then?
Poison?
How?
Well, I guess he doesn't. Nobody likes him touching their stuff. So
Yeah,
I
and
guess.
I don't think they would, like, casually have poison around. And I'm pretty sure if they did, they would, like, have it on a tight leash.
I mean, like, they're in a desert. They probably have, like, a bunch of poisons if you think about it.
Just grab a yellow spotted lizard and just put some tiny, like, pieces in there.
Yellow spotted lizard from holes? You mean? Do you mean the dragon lizards that are not poisonous? They're just like, what are they?
They don't exist.
No, they're just those lizards that were painted with spots.
Yeah, exactly.
They're pets and they're not
Yellow
venomous.
spotted lizards don't exist. They were painted.
They're bearded dragon.
They're not yellow spotted lizards.
Oh my gosh.
The movie and the book were amazing.
I never read the book.
The book was kind of the same. I'm struggling to remember what was different about it, but it was generally the same actually. But like the author definitely was actually working with the movie crew actually. So that's probably because why I was so faithful.
Oh yes, snakes.
Yeah, snakes.
Well, I'm guessing you'd have to stab it inside them and not drink it. Well, okay.
Well, those rattlesnakes, but yeah.
Wait, what's that video? I'm trying to remember. It's just like if you bite it, it's you're poisonous. If you bite it, it's
if you bite it and you die, it's poisonous. But if it bites you and you die, it's venomous. I can't remember what the other vice versas were.
If I bite it and it dies, what is that? You're poisonous.
It means you're venomous. It means you're venomous.
I'm dyslexic.
They're like, oh, I think my favorite was if you bite it and suddenly someone else dies, that's black magic.
But yeah, black magic.
If neither of you bite each other and both of you die from something, that's just magic. Whatever that means. That's great though. Yeah, you're right.
Besides, have you ever thought about it?
Of course I have. It's not that simple though. Everyone around him is loyal. It'd be hard to even get the chance. Even if I killed him, I wouldn't get away with my life.
Yeah, I'm about to say, the other gangs would probably shoot you.
Yeah.
You know, take his hat and be the leader.
Yeah. You see this hat? This is my hat now. I'm the leader.
This is my floating hat. I'm the leader now.
This hat makes me the leader. Not anything else. And even when
Oh wait, what's the big rat? It's just like, oh man, I just killed that rat. Well, I'm the big rat now. I love that. Oh, I don't even remember it.
Even when I thought about the ideal world where he's got a bullet in his brain and I'm home free, there's nothing after, Buck. I could never see what happened the rest of my life. It was blank. Just a desert.
And if we're about to kill him now, what do you see?
Joseph looked at her head, thinking. The feathers on his face fluttered in the wind. Something, I suppose. Not nothing, at least. I think maybe I can trust that. Are we really gonna be able to kill them, though?
I don't know. They bleed and die like everyone else. It's just hard to get a chance. At some point, our gangs are going to go to Clemency and take us with them, whether we like it or not. I think we should try to use that to our advantage. Unfamiliar place for them, at least.
What about everyone in town? They shouldn't have to be involved with this.
They're already involved. We can't change that.
Destiny sucks.
I just wonder if any of them would help us. I doubt it.
Do you think... You look at Joseph, and he turned to look at you too, his brow furrowed. Sheriff? You felt a cold dread wash over you, even in the heat of the morning sun.
No, I don't think Sheriff wants anything to do with us. We'd be dead before we even cross the town line, remember?
Yeah, like, okay, so what was it, like, it's gonna be hard to, like, for, like, them to go back to their own camps and kill their leader, but also because even if they do, like, they'll know who did it, and then, like, see them run away, they'll just immediately clock who killed the leader.
I'm surprised they didn't, like, follow them. That's what I'm wondering.
Where?
If I found out that 2 people were involved with a gang, and they were gonna go back to their little gang, I'd probably get someone to scout out or something.
I mean, well, both of them are lookouts, but for the town, really.
Yeah, but like, still, like, wouldn't you want somebody to follow just to see how big the gangs were? Blah blah blah.
Meh.
I don't know.
Probably just sheriff just thinks they're literally just gold hungry people. That was pretty much it. Yeah. Like, even after that, like, the whole thing of them saying, like, there's, like, gangs around, he probably just, they probably just think it's, you know, like a lie, you know? You'd be dead before, okay, sorry. Yeah, you said that already. I know, it just, there was something about it, how Sheriff was when we were told to leave. I don't know if I fully believed it.
Sorry, Joseph. I think that just wishful thinking.
Hey, you listen to me now. I ain't making it up. His voice is suddenly sterner, the timidness that had been in his voice now gone. I'm telling you, Sheriff. Sheriff, I don't think Sheriff wanted us to leave. There was something far too sad about it. You saw it too, right? I'm not imagining it. You thought back. It hurt too much to dwell on it, but now you thought about it, you had to agree. It wasn't like other times when you'd been exiled or barred from places. There was anger, but there was also frustration. Disappointment. That wasn't normal.
You might be right. Even so, I don't think we can go waltzing back to Clemency and expect Sheriff to welcome us with open arms. We still don't even have a plan.
I think we need to talk to the Sheriff. Even if we don't have a plan, Sheriff needs to know what's coming.
Yeah, you're right. I just don't know how.
Determination.
We need to get Sheriff without being seen. Ideally, I don't want to risk getting shot. However, unlikely.
My first thought was literally just just write a long letter to Sheriff and just like
paper airplane it.
Yeah, exactly. Like perfectly. Like, but keeps failing through the window and just like they just keep doing it for hours until Sheriff just like walks out. Then they just see a whole pile of
thousands
of just paper airplanes right outside their windows. Like, what the heck? And then just see where another paper airplane goes. They just read a letter like, "You son of a guns."
It's like, we have a secret to tell you.
Without being seen, you set your coffee down, getting up and walking to the edge of the cliff. You didn't need binoculars to see the shape of the town from up here, and the land moved and shallowed down towards the buildings. You looked along the cliff, in the opposite direction to where you'd gone yesterday.
Hey, Joseph. I think if we ride our horses this way, we might be able to get to the town. We might be able to get to the town from the back. Sheriff's office is at the back of the town there. If we surrender ourselves, we might get to talk to the sheriff.
Joseph got up from where he was and walked over to you, looking along the cliff where you're pointing, sipping his coffee. Yeah. That could work.
What, not a fan of this idea?
Oh, no, we can't do that. This coffee is just mighty vile. It tastes
Wow,
like
thank you.
it tastes like dirt. He held the cup over
It
the
is dirt.
He held the cup over the edge and tipped it out upside down. The brown sludge falling into the sand below.
Wait, they do not filter it?
I don't think they have filters.
So they're just boiling a bunch of powder?
Yes, like hot cocoa.
Oh my god. But hot cocoa is like an actual powder. That's just ground.
Grand.
So it's just dirt.
Tasty.
Actually, I accidentally brewed coffee without using a filter. And the worst part is, it was the best coffee I've ever had. I don't know what's wrong with me. It was the strongest coffee ever. And I didn't even realize it. I don't want to think of that memory. My stomach didn't like me.
Let's get going. We don't have much time for both of us. We need to get back to our gangs.
Yeah, of course.
You took one last look along the cliff face, and then started helping Joseph clear up the camp, making haste to get on your horses.
Nay, nay.
Nay.
Lizard! Lizard! Oh my god, lizard!
Jesus.
I
Jesus,
knew it!
stop.
Oh my god, it's a lizard!
You're just gonna worship the lizard by now, huh?
I love the
Worship the lizard.
Yes!
Worship the lizard sheriff, okay?
Oh my god, I love that lizard.
You
I
rode
do.
as quick as you could down the cliff face, taking a long route along the back of the town. Let's pass by the lizard completely without noticing it all.
No.
Climbing off your horse as you tied him up outside behind a rocky outcropping. You started your cautious walk to the edge of the town together, cautious about being spotted. Sheriff's office was right in front of you, the squat building backing up onto the side of the desert. The two square windows were cut into the face of the building, holes in the frame from where bars once were. As you got closer, you listened out for anything that might tell you where Sheriff was. The rhythmic tapping of wood carried on the wind to you from the front porch. Carefully, you and Joseph sidled up to the building. Sticking close to the side, you shuffled along the stone wall, cold in the shade. At the edge, you slowly peeked your head out, squinting through the morning sun. Sheriff was sitting on the porch outside, looking out into the town, cane tapping idly on the wooden boards. He hadn't been noticed yet. You pulled your head back and nodded to Joseph, him nodding back in turn.
Danger boys.
You both drew your guns back to the wall and called out.
Sheriff. Oh wait. I
Yeah.
forgot their voice.
No, make it stern. Like,
Sheriff.
don't be timid anymore. This is Buck, like, getting his game
We're
face
big
on.
boys. I love the way he's holding that. It's like,
I
I'm a
love
big
it.
boy.
The
I have a gun.
the sawed-off shotgun. You hear the panic shuffling of someone getting out of their chair, and the cocking of a gun.
Ooh.
Who goes there?
It's us, Sheriff. Joseph and Buck. We mean no harm. While pointing guns at...
Pointing guns in the air. Pew pew.
Pew, pew, pew.
As you heard Sheriff's footsteps coming towards you around the corner, you'll put your hands up, guns hanging limply by the fingertips. You step back from the building out of the shade as Sheriff came to face you, a gun loosely pointing in your direction. What am I looking at here? Why are you back? Are you surrendering?
Yeah, kinda. Sheriff, we need to talk. For real this time.
Oh yeah? I'm supposed to believe any collywobble you say now, am I?
Cobble wobble.
Collywobble.
Cobble wobble.
Collie.
No, we
know we betrayed your trust. We lied to you about we were here, but we didn't lie about the danger to the town. We're asking you for a chance to explain ourselves. Sheriff's brow was furrowed. You could see that even under the rough and scaled skin, a few moments of silence passed between you. Sheriff holstered the gun slowly and calmly, the click of it uncocking letting you breathe freely again. Come into the office then. We have things to discuss. They gave each other a look of relief as Sheriff turned to walk back.
They're like, oh shoot, that actually worked.
Yeah. You put your guns away as well and followed the lizard round.
Lizard! Oh my god, lizard!
Well, guess what? We've better lizard here, okay?
Oh.
Way better lizard. I mean, look at their gaze.
But did you see that other lizard?
That lizard was shit.
How dare you?
This lizard is better. They are better.
They're better.
Yes. The office was darker inside than yesterday, the morning sun not quite shining in the same way. The sheriff stood with both hands on the cane, face curious and stern, still untrusting. So, boys, what do we need to talk about? You looked at Joseph, and he met your eyes. They were darting about in the small way they do, even when you're focusing on a point. He gave you a little wink. That was all you needed.
Yesterday, we told you about those outlaws heading here. That wasn't a lie, or I guess it wasn't a white lie.
You
It was
lied
a
to me?
White lie. Our gangs know about this place, and they're gonna be coming here, gold or not.
So you were scouting our town out. Makes sense. Still, I don't see what's stopping you from lying about this town. You both know we can't do much to defend ourselves from a whole gang. But frankly, if I'm picking up what you're putting down, you don't want to hurt us, then just lie to them. Tell them we're armed to the teeth, scare them off. They won't be stupid enough to still try.
I guess we could, but
But what? Look, I appreciate you trying to come clean and help somehow, but this ain't our business, you see?
it's not one gang, it's two. I'm from Curly Wolf's gang.
And I'm from Black Vulture's. You're from two different gangs. I'll be damned, you seem so friendly with each other.
That's the thing, Sheriff. We
don't want to work for him anymore. Curly Wolf and Black Vulture. We want to kill him. We need each other's help to do that. We can't do it alone, you see? Your heart was beating fast in your chest. Saying it out loud, saying the sheriff, changed things. Like we talked about before, like saying it like becomes the truth, almost. Before you convince yourself otherwise, you took Joseph's hand in yours.
Ah! Ah! Oh my god! They're holding hands! Oh my god, it's fucking horror.
Oh my gosh, holding hands before marriage?
Fucking
Oh my
whore.
gosh, premarital hand holding.
Oh my god, they're disgusting. Disgusting.
We'll let it slide this once.
Yeah, we'll let it slide.
We'll let it slide for them entirely. Before you convince yourself otherwise, you took Joseph's hand in yours, squeezing it tight as you stood next to him.
Sorry, I'm dying. Yeah. Yeah, besides, there's no guarantee we'd be able to convince them not to come here, even if we did lie to them. We need your help too, Sheriff.
Sheriff's face remained stern, or maybe concerned, you thought, eyebrows flat across the eyes, thinking. You boys sure about this? This is what you had to do?
Yes.
Yeah. Joseph's hand moved, ensuring the grip of his fingers interlocked with yours.
Feathers.
What?
What? Feathers.
Did I say?
Finger feathers.
Finger
No, no,
feathers.
it said fingers. I was just like, isn't it feathers?
Stop gaslighting me. You're a little old for things like this, but alright, younger generation.
you youngins.
I can't in good conscience endanger the people in this town, but I think I might be able to help. Sheriff got up and started pacing. So your two gangs, they're both gonna come here?
Yeah, I know Curly Wolf will for sure.
Black Vulture's bored, I can tell. He's itching to do something. Any history between them? Any scuffles? Will they fight or make a truce if they met? Black Vulture has said before we fight Curly Wolf, but I don't know if Curly even knows he exists.
Curly Wolf wouldn't work with another gang unless he had to. I don't think he'd give up this place so easily.
Seems to me like them meeting up would be beneficial to your goals, don't you agree?
A fight between them would be chaotic, but maybe that's what we need.
Someone might even finish them off for us. Yeah, exactly.
It would be dangerous for us, though, too.
Well, now, hold on. When do the Woodlookets get caught in the scuffle? Almost never, unless we start it. If anything, we should be the safest ones in the bunch.
You're right.
If you can delay their arrivals, then I might have a solution for you. Clemency gets supplies monthly. They arrive by train about a day and a half's ride from here. That's where the nearest station is. Then it's a whole town of supplies, and the trip is long. Everyone in Clemency goes in a wagon together. Easiest to safest for all of us. As luck would have it, that's in 3 days.
So the town would be completely empty.
Not a soul, I can guarantee you that. We ride early in the morning and ain't back till the next day. You get your gangs here on that day and do what you need to do. Best I can come up with on short notice. That could work. Not like we have any other plan and anything could happen, but it's better than nothing. Things were happening so fast. Sheriff really wanted to help. This was incredible. Was this really happening? Was this something you could do?
3 days, right? We need both to be here in 3 days.
Yep. Do you think you can do that? I think we can. Just looked at you, both of you holding each other's hand tighter. We have to. Good, good. And thank you for trusting me with this. You took a real gamble coming back here.
No, thank you, Sheriff, really and truly. Tiny hat.
Their hats are going together, look at that.
Aw, it's like a lart. I hope to see you again when this is over.
God willing, you'll make good on that promise. For sure. I think we both...
Shizzle.
First.
Faux shizzle.
God damn it. I think we both need to get going now. We'll be expected back today.
Yeah, need to get started. Start riding soon.
Godspeed then, both of you. Keep yourselves safe. You felt sick to your stomach and light on your feet. You nodded at Sheriff and laughed, still holding Joseph's hand.
Lizard! Lizard! Oh my goodness, I love him.
Back with your horses, you made last-minute checks of your bags, ensuring everything was secure for the long trip back. 3 days from now, you'd be back. Both of you. Some part of you dreaded needing to start this journey, lingering the feeling of standing here, not moving. So much had changed since you got here. Now, you might be risking it all. Doesn't feel fair. The idea of losing something you only just found, only just got the chance for. You stood down, though. The ride back was long. You didn't need that kind of worry gnawing your heart. Pity for you, that every time you saw his face, even a glance you checked your saddle, it all came rising to the top once more. Like a drowning man, pushed under the waves, breaching the surface again as he refuses to sink. I think I'm all ready.
Me too.
Joseph stood by your side now, waiting for you to turn and look at him. You could contemplate just getting the saddle, not lingering for longer than you had to. You felt the light touch of his hand on your shoulder. Twisting, pressing your face now over his shoulder, arms clinging around his side, you're holding him before you could think.
Oh! Premarital hugging! Oh my god!
Oh.
Oh, you're so cute. Oh. Oh, poor babies.
Joseph said nothing. He did nothing too. For a moment, until you felt the weight of his arms on your back tightly clinging to you. God. Protect them. Your hand took a great fistful of his clothes between your fingers where they lay, and as you held him tighter, he squeezed you even more. You wouldn't care right now if he squeezed you hard enough to break a rib. Feathers on his neck tickled your face and poked your closed eye. You could feel the way his back bent as he leaned over so slightly over you. You don't know how long the hug lasted, but eventually let go.
Lizard! Lizard! Oh my god.
Shush you, the hug was way better. You could feel imprints in your skin from where the hardness of his clothes, his buttons, his belt had dug into you. Still, you didn't mind.
We're blushy babies.
He held you still, facing each other, holding each other's arms, looking at each other. Joseph's eyes flicked around your face, into the top of your head, holding his gaze there before leaning in. You felt the gentle prod of his beak on your scalp, the sharp edges tugging at your fur. He preened through a few more times, pulling gently and spitting the loose hairs to the side. Done, he pulled back, his face a little sheepish. There, that's better. Need to look your best when you get back.
Thought your mama said it was impolite to use your beak,
Well, she's not here, besides, I think you fit the, criteria.
Aw, it's so cute. Oh,
Exactly. Protect them. I actually started getting nervous.
Thank you.
About what's gonna happen. Your cheeks were hot and flushed with what felt like all the blood in your body. You were sure you could see the same under his feathers. I'll see you in 3 days. You hear?
Yeah.
We'll kill those bastards.
Yeah.
You nodded. His hands trailed your arms as he walked away to his horse. You got up in your saddle too, the reins familiar in your hand. Joseph trotted his horse around up alongside you, facing the opposite way. Well, partner, time to go.
Wait, Joseph, just promise me if something goes wrong, you'll run.
Thank God you mentioned that. I was thinking out in my head, just like what if all this goes wrong? What if you don't see each other again? What if we just
Stop thinking
Yes.
negative thoughts. That's my job.
Look, that's my whole thing for every game I go through, even like in my own life. Okay.
Let's just panic incessantly until we cry. Sounds like a good plan.
Yes, life.
Promise. Kill them isn't worth it if you die too.
If you run, I'll run. They ain't worth the effort of dying. You smiled at him with the same type of smile as when you left home, weak and worn, but relieved all the same. Goodbye, Buck.
See you soon, Joseph.
You both started your horses moving, gently trotting until you were no longer beside each other. You heard Joseph give a quah, and his horse set off at speed, kicking up dust into the air when you looked behind you.
Lizard! Sorry.
Shush you. Lizard gone.
Cow.
You set your own horse into a gallop, the rush of the wind in your ears. You rode through and out of Clemency. Back to your gang. Nope, sorry. Back to the man you were plotting to kill. Yeah. The midday sun hung harsh and bright in the sky as you made it back to the camp. You and your horse both tired from the ride. The current hideout Curly Wolf & Co. was a ramshackle affair, nestled in the depths of rolling hills, hidden from the sight of any passerby. Riding slowly in, you climbed up your horse onto the sun-baked ground and led it over to tie it up with the others. The smell of food wafted, but you could see people cleaning up already. You'd missed lunch. As you made to leave the horse, a sudden thought struck you. You know, back to scramble about in your bag. Where was it? You hadn't left it behind, surely. The trickle of panic that started to leak into your chest thankfully stopped. Your fingers felt the soft brush of what you're looking for.
The feather.
You pulled the feather
Yeah!
Joseph pulled you out of your bag, putting it closer to yourself. You let a short gasp, a sigh. Oi, tomboy!
Oh, God.
Yeah. Your ears perked up, and you stood up straight at the sound of Curly Wolf shouting at you. You hastily tucked the feather away in your pocket. You turned and made your way over to Curly, eyes down the ground, for the looks of the others.
God, I hate to say this, but he's kind of hot.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry. He's a horrible person, but he's hot.
Oh, that stupid thing of like the
I don't even like men.
the villains always look hot apparently. The bad boys.
Because I'm a furry. Damn.
Bad boys.
Bad boy, what you gonna do?
Oh yeah, but I'm really happy the feather's brought up. Like, oh, it's a nice symbol.
I know, feather.
Feather. Rocks. Pebble, my favorite pebble.
My favorite rock.
You know how things work around here, don't you, tomboy?
Yes.
Curly grabbed a handful of your poncho, pulling you forward, stumbling, for roughly shoving you off your feet onto your back. You learned how to take a fall by now. You didn't scramble. You just let yourself lay in the dirt for a moment, waiting. It's all a routine.
Fucking kill him.
Get up.
I hate him.
You pressed your hand to the ground and got up. Not too fast, and not too slow.
Fucking kill him.
The others still got a laugh at this routine, but you were too bored of it to be embarrassed anymore. If you know how things work, then I shouldn't have punished you for not doing what you're told. When you come back, you come straight to me with what you found. You don't stand around playing with your little horsey.
Yes, Bob.
Right, come on then, spit it out.
I found a town, place called Clemency. It's got some gold from the mines, but no bank. Or anything like that.
What would you say now? If Curly knew Sheriff was the only person there who resembles a lawman, he'd just go barging right in. This lie was crucial. He couldn't catch you out.
Place looked unarmed. Place looked armed to the teeth, even so. All the townsfolk had some way of defending themselves. No gun laws like our place.
Nice. Well, shit. I was hoping to be a breeze. We need an easy win right now.
I found some sheriff that place was going to be empty soon.
You were focused on a hill in a distance, not daring to look directly at him. Still, on the edge of your vision, you can see Curly's eyes narrowed, staring your face, studying it. How come?
Overheard that they're receiving supplies for the town. Even so, ever so often. And the next caravan drives in 3 days. Whole town's gonna be gone. It will be empty, unguarded.
The suspicion in Curly's eyes melted into a smugness, and a grin split his face from ear to ear. Hot damn, now that is an easy win! He turned his face away from you, shouting to the air of the camp. Boys, 3 days from now, we're gonna be rich! He walked away around the camp, kept talking, hyping it up, riling everyone up for what was to come. You didn't need to listen anymore. Your job was done for now. You went back to being invisible, staying out of the way. The usual. That night, the hills were full of the sound of howling, cheering drunken songs as the Curly Wolf gang prematurely celebrated their victory. This was a bigger deal than you had maybe anticipated. In a case, your goal was the same. They didn't know what was coming. Curly Wolf didn't know what was coming. He was the cockiest you'd ever seen him. The days after were a blur. If you weren't needed to help with some menial work somewhere in the camp, you were to sleep in your tent, trying to avoid the blazing heat, keeping out of everyone's way like you always did. Waiting, just like everyone else, for the day you'd ride out. On the night before you were due to leave, you snuck out of your tent, out to where no one would see you. Away from the camp, the sounds of it echoing lightly through the air, you clambered away halfway down a hill and sat. You didn't do this often. Who knew when someone might come to your tent, needing to drag you away for something? You couldn't risk it often, but being unfindable, but you thought it important enough to do it tonight. To come out here and breathe in the cool night air, and stare into the sky, across the horizon, the blanket of stars in the sky. Trying to pinpoint constellations you were told about when you were much younger. You wondered if Joseph knew any. You didn't think about the time. The feather was in your pocket still, the safest place you could think to keep it. At night, the lights were out, and the tent was filled with the sound of someone snoring. You'd hold it in your hand, flicking through it with the claw of your thumb, feeling the smoothness against your fingers, just for a bit, before you put it back. It helped you get to sleep. Again, now, while you're alone and sitting under the stars, you pulled it out of your pocket, fiddling with it in your hand, feeling a tickle that pads your palm. Your mind wanted to wander, to think about important things, to think about all the ways tomorrow could go wrong, to think about what might happen to you both. You didn't let it. The feather helped too. For once, you just let yourself be calm. You'll see him tomorrow. Until then, worrying would do you no good. You imagine that was the kind of thing he'd say to you, if he were here, sitting next to you. You imagine weight of his head on your shoulder, the thought of his warmth still up next to you. All the things you wouldn't feel again if you lost him. You'll see him tomorrow. I love that scene so much.
Man.
God, I like when just going through this, I don't know if they mentioned it in a line or two, but it feels like he's been in like this group for more than like half his life. It feels like.
Oh damn.
Like that's what it feels like based on all this. Like even like to the point of just like like he's barely been talking at all in the town. Like only letting Joseph take the lead and like talking to Joseph at times, like saying 1 or 2 questions and talking to like the people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, it just feels like he's so used to like being invisible and not talking at all that it kind of extended to like when he's like he's away from the group and all that. He has like some new people he doesn't like keep appearances up for.
Mm-hmm.
Like it connects to that. Like it's ingrained. Ugh. It's the morning. You're awake early. You didn't sleep much anyway, as much as you tried to. The sun was as bright as always coming through the yellowed fabric of the tent. You laid awake, waiting for others to get up, waiting for Curly Wolf. You start rallying guys together for the ride to Clemency soon enough. You need to make sure you were there. The minutes ticked by and you heard more people get up. The camp came to life once more with a sense of work and talk. You got up and got yourself ready, sitting in your bedroll after and waiting more. Then the voice of Curly Wolf. Alright, boys, gather around. We're heading to the town of Clemency this morning. I need 10 or so men with me to haul valuables. They're at half a day's ride from here. Who's coming to get our gold? You heard all this as you were leaving your tent, making your way to the small crowd of canines. Instantly, there were other people joining, eager to prove themselves, get their hands on real gold. 1, 2, 3 already. You suddenly pushed your way through the crowd, trying to reach the front. Pushed out of the edge of the crowd by the huddling bodies, you found yourself standing in front of Curly. He stared at you, even as he clapped his hands and shoulders at the other guys walking past, joining the excitable group. What you standing there for, tomboy? We don't need any more little pups to help shift the goods. You need to be in this crew. You couldn't talk back to him, though. You didn't know what to say. What could you say? You just kept standing there. You think you're gonna be of any help with a scrawny stick? He grabbed your arm, raising it up and down, shaking it by the wrist. Every inch of you was screaming to snatch your arm from his hand, but you knew what would happen if you did. He threw your arm back at you, making you stumble a little. Go make yourself useful someplace else. I only need real men for this trip. Yeah, he's a real piece of fucking work.
Just manipulate him.
Yeah, exactly.
Where's the gold? You just gonna dig around?
You had to say something. You had to be there.
You'll need a lookout.
He was looking at the assembled group, doing a quick head count. Alright, boys, that's 10. Be ready to move out in 5 minutes. He didn't seem to hear you. Your words were quiet, whispered. He tried again.
You'll need a lookout, Curly.
His ears twitched. He still didn't turn to face you. I heard you the first time. Stop yapping at me about bullshit.
We didn't know when the townsfolk will be back. It'll be bad if he comes back while you're there, and even worse if there's no one keeping an eye out. Yeah, we'll have a hands full already.
You heard him sigh, and a little growl rose in his throat before it subsided into nothing. Fine then, tomboy. For that eager to come, I suppose I have to let you.
And that irritates me.
Yeah, what he, like the very second I heard that, I was like, God damn it. Yeah. You're riding the wagon. You don't need a horse. No, you didn't get that privilege when other people needed them, you supposed. I was getting so attached to that horse, though.
Pony, no.
Pony, horsey, no. The wagon was fine by you. You knew it was a punishment of kinds, that you'd be riding it on the way back too, along with everyone else. Boxes and sacks and supplies and whatnot, all bumping about, hoping none of them fall over and hit you. Cramped space with nowhere to sit or lie, just standing for hours waiting for it to stop. Get a move on! You followed after Curly to get ready. Of course, what Curly didn't know was that you weren't gonna be coming back here. Neither of you were.
Was that a lizard? Lizard! Oh my god!
God damn it, like, you see the climactic finale return of Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard will be there while the fight ends and begins.
Full
Begins
circle.
and ends. Lizard sees all.
From where you sat, slumped in the corner of the wagon, the wind whistled through the gaps in the canvas next to your head. The edges flap, the wind ruffling your clothes and your fur, drawing up your nose as you sit with your knees up. The wagon rocks and bumps as dragged by a horse through the desert, and its corner is the only place you feel safe enough to stay. You could at least keep yourself steady even as it tried to knock you about, clinging onto the wind frame. Looking toward the entrance of the wagon, where the covering split in the middle, you couldn't see much. Whether what you could see were great clouds of dust, billowing out from the wheels into the dry air. As uncomfortable as the wagon was, at least it provided you shelter from the sun, like riding on horseback. Okay, now when you're here, like, just in this journey, think of good one-liners to do when you kill him.
Yeah, good one-liners.
Good one-liners.
Or just stand there and be,
Yeah. The winds coursing past your ears were welcome too, cooling your head that was swimming with thoughts. You knew you were close to Clemency now. The entourage had been traveling long enough. As you got closer and closer, the minutes stretched on. You felt sick to your stomach. Less so butterflies, more like hornets. This was going to be it. This is what you'd been waiting for. Not just for days, but years, really. A chance like this. All the anxieties and concern you pushed down last night were rushing back up, like geysers. What if Joseph wasn't there? What if his gang wasn't there? What if he reached Clemency and Curly realized you were lying? What if you couldn't kill them both? Or they demolished a town and sheriff came back to find nothing left? To find you broken your promise? What if you were killed quickly or slowly? You'd seen Curly kill traitors before. The simple fear of dying took hold of your heart. The chill of the Reaper's shadow. No. No, this wasn't going to be it. This isn't all there was going to be. You'd see him again soon. You'd do what you had to, together. This wasn't going to be it. There would be more after. It was hard for you to imagine, but you knew it to be true. There would be days to today. You wanted to see them. And if you die, at least it was for a reason. You sure as hell weren't going to go out without a fight. This was a risk you'd always be willing to take. You and Joseph would take it together, and you were going to see it through. You stood to resolve, locking the furnace of your heart so that no one may put it out. The rumble of the wagon started to slow. The rocking back and forth became gentler and gentler, until everything came to a stop with a small lurch. The constant motion that had been your body was gone all of a sudden. Everything seemed impossibly still. Like when the many conversations in a bar all died down suddenly, leaving a quiet and a strange moment. You heard the thud of Curly jumping off his horse, and crawled the floor of the wagon to the front. Curly came and opened the low wooden door, letting you slide out of the wagon and jump out. The light of the late morning sun was blinding, and you held your arm over your brow to shelter your eyes. As your eyes adjusted, the bright desert became clearer. Hazy rock formations in the distance became familiar. Walking around the wagon, you saw the shapes of buildings that set your teeth on edge. The town of Clemency. Here we are, boys. What a shithole. No one here, at least. We'll take what we're here for and leave sharpish. We'll know what in 'em. Ain't that right, tomboy? He slapped you hard in the back. There was anticipation in the air amongst yourselves. This is the place they've been waiting for. And this is gonna be the good battle. You've been waiting for it too, but the anticipation was not one of eagerness. God, I'm so ready.
Kill that fucker.
Even your brief visit here, many things had happened. Sorry about that. In some way, being back in Clemency was comforting. Despite that, you couldn't ignore the chill in your veins at the prospect of what will come next. There was no backing out now. I can really honestly feel the determination that, like, Robin and Buck was just having the whole dialogue.
Determination.
Like, honestly. Oh, it's so great.
Brave big boys.
Oh, I love the writing. Like, the whole thing, what was it? There was a line, I think, like, a while earlier, just thinking about him, like, ice cubes hitting against your teeth as you take a sip. Like, something of a feeling for that. Oh, God, that was such good imagery. God. It felt like those
or when you take a drink and then the whole fucking thing of ice hits your face.
Oh,
that
or just like having a fun time, like watching things on your phone and like just like lying in bed and all of a sudden slip, bap into your face, like, and it just breaks your nose.
Breaks your nose. All right.
It felt like those few times in the past, and the fuse and the stick of dynamite had been lit, and you were still holding it. There was only going to be a few moments or more until the spark reached the end of the wick.
Lizard. Sorry.
Lizard's gone now.
No.
Now Cow. Okay, we can't see Cow now. Curly started walking to the town, and you followed suit with everyone else.
They all have tiny hats. I can't help it. You're so
I
cute.
think Buck has a bigger hat. Look at it compared to the leader. Bigger hat,
Got
bigger
bigger.
hat, bigger hat.
Got a bigger dick than Curly.
Curly started walking to the town, and you followed suit with everyone else, staying close behind him. Clemency was dead quiet, not a soul in sight, just like Sheriff said it would be. He studied the town as you walked down the main street, peering through windows, drawing up plans in his head. Every building you walked past filled you with a little more fear. You were still waiting for something to happen, for anyone else to appear. Soon enough, Curly would want to get started for real, and ask you where the gold was supposed to be. Then at the end of the street, you saw what you're waiting for. Who you were waiting for. A hazy, clumped group of guys, making their way up onto the main street from the other side of the town. As they got closer, it became clearer. The figure of a tall and slender bird, with many others in a tow, straggling behind him, much like you behind Curly. Curly stopped as he spotted the group too, staring him down.
Ooh.
Man,
look at everyone, their tiny hats. I like that little man.
Just like the gangs they didn't want, just like squared up, arms raised up. I love this song too. I love the music and like the soundtrack of this whole game. Even the anxiety-driven one.
Yeah.
We haven't even listened to it yet. Now, who the hell is that in my town? He started walking again, with purpose and menace, and they quickened their pace and turned towards you. You felt your heart beating in your chest now, reaching up to your throat, blood rushing, adrenaline starting to build in you. They were really here. You could see Curly wasn't happy about it. Both sides slowed as they came close to each other, coming to a stop halfway down the street, a few dozen paces between them. Not too close, not too far. You saw Black Vulture much more clearly now. He was looking with intrigue at Curly. He looked past him now, desperately searching the small crowd of people following his wake, until he saw the one you'd been waiting for. Joseph, stony-faced and stern, blending in with his compatriots. It was almost funny to compare to the laid-back and jovial man you got to know. For a few moments longer, staring each other down, Black Vulture spoke. You want me to voice Black Vulture?
I don't know. Were you good at voices?
Well.
No,
Okay, yeah.
No, you go. Go ahead.
Well, is that who I think it is? The infamous Curly Wolf? What's it to you, and what are you doing in my town? Well, I imagine we're both here for much the same reason. I heard tales of your exploits. Can't say the same. Who are you? I'm Black Vulture, gentleman outlaw of the...
Yeah, did you see his tiny little bowler hat?
Doesn't ring a bell. The feathers of Black's neck clearly ruffled the Curly's rebuttal. We waved it off. More fool you, I say. Here for the gold, then. Yes, and how strange that we might run into each other like this. I'm willing to bet you're not a sharing man. Like I said, this is Curly Wolf property now, so you best go on and fly away. No, I don't think we will be, Curly. I think it would be a shame for so much gold to be wasted on scum like you. Should keep that highfalutin beak of yours shut less. Highfalutin beak of yours shut lest you want the barrel of a gun inside it. Pew pew. Let us see then, Curly Wolf. To the victor go the spoils, and I tend to spill that tiny brain of yours across the dirt. Fine by me. Don't need much of a brain to shoot you. This wasn't how you wanted things to go. You and Joseph were still in the thick of it, facing each other. You thought you'd beat out of the fight. The air was still. Hands came to hover over guns. Every pair of eyes trained to the opposing side, waiting. A standoff like this was a test of the boss's mettle, their mental fortitude. How long would anyone last before pulling the trigger? Trying to psych each other out. Being the first to take the shot wasn't always the best call. But having to react to that first shot could be worse. It was a test of loyalty, too. For everyone following them, your underlings couldn't step out of line or take the shot themselves. To break rank early would be a betrayal, but when bullets went flying, it was unpredictable. Staying meant to risk yourself. You knew Curly was a good shot. He had the upper hand here, but you were reminded of something Joseph told you. Black Vulture wasn't the shootist. He had someone else for that. He could brag, but he wasn't the real one. You thought about whether Curly should know.
What?
Should we tell Curly, the boss, that the Vulture, the leader of the other group, is not the shooter, but someone else in the group?
No, keep the fuck quiet.
Yeah.
Like hell, he can get his brains blown out.
Yeah, no, it was better if Curly didn't know about the shootist. As dangerous as it was to leave someone like that hanging around during a fight, it was more danger to him. Yeah, my first thought was like, don't fucking tell him. Then his next thought would be, how the fuck do you know that?
Yeah.
That was my first thought.
Traitor,
like,
shoot.
Exactly. My next thought would just be keep quiet about that and just let him find out for himself.
Yeah, he can find out through a hole in his head.
Yeah, because obviously, like, just how they described it, all their attention would be in the bosses, not anyone else, not the people behind. Because it's all about, intimidation factors and all that. Seconds dragged on. It felt as though your very breath may tip the scales, chest heavy from breathing the air people wanted to kill you. There was safety in numbers in the crowd. Even so, you found yourself for the first time thinking about running. Never before had you considered it. This time was different, of course. There wasn't going to be a next time. Running would tip the scales for sure, but you couldn't know in whose favor. play it safe with the gang, or run and let all hell break loose?
Up to you.
No? Alright, you like
No,
make your
no,
choice.
fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You choose.
Like,
I've been making all the decisions. You choose.
I'll just be making the same choice that I did.
As for a person who cannot read, I think you should.
You can think of strategy better than me. I'm
No,
terrible
I
at strategy.
I play
like, here's the thing.
Minecraft like a.
Well, then let's reason this out then. Is it better to, like, stay still? Like, like, for the time being, like, even when the, like, gun goes all off? Or, like, run when all things, like, break loose? Or, like, play it safe and, like, stay around? And, like, you know, make sure, like, keep it on a down low that you're, like, planning to betray? Or, like, run?
I don't care.
Yeah. Okay, fine then. Like, how you did with your blackjack games, I'm, gonna keep staying. No, if you ran, you might make yourself a target. Better stick with the gang till they scatter. Curly spoke up in a low voice, cast to those behind him. Watch and learn, boys. He flexed the wrist of his hand, holding it out, before clutching his gun in his holster. He saw Black Vulture react in turn, reaching for his gun. Curly liked to play with his food, to show off. He waited for the moment Black grabbed his gun the same, then quickly and expertly pulled it free, pointing it dead straight. He knew he'd always be quicker on the draw. The shot rang out, a bang that made your heart jump, and you saw Black Vulture double over, clutching his side.
Damn.
Yeah. The smoke was barely rising from the barrel of Curly's gun when the shot rang out. Full on ego and admiring his handiwork, he had noticed one small bird hanging on the edge of the crowd that had raised his rifle. Curly's face instantly twisted into a full-toothed cry of pain. Eyes clutched shut, staggering back a step as he clutched the side of his chest. Fuck! A moment passed before the crowd behind you dispersed, everyone running to take cover as the fight broke out. On the other side, you saw the same, a clump of figures scattering like ashes to either side of the street. You couldn't see where Joseph went. He couldn't afford to hang around as more shots were fired. Curly was struggling to move, and he turned to see you still standing there, alone. A bullet whizzed by, striking the ground. He gave you a look and slumped over onto you, one arm slung over your shoulder, much of his weight bearing you down on you.
God, dumbass.
You had no choice but to help carrying him out of the street, knees shaking as you walked as quickly as you could. That means you're alone with him now, though.
Yeah, now you can shoot him.
Your compatriots fired a volley of rounds down the street, providing you enough cover to drag your bleeding boss between two buildings. He was heavy on your neck, and wobbling as you walked together, his stride still outpacing you as you tried to keep and push him along.
He's already dead.
Yeah, probably like strike in the midriff, or like, you know, somewhere in the chest or the stomach. Like,
either way,
like,
he's probably
he
dead.
was clutching like his, like, you know, torso, so yeah. He kept walking through the long clump of houses that lined the main street, pushing through the other side where it gave way to a hill. At a corner that led out of the shade, he rested against the wall, letting the load off of you as he craned his neck to check if the way was safe. Again, without a word, he re-slumped into you, and you walked around the corner together. Curly used the house as a support too now, a bloodied hand dragging across the walls as he used you to drag him ever forward. Gunshots continued to ring out, bouncing through the alleys and streets next to you. The acrid smell of gunpowder grew stronger, even as your nose was full of the scent of Curly's sweat-laden fur. You stumbled along this back path a little more before Curly's weight on you suddenly became crushing, like gravity itself had become stronger. The full weight of Curly lay on you for a moment, before your knees buckled and he slid off without a grunt. Yeah, he's easily just dying, so
Yeah, just leave him.
Yeah, well, he can't move anymore now. He threw out a hand, trying to catch himself, scraping on the wall of a house he fell, commenced in the dirt. He sat with his back flat against the slatted wooden wall, one hand reaching across to grasp his side so hard he could see the tendons. Well, I guess the next thing to think about is make sure, like, you kill the boss without any other gang seeing you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
But I'd feel like it'd be easier just to let him die. Right?
Bleed out.
Yeah, just bleed out. It doesn't matter. Bleed out.
The other hand clutched his gun, finger resting next to the trigger. He breathed slowly and heavily through gritted teeth, staring out over the edge into the rest of the town, across roofs and into the desert. His ears twitch with the pop of guns around you, seeming to come from every direction. This was the best chance you were gonna get, you thought. He was so vulnerable looking. Some part of your mind, though, said you couldn't. You can't kill him. Something will go wrong. He's a hurt and cornered animal right now. Staring real hard at me there, tomboy. Worried I'm gonna croak? Don't. Not going anywhere.
You're gonna die.
You feel the weight of your gun in your holster as you sit on your feet, the space where your hand needed to be to grab it. Curly fidgeted about, like it was impossible for him to get comfortable where he was, before giving up and sitting crooked. Well, I don't hear for the time being. We both take care of things. You're not much good in a fight, but you're better protection than nothing. Some Black Vulture's lot might come this way, so keep your eyes peeled. You gently unholster your gun, letting it dangle in your fingers with a handle. You didn't want to stick around. You didn't know how the fight was going. You didn't know Joseph was alright. You were just wasting time standing here with a bastard bleeding in the ground next to you. Just shoot him. That's all you had to do. Just shoot him and be done with it. You've killed people before. He deserves it more than most. And still, you can't bring yourself to do anything. Ears prick up. You hear the sound of someone running this way, thudding fast against the dirt, and look up. You swing your gun up hastily, ready for whatever's coming your way. You don't see anything for a few more moments till a bird comes running out, looking around frantically. It was Joseph. Panting, holding his shotgun in both hands.
Don't you fucking dare, you bastard! No, I will kill him.
Panting, holding his shotgun in both hands, as he looks your way and his eyes light on you. They light up like the brightest fireworks. Ah, shit, there's one. The glint of Curly's gun shone in the corner of your eye as he moved, arm crossing his body, pointing upward. Joseph's eyes widened. He was becoming pinpricks, trying to turn tail and run as he saw Curly take aim. It was all so quick and felt like an eternity as you yourself lifted your own gun, aiming directly at Curly's hand as it steadied itself. Before doubt and fear could take hold, you squeezed the trigger and saw his hand explode. The sound of the shot rattled through your head. Joseph staggered and stopped as it went off. Curly snatched his hand away. His gun dropped to the ground with a dull thud. He buried the hand into himself, crying out and growling. Ah, fuck! What the... What?
What the what?
He looked bewilderingly at Joseph, failing to understand why he blasted his fingers off his hand, before looking to his side. At you. Looking at the wisp of smoke from the barrel of your gun. You felt yourself panting heavily, hands shaking, in fact your whole body shaking with adrenaline. You heard the thump of footsteps again, and looked up to see Joseph run over, slowing as he neared you and Curly. Yeah! Yeah! God, I love this.
Oh, it's so cute. Determination!
Yeah, together. The two met eyes, anger and disgust spilling onto Curly's face in equal amounts, while Joseph's became pitiful, you thought. Well, this is him, huh? The great Curly Wolf? Joseph came down from your eye level, crouching to Curly, studying his face. Oh, makes a little more sense now. Thought yourself a little buddy, did you? He won't stick around. I can see in his eyes. Shut your trap, Curly. Anger flitted across Curly's brow, but he wasn't stupid. He knew he was getting out of the situation. He was as good as dead. You really are two peas in a pod. Traitors and cowards just run from everything. His breasts were haggard, throat hoarse and harsh, holding on out of spite more than anything else. Whatever he told you, promised you, tomboy, it's not real. I know people like that when I see it. When things get tough, he'll leave. He'll run, like all the other times. Or will you run first? You might say it's not so, but I know you're a liar. Always have been. Should have known you betrayed me sooner or later.
No, just shut him up already. He
Sun
talks
your
too
eyes
much.
all those times, never liked you. I swear to God, I feel like he would be like the one to like think of like him. You're lying about who you yourself are. I feel like it's the line he would.
You
give
lie
to,
who you self are.
Like lie to yourself. I feel like that's the stupid speech that Curly Wolf would give to Buck. Really.
I never understood that. Like when like they have the good old like the villain at the the whole long speech. I'm like, I stopped listening 5 seconds ago. Bye. That's
it's
all
mostly
I think.
storytelling stuff, like to close out the arc and to give closure.
Nah, I'm just gonna shoot him.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
There's the same thing if like the villain has the heroes in their grasp. Time to explain my plan to you, and I got you my grasps.
Let me talk about this long, frivolous story while your friends sneak up behind me. What?
I already know they're doing it. I literally just, this is just normal Sunday to me.
I'm just bored, so.
Just hold on, just like he turns around all of a sudden, like points directly into the distance, like, yeah, I see you over there. Just stay there a second. I want to tell my plan to you. Tell them, and when I give this signal, you can shoot and kill me, okay? I won't do anything bad to them. And the friend is like,
it's like, this is how I wanted to die.
in a blaze of glory. Oh shit, the cameras are on. Well, here's my plan for all you.
For all you.
Should have known you'd betray me sooner or later. On your eyes all those times.
Oh wow! I'm surprised the one I fucking tease, bully all the time is gonna kill me. I'm fucking shook it.
Shook it. Wow. Never liked you. Do you even know his name? Joseph regarded Curly coolly, but his anger wasn't concealed by the sharp spite in his voice.
Music stopped.
The clench of his jaw. That's a great line. Doesn't matter. What's a name anyhow? If I call someone they come, that's their name. Answer the question. Do you know his name? Curly squinted up at Joseph, the sun shining in his face. You and Joseph's shadows cast up the wall beside him. No, of course I don't. What?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So fucking satisfying. The deafening blast of Joseph's shotgun cut him short. He flinched away, averting your eyes from the peppered red mess in his chest. That's one down. Another to go.
Now, how many to go? 10?
The very least, the best thing to do, like, if it's not to kill all the people in the gang, just kill the leaders, and then hide and blend in and make sure.
And the second in command.
Like, yeah, then second, like, the rest of the gang will just think you died in the gunfire, and just run and flee.
I wonder what happened. So, you know, in like stories, there's always like the big guy, and then sometimes they'll have a little assistant. I wonder what happens if in a gang where, you know, the second in command is actually just the weakest, but still smart. I wonder what happens then.
Probably just be like, like, all their plans are so goddamn strategic, and all that, and like, because of how their appearance would be, like, no one would think, like, you know, to go after them.
Probably.
I'm thinking of trying to write something like that. Yeah. The deafening blast of Joseph's shotgun cut him short, and he flinched away, averting your eyes from the peppered red mess of his chest. You followed the momentum of your flinch, turning around, gazing out across the hill and down to the town, breathing in and out. You heard one last breath of sorts behind you, a gurgle of blood from the mouth, and the rustle of clothes as he fell limp. Wrong answer. Well, there's the one-liner. Buck? You gingerly reached a hand behind at him, tugging at his shirt when you found purchase, pulling yourself in.
Are they gonna?
Again.
Oh, they're gonna hug! Oh,
No.
So cute.
It's so cute. I'm actually so happy this, like, the CG gets so much more use. His arms caught you as you took a weak step toward him, returning his embrace. He held you close, your heads over each other's shoulders. There was a pit in your stomach, making you nauseous. You closed your eyes as you breathed in, focusing on his smell, so close to you. Are you alright? Are you hurt?
Oh yeah, sorry, I can't.
Yeah, you're reading.
I'm like looking at this picture, like, amazing.
Like, yes.
Art.
Art.
I'm fine.
Time back to anxiety. Time to survive the fight. Oh yeah, and actually kill Black Vulture. Actually,
Isn't he dead?
no, we don't know if Black Vulture's dead or not.
He was just down. Oh yeah.
Like, remember, like the guy shot Curly Wolf, but we were with him and he stayed alive until this point.
Damn.
You pulled
Let's
away
kill
from,
them all.
As you pulled away from each other as you heard more gunshots. The fight starting up again, no doubt caused by Joseph's shotgun.
We need to get somewhere. We need to get somewhere safe. Wait for this to blow over. Once they realize Curly's dead, the guys will probably hightail it out of here. Where's Black Vulture?
Not sure. Lost him when the fight broke out. I was more concerned about finding you, really. Holstering your gun, you stooped low and picked up Curly's revolver from where it had fallen. You grabbed Joseph's hand and placed it on your shoulder to pull him with you, walking briskly, keeping on the way you've been going already.
We can skirt around the edge of the town and make our way to the saloon. Safest place I can think of.
It's a nice vantage point. Oh yeah, it does have has 2 stories.
What?
It's like a two-story building. Rooms in the top floor.
Oh yeah, shoot people from upstairs.
That and like barricade place as well.
True.
Joseph nodded and followed you, trailing by his arm, your gun held firm and ready in your hand, cautious of every alley you passed.
Just shoot everyone.
You kept following the edge of the hill, heading for where the street bent, sheriff's office being across the way. You were aiming to loop around the back of the office and avoid the firefight in the street. As it came into view, a tall figure started to pass by. He didn't notice you at first. The sound of you both stopping short caused attention. Made the eyes a black vulture. Well, what do we have here? Taking a prisoner, Joseph? You could see the blood staining his coat, his shirt, and the side of his stomach where he pressed a hand. But
He's dead.
He seemed surprisingly unfazed. Probably not a fatal wound, actually, thinking about it, if he's unfazed. Or that he's, like,
Or
good
in shock.
That, like, either shock or, like, that good at keeping up appearances.
Nah, he's in shock.
Following Black from behind the building came the bird you recognized as the shootist, the one who shot Curly. He stood behind Black, rifle firm in both hands, a mask covering his face, small eyes watching keenly. The grip of Joseph's hand on your shoulder grew tighter. He pulled you toward him a little, continuing to walk you forward slowly. Yeah, thought he might be useful. Should have some knowledge about Curly Will's hideouts and whatnot. Black grunted, hunched over but now standing taller, his crooked neck raising his head above you. Always so quick on your feet, Joseph. It's good thinking. I'm just curious to why you're not holding him to gunpoint.
He knows shit. He knows. Fuck.
He took a few steps closer to you both. Or indeed, why I had to take a bullet for your actions. My actions? You ran, you slimy traitorous coward. You ran with your tail between your legs, and now I'm bleeding from the stomach.
Oh yeah, he's dead. No, he's bleeding from the stomach. He's dead.
Yeah, your palms are sweating, your head down.
Knees weak, arms.
Like mom spaghetti. Faced away from Black and the shootist, hiding the gun in your hand. It was a bad time to be caught in the act. You thought about whether this was your chance to kill Black, but he was so close to you both, with his own gun drawn still. You knew now how hard it would be for Joseph to try to kill him, the fear dripping inside his chest. We shouldn't stick around. Curly's guys might find you. You dared to look behind you, look at where they were standing, but you saw in Black's eyes you made a mistake. The glint of a gun in your hand, hidden and now revealed as you twist your body ever so slightly too much. Joseph must have seen the connection too, the spark of realization of Black's eyes. He swung his arm suddenly toward Black, bashing upside the head with his shotgun and knocking him to the ground with a grunt. The shootist, even while watching closely, was caught off guard, and though he readied his rifle quickly, you had been looking at him. You aimed the revolver at his head and fired a shot clean through. His mask flew off, twisting in the air. As the shootist fell, his dying trigger finger squeezed not to let loose a final shot from the tilted rifle. You hear the telltale wet thud of a bullet hitting someone, and Joseph cried out for a moment, hand snapping to clutch his thigh. Damn little son of a gun, still got me. All this blood in his leg right there.
Oh no.
Black was already starting to stir from being knocked down. You pushed your head under one of Joseph's arms.
Come on, we need to go now.
Joseph held his arm around your shoulders, using your help to take some of the weight off, but still limping as fast as he could with the pain. You abandoned your plan to go around town and ran down the nearest alley, toward the main street, and toward the fight. Was there a better place to get to safety? It's probably just right now.
Yeah.
You couldn't afford to get caught out by someone again, Black or otherwise. Joseph was too hurt. You just had to get to the saloon. As you reached the street, everything had lulled once again. The air deadly quiet all of a sudden. Nope. You put your heads out. Whatever people were hiding, it wasn't anywhere near you. The saloon was just across the street. You looked at Joseph, his face so close to yours, and he nodded. You pushed off together, running and walking as fast as you could to get across without being seen. Halfway across the wide street, the saloon porch so close, looked behind you, only to see Black coming to a halt as your eyes met. Wiping blood off his face from his cracked beak, he aimed his gun at you from behind the alley entrance. Your heart skipped a beat and you crashed to the ground, pulling Joseph with you, hoping you might dodge the bullet. A shot rings out, but it come from behind you. In fact, you quickly looked toward Black to see him ducking down. His hat was knocked off by the unknown shot. You grabbed it before scuttling back, hiding further in the alley. The shot spooked the hiding gang members too, as a couple shots were fired back, and then many more added to the cacophony. You picked Joseph up and picked yourself off the dusty ground, seeing down the street that many were shooting up at some attackers in the roofs. You took off running in a crouch, with your hand balled into a fist on your gun, the back of Joseph's closed, dragging with you. While stumbling up the stairs to the saloon porch, you flung open the doors and helped Joseph inside with haste. There was a loud crack as the wooden door frame was struck and splintered near your head.
Damn.
Okay, time to hold up in here. Oh, god damn it. Things are terrible in here.
Oh no.
Okay, well, at least they got across the street. At least. The very least. As you turn and slam the door shut, you see Black pull away from aiming at you, now having to reload. With the door shut, your eyes readjust to the dimly lit interior, the sun not quite shining the same as last time you were here. Joseph stood with his injured leg slightly off the floor, leaning on a table with one hand. You go over to him and unholster your gun, handing it to him by the barrel, handle pointed upward.
You take it. You need something better than that shotgun.
Yeah. I have it for a reason, Buck. I'm a real terrible shot. More likely to hit you than who I'm aiming at.
And take it for good luck. I'll have it for I've had it for a long time, and it's always done me well.
Lucky bullets. He gave you a hesitant look still. You both knew time was of the essence, but he didn't want to put you in danger. You trusted him. You knew this wasn't dangerous. 2 revolvers isn't much good to me. Oh, sorry.
2 revolvers isn't much good to me. Just take it and hide. Black's still coming after us.
Joseph took the pistol from you and slid his shotgun across the floor to the end of the bar, leaving you over to hide behind it. You ducked down yourself and scuttled over to the nearest window, listening to the shootout happening outside. You need to know where Black Vulture was. You pulled up and peeked over the windowsill. As soon as you pulled your head far enough up, your eyes landed on the distant figure of Black, rifle aimed directly at you. You immediately snapped away from the window, and pressed yourself against the wall, holding still as one louder shot echoed in the street. The window next to your head broke with a shrill twang, the pangs falling the sill and shattering either side, the floor covered in glass.
Oh, he shut off your ear. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I saw that too. You felt a sharp pain pierce your ear and reached up for a moment to feel a tip missing. Your fingers slick with blood as you brought them down. Yeah.
Fuck, oh man.
I saw your face start to feel wet. You could feel your fur matting and sticking to itself inside your ear. He'd known where you were. He'd almost got you, but you knew where he was now, and he'd probably try to move and throw you off. You reared your head up along with your gun, spotting Black sneaking away from where he was. He tried to avoid errant bullets. He saw you as you took aim through the window, but you weren't gonna falter and let him get the jump on you again. You followed his movement with your hand, watching where he was going, and squeezed the trigger just ahead of him. The gunshot echoed through the saloon, and a single moment later, Black fell with a small spray of blood, kicking up dust as his legs splayed out. You stood up a little, still crouched, peering more clearly over through the window to get a better look at him on the ground. He didn't seem to be breathing. That's a bullseye.
Dang. He did it. Yeah, Omisimos. We did it.
You kept watching.
We killed some people. We did it.
Just you. You kept watching for any sign of life, any movements, but even as bullets from the fight hit dirt and wood beside him, he didn't seem to stir. You gingerly kicked the broken glass under your side, taking a deep breath. You sunk down and sat with your back to the wall, ears down, not wanting to track any of the shooters still outside. The wary head of Joseph poked out from the end of the bar, looking at you, his eyes then flicking around the window.
I got him. He's dead. Black's dead. We should just lie low here for a bit.
Well, the 2 leaders are out of the way, now it's just surviving the firefight now. That's the main objective's done. Task completed. Let's go, team. Joseph nodded, shuffling out from behind the bar a bit more. Made a bit of a mess of the saloon? Well, Bart won't be too mad about it. You hope so too. You guys sheriff must have told people about what was happening, but you weren't sure. You'd help fix it up if you could. He sat there, waiting, listening still as the fight outside died down. You could hear some distant shouts, sounds of people running, the wind howling through the open window. The crunch of glass. Ears flicked towards the noise as a feathered hand shot through the window, grasping your face.
Ah! Who the hell's that?
Oh boy.
Is that a bird? Oh, is that the...
The arm grabbed into your chin and pulled and jerked you up. Breast became caught and strained as you were half choked to the window. You dropped your gun and desperately pulled at the arm, claws digging into the skin of Black's wings as you try to break free.
Damn.
He's not dead. We didn't even know where we shot him. Another arm threw itself in as he got to his knees, pressing your head against the wooden windowsill and tilting your head back. You could see his face close in your periphery. His other hand now came to your throat, something sharp and cold resting against your skin. The shard of glass glinted in the sun. Refractions danced around this dim salon. Salon, hairdressing. Your claws hurt from scratching feathers out of his arm. You didn't want to die. Your head forced back, neck thrust forward, exposed, looking at nothing in the ceiling above you. This is gonna hurt you much more than it's hurting me. The words brushed past your ear. You felt the arm move, the glass started to prick into your skin. A loud bang went off, reverberating around the room and vibrating deep in your body for a moment. You fell to the floor. You crashed into the shattered glass beneath you, twisting to look up at the window, running your hand along your throat with subsiding panic. The arms that had been around you went limp, hanging through the window along with Black's long neck, his face motionless and frozen. The bloodied shard of glass in his hand fell to the floor with a tink. The blood from his head started to drip next to it. You looked over at Joseph and saw him sitting lopsided on the floor, your revolver, in his hand, still pointed towards the window.
Damn.
Yeah.
He said he's a bad shot.
Yeah, well, it was closer this time, but it's working out. Lucky bullets, lucky gun. He was looking past you at Black, breathing heavily, then looked in your eyes, his head not moving an inch, just a flick of his stare. He blinked at what seemed like an eternity. You felt the roughness of breath in your throat. Hoarse cough every so often. You pushed your hand against the floor and sat up, Joseph putting the gun down carefully beside him. I think we got him for real then. He gave a small, nervous chuckle, as did he. More gunshots started up outside, only less than before. Well, the firefight's going down. You got on your knees, holstering the gun you dropped, and crawled carefully over the broken glass across the floor to Joseph. I guess the next thing is just making sure no one else comes to the salon of like Vulture is making. Saloon.
What is wrong with you? Saloon.
Look, I'm thinking of hair right now for no reason. No, that was a lie,
They
okay?
have fur and feathers.
Look, I'm trying to make up for, like, my mistake, okay? I wasn't thinking about hair. Just say I'm thinking about hair. That's why I was thinking of salons, okay?
I'm thinking about two cute little couple birds. Or a bird and a wolf.
Yes. Canine, canid.
Correct. Minid, I don't know.
You got on your knees, holstering the gun you dropped, and crawled carefully over the broken glass, across the floor to Joseph.
Painfully.
Yeah. He took a gentle hold of your shoulder arm, a warm squeeze. You might be in danger here still if someone sees us, especially with old Big Beak being there, a window ornament.
Yeah, we could go to the storeroom for now, I suppose.
Yeah, just like we don't even know Black Vulture, Black Vulture told anyone about this whole thing. Yeah, and the shoot has died and all that. He went across the street just to get to the salon.
Damn.
Saloon.
The salon.
Saloon.
I need my hair done. I got shot for it.
Just shoot a few bullets through the hair to get it out through. Pew pew. There, I'm now buzzed and ready to go.
God.
Look, that's the best only way to, get your hair done.
Shut up.
He looked over the bar of the door to the store, the gentle curve of thinking in his brow, before meeting your eyes again. The saloon has rooms, don't it? I think that's what Bart said.
Yeah, it must be upstairs.
Should we go? Up? We'll be a darn lot safer and comfier than down here. You thought about it, for a moment. The only worry was whether you might get blood on something for when Bartholomew came back.
Yeah. Sorry I got my blood all over your bed.
Though, considering the state of the saloon...
Saloon? What the fuck is wrong with you? Let me get my fucking hair done. shot.
Look. Buck's ears are already off. I'm pretty sure they need to part their hair now
shut
differently.
the hell
Okay.
up. Get the fuck.
Though considering the state of the saloon already, you thought, what the hell? You'll deal with it later together. You can get peroxide with you can use peroxide to get blood out of anything, right?
Do they have peroxide back then?
I don't know. Put wine in it to make it look like.
Let's. Wine would make it worse. What's wrong with you?
Insurance.
There's no such thing as insurance back in their day.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Exactly. You stood up and helped Joseph, with a stiff thigh still, to get up too. You walked briskly together past the window, out of sight. You took your time getting up the stairs, taking it slow for Joseph, who was huffing and breathing through gritted teeth as he made his way up. You stumbled along the landing, one arm around each other, towards the furthest room. Nice room.
Yeah, very nice.
Twisting the handle, you opened the door with some haste, shuffling inside together. You turned and closed the door as quietly as you could, still bumping against the frame, the handle creaking as it turned beneath your hand. You waited there, facing the door, giving yourself a moment, breathing slowly, feeling the metal in your palm, gripping it tightly. The door closed, the peppering of gunshots from outside was much softer. You can imagine them as raindrops against the window. Nice room. You let go and turned to look around the room. You agreed. It was nice. It was bright, the sunlight skimming in through the window, curtains open, fading onto the windows, fading onto the pillows, a clean bed, a side table, a dresser. You wandered over to the bed, reaching out to touch, but thinking better of it when feeling the blood sticking between your fingers. A large rug lay on the floor next to the bed, so instead, you lowered yourself down to sit on it, leaned back to rest against the bed.
Let me get all my blood all over this carpet.
The rug is way better than getting your bed sheets gone. I'm not gonna turn this white bed sheet into red. Pattern and flecked. You rested your head against it too, at least feeling the softness of the sheets brushing your fur, meeting the curve of your neck. Joseph still stood where he was, looking into the middle distance. After a few moments, his glassy stare turned down to you, come back to life. What do we do now?
We wait. We'll wait for the fight to die down. Once they realize who's died, they should leave. Hopefully, it won't be looking for.
Right. You shuffled over to the bed and leaned down, groaning as you hit the rug, sitting against the bed as you did now. Sit here and hope for the best. As good a plan as we've had so far. His hurt leg stretched out against the floor as he massaged the muscle gently, bringing the other closer out of the way. Leg's killing me, huh? Well, not really, thank God. The bleeding looked like it had stopped, thankfully, but still needed tending to before it got worse. Ears flicked as you turned your head. You felt the still air stinging against the exposed tip of your ear. You reached up for a moment, feeling it, fingers running past the matted, sticky fur. The bleeding had stopped there, too.
You can get patched up when all the townsfolk come back, I hope.
Yeah, I'll be fine. Don't you worry. You try not to worry, settling yourself down, trying to rest. You stared at the wall of the bedroom, unsure what to think, unsure what to feel, tracing the grain of the wood with your eyes. You wondered if the numbness you felt made you a monster, some strange lacking that left you sitting there, brought to feeling. Like, okay, I'll stop right here. If you have the thought of like wondering if you are a bad person, if you wish someone to be dead and they're a terrible person, don't be.
Yeah,
That's my first thought. It doesn't make you a bad person for wanting someone out of the life or just out of the living.
Yeah, what's that line?
What line?
That line.
Oh, that's the cigar.
Oh, it's over top.
Oh, sorry, I was about to burn your fur.
Oh no.
How are you
Unless
supposed
they
to?
like it that way.
Oh my gosh, that's masochism.
Masochism? Masochism?
Yeah, masochistic.
What's it when you want like it when you hurt people?
I think that's sadistic.
Nice.
How are you supposed to feel when Curly's sitting behind a house, limp, body baking the sun? Beef jerky.
Delicious.
How are you supposed to feel with black draped over a window, lifelessly hanging in the shade of the porch? You couldn't shake the feeling of the glass press against your neck through your fur, cold against your skin. That's gonna be something to think about still, the PTSD.
Oh yeah, all that PTSD.
Yeah. Like it was still there. Like if you moved in a second, you'd find yourself gasping in the ground, drowning, grasping your throat. You were brought back from your thoughts as your ears drew your eyes away from the wall, down to your side. Down to where Joseph's hand fidgeted, tapping against the floor. The softest of patters against the rug, unheard rhythm from within him. His breathing caught your eye too, the noticeable rise and fall of his chest, the long exhales through his nose. Your eyes continued up to his sullen face, the feathers of his head subtly shaking, nerves bubbling to the surface. You looked back down to his hand and found yourself reaching across, reaching out to take hold. Joseph jolted as you touched him, his hand almost reflexively jerking out of yours. As he came back to the world, you looked down. He relaxed his arm when he saw, squeezing you a little and letting you steal his hand away into your lap. He was trembling as you stroked your thumb over the feathers, squeezing his hand back firmly. Your hands moved around each other, grappling and dancing, exploring each other's fingers and palms.
God, so dirty.
Well, their hands are bloody, so yeah, obviously.
Premarital hand holding. Ugh, such a sin.
Look, it's adorable. Distraction of each other's fur and feathers, just the two of you. Joseph's arm being pulled away from him started to make him lean, his body subtly shifting inch by inch closer to you. He started to tilt, his head tilted too, laying your shoulder with a comforting heft of weight. He laid your head on his, feather ends tickling you through your fur. He untwisted his arm into a comfier position, keeping it near. He took a hold again, pulling the back of his hand, digging your fingers in between his, intertwining. Now you were both still, only the small movements of getting comfortable disturbed you, hands fidgeting together. We're alive, huh? Did we really do that? Nah, there's no way. We rolled up on Clemency, and I saw y'all, I thought we had no shot. How did we make it out alive? There was an incredulity to his voice that weighed in your heart. He was right. You nearly died. Nearly, but you didn't. You were still alive. You were still here. With him.
I don't think I care about how or the why we're still alive. And they aren't. All that matters to me is that I'm sitting here with you. That's I can feel how warm you are.
Joseph sat up at that, his head no longer on your shoulder as he turned to look at you. Looking into your eyes. You found your hand let go of his, reaching up. Wanted to feel him, feel his warmth, the way his stomach moved as he breathed. His heart still beating strong inside him, like it was reaching out to you, quickening as you let your hand lay on his chest. You felt your own heartbeat thrumming louder now, like you had just minutes ago. Not a fear this time, not that kind, as you reached up past his shoulder. He closed his eyes as your hand rubbed gently through up his neck. Feathers were fluffing, shrinking up till you cupped his face. You know, I'd like to see, but also make sure no one's coming up the stairs. I'm about to break into the rooms.
Yeah.
The feathers of his face were soft, intermingled with the dust and dirt, the specks of dry blood that you felt beneath your hand. He opened his eyes again, those big, honey gold and brown rings that started to flick around your features, studying you. Looking at you in a way you don't think you have ever seen before. He cleared his throat a little, dry, and unsure of his words, but wanted to say them all the same. You know, did I ever tell you how handsome you are?
Oh, God.
You couldn't help your little snort as you laughed, turning your face away, giggling over the nervous trip of his words.
No, I don't think you did.
Oh, come on, Buck. Looking back at him, it felt like your faces were closer. Your laughter subsided. Cheeks turned to warm as the sweetness of his words trickled into your thoughts, like honey. You found yourself leaning in, slowly, as did he, your eyes glancing each other's mouths.
Oh my God, they're gonna kiss!
The
They're
stretch
not
of
even
tension.
married yet!
Oh my God.
Ugh.
The stretch of tension in your back as your head pushed forward had your hand, bearing the softness of his feathers, pulling him closer. Eyes meeting once more, just a moment before.
Oh!
It's adorable.
They did it! Woo!
My God, don't
We
scream.
did it!
Jesus.
They finally did it. They
Wow,
kiss.
it's great. I love it so
Mwah.
much. No.
Little heart, cute.
I'm just gonna leave it on here for a bit more. It's
No,
great.
shut-
It's great.
It's premarital.
It's-
Get that sinful shit out of here.
Your faces met. You pressed your lips to the end of his beak, his hot breath in your lips, in your mouth, as yours was in his.
Aw.
You held the kiss there.
Wouldn't it be cold? It's a beak.
A tiny bit, I'll assume.
Oh no.
That or the desert heat. You held the kiss there, holding your lips to his, unsure this was what you were supposed to do. You never kissed anyone like this before. You hadn't met anyone like Joseph before either. You just wanted to be close to him like this. Your heart was beating hard in your chest, your cheeks flushed and hot. You heard what sounded like sweeping, but it was your own tail wagging across the floor.
Oh my god.
Well, at least Bartholomew doesn't worry about the dust on the floor anymore.
Yeah, no more dust in that weird spot.
Yeah. A few more seconds passed before the kiss was broken, your hand falling from his face to hold onto his arm. No. You looked at each other with quivering breaths. You could feel the strong rhythm of his heartbeat in your hand. A big, gracious smile spread across Joseph's face. He matched it with a more sheepish one, embarrassed but still despite everything. I'm guessing you never kissed someone with a beak before?
Oh no, I haven't. Or anyone without one, for that matter.
Well, if that really was your first time, I got nothing to complain about. I'd just say it was a very mammal kiss.
Mammal.
That sounds very.
That sounds very species.
Speciesist. Yes, that's the word. Speciesist.
Oh really now? Do
Educate.
educate me.
You have a lot of lip to it. Birds can't do that so well, you see. So we tend to kiss a little differently.
Peck, peck. Ow.
Your face warmed even more, your ears burning as he leaned in closer, talking softly. Let me show you.
Oh god.
One hand came to rest on your leg as he leaned forward. His beak passed flush with your snout.
Horse.
Wow, your first thought. You closed your eyes as he came closer. The whispers of his breath warming your face, the tip of his beak gently poked at your cheek. He preened and rubbed his beak through your fur, almost nibbling at you, feeling soft scrapes against your skin.
Aww.
It's adorable. Joseph's affections continued against your cheek, the feathers of his face close to your nose, smelling of sweat and tobacco.
With that cigarette in his mouth. Peck, peck.
Pick,
Burn.
pick. Yeah. He swallowed the cigar before we kissed. Just swallowed it before they kissed. Yeah.
Delicious.
Yes, delicious. Just like eating plant for breakfast.
Plant? I don't think that's a plant.
Tobacco is a plant, though. It's a plant drug.
I wouldn't eat that plant. Okay, can you eat tobacco leaves, like actual leaves, and get addicted?
You want to try it?
No.
Exactly.
Let me just eat the leaves real quick. Let me see what happens.
Nom. Like koalas. And sloths. He nuzzled through the fur of your face a few moments more, before rubbing his beak all along your snout. He tipped his head back. You open your eyes again, bemused by Joseph's new kiss, to gaze upon his bashful face. The blush of his cheeks and the unusual shyness he was trying to shake off, you felt as if you'd been entrusted a secret. What do you make of that?
I think I like mine better, but I could get used to those two.
He slipped an arm around your back, holding it closer as your heart fluttered at the thought of familiar kisses. I would be happy to oblige. His face beamed with a warm smile.
There's like a shooter outside looking in, like, what the hell's going on?
Let me just casually walk away. His face beamed with a warm smile. He leaned forward to rest his head atop yours.
I mean, if my boss was dead and, like, everything's happening, I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'll run off.
Well, they don't hear anyone coming up the stairs, so I guess it's that. Yeah. You reached your hand across him and grabbed his other hand, pulling it to his lap, keeping you all close like a bundle of sticks. Letting your mind focus on him, feeling his hand squeeze your side firmly, squeezing his other hand back. Listening to his breathing, to the small shuffles of his clothes, to the faint beat of his heart in his chest. Your ear flicked around a little as you heard something else, some subtle noise you wanted to ignore, focusing on the warmth of Joseph. The fight in the streets seemed to be over. No longer could you hear those muffled shots, The pops or bangs or cracks that split the air. What you could hear now, though, were rhythmic thuds, distant and soft, but growing louder by the second. It was footsteps. First the stairs, but now coming along the landing, coming closer.
Hide under the bed.
Yeah, he sat up sharply, knocking Joseph to the chin a little, as he heard one of the doors open and then close. Whoever it was checking the rooms. Joseph sat up as he took note of the noise as well.
Hide under the bed.
It wasn't the same as you. Hold up gun, point to door.
Point to door, hide under bed.
Someone was looking for you, or at least, someone was looking for stragglers. Your hand snatched to your gun and pulled it from the holster, aiming it square at the door. You heard more doors open and close. Whoever it was would be here in just a few seconds. The footsteps grew that little bit louder. He found something familiar within them. There were 4 footsteps, 2 people, but there was another offbeat thump there, at a pace. A 5th footstep?
What? Oh, a cane!
Yeah.
It's the man!
I
It's
was
our
thinking-
bull! I mean, them! Damn it! Oh man, punch me anytime.
It's our lizard. There
Yeah,
you go.
it's our lizard. Wait, what? I forgot the word. Sheriff! It's the sheriff! God damn.
It's not the sheriff,
Oh
it's
my God.
sheriff.
Punch me if I ever misgender anybody.
Do you want me to do it now?
No, you suck.
As the hunters came to the door, you realized what it was.
For a person who can't even know the difference between a saloon and a salon, I'm gonna stab you.
Look,
You have no right to correct me.
Difference between hair and a drink, okay? As the hunters came to the door, you realized what it was. Your hand coming down, pointing the gun away. Joseph whispered urgently, "What are you doing?"
What are you doing?
It wasn't their footstep you heard. It was the thump of a cane. The door swung open. 2 figures standing in the doorway. A moment of uncertainty had you point the gun back their way. You put it away again, though, as sure enough, he saw who you were expecting. It was Sheriff, along with a man unfamiliar to you.
It's a bunny! Oh my goodness!
A lanky, serious-looking hare who leaned in, still on the door handle. "Whoa, put that thing away there. We don't mean you no harm."
Is that his husband? The one with the long name?
Bartholomew?
Yeah, Bartholomew. God.
Against Jacob and Sheriff. Both of them had the rifle slung over their shoulders, and Sheriff's worried face turned to one of relief when you met eyes. And there I was, getting all twisted up worrying about you two. Knew you'd be alright. Sheriff, what are you doing here? I thought everyone was out of town. Well, everyone is, except for us. Oh, I should introduce you. This is Matthew. He stayed behind to help me. I couldn't go with everyone else. I was worried about the town and you boys, so Matthew and I stayed here to help whoever we could. We're up on the roof shooting as a distraction. I was of some help.
Wait, that was you? I thought you were supposed to be pacifist.
Well, we didn't actually shoot anyone. We just shot near them. Trying to tip the scales in your favor and give them something else to worry about. Listen, that made the salon a bit of a target, though.
Salute!
Salon.
Salute.
Bartholomew's not going to be happy about this mess.
I'm sorry. We'll do whatever we can to help.
Matthew waved it off cheerily. Oh, don't worry. My husband's a very forgiving man, but this salon is like... Saloon. God damn it.
I'm gonna kill you. Saloon is like his
Saloon
baby.
is like his baby. They want to know you're alright, but after that, he's just gonna want to fix it up. So this was the husband? You didn't think your first meeting with him would be like this?
Yeah.
Through a gunfight. Seems like you got banged up pretty bad too. Don't know if we should have done more. I swear to God, it's gonna be like this is gonna be my whole life. I'll just mix up words in my own head, even if I know better.
Oh, trust me, I've held an orange and been like, ooh, an apple. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me?
Ah, what a nice banana.
Have you ever peeled an orange and was just like, wow, a nice apple? And then just felt the shame and guilt of your entire life.
No, you just start peeling the orange, and all of a sudden, it slowly just turns to the shape of a banana. Like, what the fuck is happening? Like, just the absolute insanity and horror.
I would believe I had a seizure.
Like, you just peel down, and you feel like you're gonna curve on the orange, and all of a sudden, it just keeps going, and a banana takes its shape.
Banana. Seems like
he banged up pretty bad too. Don't know if we should have done more.
No, I think you may well have saved our lives. We knew the danger of what we were doing. Thank you for helping us like that. You didn't have to.
Yeah, thanks. We owe you one. Oh, don't mention it. We'll ask for your help when you're better, but right now you need some seeing to. Lucky for you, the town doctor's here. Where? You're looking at him?
Oh, that's awesome. He's a doctor.
Sorry. Nothing to apologize for. We've all had quite the day.
Man.
Yeah.
What happened to everybody else?
We told them to leave. Their bosses are dead, and we said more people will be back soon, too. None of them felt like sticking around. You're safe. Inside yourself, there was some deep sigh of relief you didn't realize you'd been holding on to, like you hadn't breathed right for days. Now there's peace.
Peace.
You nodded gratefully. Matthew came into the room and started tending to Joseph first, looking over his injuries. You're both hurt, and bruised, and bloody, but you were safe now. You wondered how long it would be until you could believe that. You're not sure if you knew back then, or when you realized, that you'd carry the scars from that day for the rest of your lives.
Ooh.
You and Joseph were put up in separate rooms in the saloon by Bartholomew, who insisted you stay so that Matthew could treat you both.
Different rooms.
Shush you. The month you spent resting and recovering there was full of sleepless nights. Nightmares came often, some more vivid than others. You often woke in the early morning to find you in your bed sheets drenched in sweat. Some nights you were woken by Joseph shouting. Those nights you sit up in bed, waiting for him to come into your room and crawl in, lying with him until you fell asleep.
Oh, cute.
Yeah. Other nights, where you felt shaken and sick by what you dreamt about, you'd wake him asking if you could sleep in his bed. Neither of you talked much otherwise. You kept to yourselves in your rooms, resting, doctor's orders. You weren't sure of their benefits, but Matthew brought you medicines occasionally, often some concoction involving whiskey.
It's you.
The medicine cocktails.
Delicious. Cold syrup and vodka. Amazing.
Cold syrup, aspirin, and just the hardest alcohol imagimaginable.
Vodka, cocaine, and fucking shit.
I think that's almost a safety hazard. Don't mix your medicines with alcohol, but here it is freely.
Here's aspirin, cocaine, and vodka. You'll be
Just
fine.
Shaken but not stirred.
You'll be fine.
Oh my god. You joked about the perks of having a bartender for a spouse. The taste was vile to you still, but you found it helped just a little. It was odd, you thought, that the respite of bed rest felt like just as much work as being up and about the camp. It sometimes felt like resting was the last thing you were doing. As the days rolled by, there did come the point you'd been waiting for, where you both were feeling fed enough to get up and do something. It's probably that sentiment of just sitting there for like weeks or something like that, and just not being productive at all.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, very. You still kept the saloon, seeing a handful of familiar faces at all times. My mind keeps going to salon for no reason.
Saloon! Oh my god!
I thought I got this done, but like, saloon.
No, it's
I know it's saloon, but salon keeps going to my brain first and foremost. You can't stop my brain.
The saloon!
Oh my god, just sitting around gossiping.
It's already clean and mostly fixed.
The saloon was already clean and mostly fixed up by the time you were recovered enough to lend a hand. You felt like you'd missed your opportunity to help out. Bartholomew assured you he'd need help when the new windows would be fitted. He had also brought up that neither of you had joined in on the nightly gathering at the salon.
Saloon! Oh my god! Shut the hell up!
No,
God, you are dumb.
The fact
I'm
that
gonna slap
the
you.
main setting is the saloon. It's the curse. It's my
How?
curse.
You're so dumb. I'm gonna
Look,
kill you.
I'm an English major, but I get my English confused.
Yeah, fucking go to college, fucking go goof off, come back with a degree, and then just not know how to spell.
I don't know how to use my own
You're
language.
supposed to be teaching me. I'm the one who can't read.
We have no hope.
Am I like influencing you right now?
Shush. That now you are better, everyone would love to see you. You heard the gatherings all those nights you've been resting. They're taunting us, being happy down there while I'm just sitting here in bed, just
Alone,
sickly.
miserable.
Exactly. Attendance waxed and waned, but every night the saloon was bustling and merry, full of people enjoying each other's company, singing songs, telling stories. The idea of being in the midst of that crowd put ice in your stomach. Joseph happily agreed to come along to the next gathering, and so did you. You knew really that it would be good to be around people.
So pretty.
Yeah, orange and purple, like the color schemes do. Now here you were, standing in front of the window in your room, looking out, past the vague reflection of your face in the glass. Night had fallen. Lights in houses down the street snuffed one by one as people left for the saloon. Salon? Gosh.
Saloon!
Saloon.
Shut up, downstairs.
I said the word.
Filling with the town.
I said the word right, but I thought I said it wrong. My brain.
Shut up.
The downstairs filling with the town. Already you could hear the muffled sounds of mingling, chatter, spatters of loud laughs that had grown familiar to you through the walls. You kept looking out the window, into the dark desert, knowing that you'd have to move soon.
Anxiety.
Pure anxiety, shaking, shake. Just waiting there a second, another minute. You had to go. Go on, leave the room. A short sigh yourself sent you off, walking across the room to meekly open the door. You pulled it open just a crack. The warm lamplight in the salon.
Saloon! Oh my god, you had it right, but you fucking corrected yourself with the wrong answer.
Saloon.
Shut up, I'm gonna start doing this.
No, I need to practice like more than you do.
And to your surprise, you found Joseph standing there.
Oh, wow.
One hand raised, about to knock on your door. He flashed you a little smile, clearly asking if he could come in.
You open it just enough to let him in before closing it, leaning with your shoulder to the door as he stood close to you.
Salon.
Stop! No! No! Don't get me traumatized about this word now, please.
I will traumatize you. Screw you. Hey!
Hey.
Hi. Gay
greetings.
panic.
Your greetings practically stumbled over each other, both clearly antsy, trying to get some words out. Are you ready? You chewed the inside of your cheek a little as you thought. You wanted to be ready. You wanted to go down and see the people who had cared for you. Joseph was here too. It'd be fine. I'm not ready either, if it helps. I figured if we dilly-dally about it, though, we'll never be ready.
Yeah, you're right.
You sighed and Joseph patted you on the shoulder. A little reassurance to get you going.
Alrighty, let's go. Have a good time.
A rip snoring, roaring good time.
Rip roaring, good time.
That's the spirit. Now drink your spirits downstairs.
Yeah.
Joseph followed close behind as you opened the door wide and stepped out, eyes adjusting from the darkness of your room.
Let's party like we're purple. I love being purple. Sorry.
He closed the door as you left, and you walked along the landing together, down the stairs, looking out over the disparate crowds. Clemency was a small town, but with so many packed into here, it felt like even the busiest of bars you glanced inside it before. As you neared the bottom of the stairs, you heard a voice call out. Buck! Joseph, over here! You looked over the bar and saw Bartholomew waving at you, his arms stuck up high to catch you over the taller patrons milling past. It wasn't just him either. Standing at the bar were other familiar faces you were happy to see, namely Jacob and Sheriff.
Aww. I was like, oh no, people calling you. Anxiety.
You took Joseph's hand and walked through with him.
Man, did you see that beautiful painting right there?
Oh yes, 2 horsies.
Oh, horsey.
Wait, do they have 5 legs?
They have a tail, dumbass.
Oh, that's a tail.
Yeah, dumbass.
The tail
My
is the...
little pony.
Oh my god, no, the tail is the 5th leg.
The 5th one.
Now you made me think of that. Why? You took Joseph's hand and walked through with him, excusing your way past people to the bar. That's your fucking fault.
What?
Hey, everything's cleaned up nicely now.
Oh, Turtle Man, Bird Man. That's a wolf, right? I always forget what it is. Turtle, bird.
Turtle Man, Bird Man, Dog Man, and Lizard Person.
Yeah, Lizard Person.
Yeah. Jacob
Wait, is it a person?
Joya?
No, like a person is human, but lizard them.
Lizard Person, okay? Do I have to teach you all about this now?
No, I don't know English.
And I'm not going to be able much help with you based on how this is going.
Salon.
Jacob and Sheriff sidled along to make some room between them. A friendly gap for you both to squeeze into.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, I don't remember his voice. It's been too long.
The firefight made you forget all about.
Yeah, too many deaths. It's good to see. Oh, man, I'm thinking of...
Don't be a witch.
It's good to see. It's good to see. Yeah, forgot I can't read. Give me a second. It's good to see you well again, Buck. I found myself rather worried after what happened. Oh, God. Jesus.
How do you think I feel? As a voice, everything.
Too many people.
I have fun with it.
I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you too, Joseph. Fuck. Jacob. Jacob.
Cobb and the J.
I didn't lose another limb, so I think I have nothing to complain about.
He gave you a gentle, reassuring smile, seemingly genuinely calmed by your jokey reassurance. Sheriff leaned in to address you both. It's good to see you both in good health, for sure. You'll be in even better health with a drink down you. Oh, yay. Bartholomew? So what I'm here for? On the house, fellas. What are you drinking? Damn, really? You sure? We've been taking up your rooms and now free drinks. You're really spoiling us. You need something so we can toast to your health. Go on, take your pick. Ah, well, I think I'll just stick with the beer. Alrighty, how about you, Buck?
Can you do me a whiskey?
You felt Joseph giving you a quizzical look, surprised you chose such a hard liquor. Sure thing, let me get on those. He turned and busied himself with finding what you'd ordered. He looked at Joseph, his face still confused over your choice.
What? I've acquired a bit of a taste for it.
The medicine!
Yeah.
No, I gotta respect it. Just didn't see it being your kind of thing.
I'm full of surprises, huh?
Sure are.
Ah,
You felt a little brush rise to your cheeks as he gave you a wry smile. Bartholomew set down a stout tumbler of whiskey alongside the beer on the counter. You took your drinks as Sheriff started to speak. That's more like it. Now a toast to Buck and Joseph. You boys pulled off something incredibly brave, and I'm thankful you made it.
Here, here.
You went around clinking glasses. See, they doing the cheers properly. Clinks.
Clink.
Clink. You went around clinking glasses with Jacob, Joseph, Sheriff, and Bartholomew before taking a sip of your whiskey. Before it even reached your lips, the smell was burning your nose. You continued to burn as it slipped down your throat. It was a pleasant burn of sorts, though. You weren't sure if that was the way it was meant to be, but you enjoyed it all the same. So, boys, I don't know what your plans are, now you're all fixed up, but I thought I'd take the moment to ask you if you'd like to stay in Clemency. I really think you'd fit in here. It's just an invitation, mind you. No need to give me an answer now, but just think about it for me. You and Joseph glanced eyes for a moment, both humbled and blindsided, unsure what to say. Why did the question leave you gripping your glass, fidgeting your thumb over the rim? Wasn't this something you wanted? Thank you, Sheriff. That's a very kind offer. We'll have to sleep on it, I think. Not a problem. Just a suggestion, really. Don't mind me none. Truth be told, I can't say we have much in the way of plans of now.
Oh yeah, no, I have. We've not really thought about what to do next.
That was the honest truth. All you'd focused on was getting away from Curly, out from under his shadow. Now you were free. You could do anything, and yet could think of nothing. The tightness took hold in your chest. Ah, if it isn't my favorite
Oh man,
patience.
he's big. I didn't even realize it.
Look, he's great, okay? I like the
Big
overalls.
bunny.
The overalls sell him.
I know, I love him. He's my favorite character, by the way.
He's barely
new favorite character. Wait a minute. Does Bartholomew not have a hat?
Oh my gosh, you're
Oh
right.
my god! That's sin! How does he not have a hat?
I think he has glasses instead.
Oh no, I don't give a shit. He should have a hat. Put a hat on him.
Matthew came wandering over to the bar and grinned you both with a beaming smile.
Edit a hat on him.
Oh my god.
Do
No.
it. Edit a hat on him.
No, that's too much effort just for that.
Too much effort.
Great to see you up and at it. All thanks to you, Doc. Oh, you're too kind. I'll drink to that. Glug. He took a swig of the beer he held, as a Joseph in kind. I'm thinking of a poker game right now, so thought I'd wander around and see who's game. I'll join in. Alrighty, I've got another guy as well, so just need at least one more person. You able to sneak away from the bar, hun? He spoke past you to Bartholomew, who rolled his eyes.
Oh, blush.
I admire your tenacity, Matthew, but I'm not gonna join on your poker no matter how many times you ask. Alright. Can't blame a man for trying. Joseph caught your eye and gave you a look to ask, you mind if I go? To which you just nudged him encouragingly with your elbow. I'm game, if you're prepared to lose.
If you're prepared to lose.
Oh, that's fighting talk. I should have known you'd be up for it. Come with me to the table. Joseph gave your arm a gentle squeeze before he grabbed his beer and headed with Sheriff towards back of the saloon.
Oh man, I almost said something.
What are you gonna say?
Nothing.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
Or are you gonna bring up my own inadequacies with Salon?
No. It's just all the big ones left. I'm like, oh, all the bottom.
Just say the goddamn twinks are now here.
No, I don't know.
You watch him disappear into the throng of people before turning back to the bar, just left with Jacob and Bartholomew.
Not a gambler then, Joseph.
Stop confusing me with your boyfriend.
I keep forgetting his fucking name. Oh, heavens no. Not that I have any particular objection. I'm just terrible at it. And I have no say to say my poker face is quite dreary. Dire
on the wire. In the fire. You chuckled at that. Certainly seeing how it could be the case. Your eyes turned down to your drink, small talk dying away. Staring into the clear liquid that streaked the glass as you rolled it around in your hand. Were you a whiskey drinker now? You couldn't have foreseen that a month ago. Nor could you have foreseen before that you meet Joseph. They end up here, having left the gang. Curly now gone. Thinking back on it, it felt like you were always going to be under Curly's thumb. What else was there for you? That was going to be your life until the tides of fate swept you elsewhere. You didn't think you'd ever have a chance like this. Now you have the chance to choose your life. Everything is still just as hazy. What comes next? I know that look. He turned your eyes up to Bartholomew as he put his elbows in the bar, leaning in with a friendly, knowing demeanor. That's the face of someone with a lot going on upstairs. There's something very interesting at the bottom of that glass. You thinking about what Sheriff said?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
What are your plans now? You must have some idea of what you want to do.
I can't say I do. I've not thought about it, I guess.
You know, you don't have to stay in Clemency. You could go anywhere, really.
Oh yes, I would say I agree. Traveling is an incredible way to learn, to discover what kind of man you are. What kind of man? Indeed. It is easy when young to think you know the world. Think you know yourself well.
Yeah, you never do.
Yeah. Think you're bigger than
I got it all figured out by the age of 18, Dad.
That's what I thought before I went on pilgrimage. Oh, God. Man who left Pennsylvania all those years ago is not the same man who arrived in Clemency. In fact, the man who arrived in Clemency and the man sitting in this bar, you know, are not the same either. I don't know that word.
Convening.
Convening with.
Welcome to the convent.
Like, what the fuck does that word say? Convening with your fellow people gives a great deal of clearancy and substance to your character. I think. Oh wait, fuck.
Yeah.
I got the wrong character. I think I see what you mean.
You knew what he meant, of course. You'd run with Curly for years now. Who you were when you left home and who you are now are strangers to each other. You weren't sure if that person from years ago met you now, that you'd be someone you wanted to know. It's not just yourself either. You can learn a lot about someone else from traveling with them. Me and Matthew learned so much about each other in the trail, both the good and the bad. I don't think you really know someone till you've had to share the same bed for weeks on end.
Snores like a...
Oh my god.
Snores.
It could be good for you and Joseph.
Maybe.
You could feel your cheeks turning red. Joseph had talked about riding east before, but that was more like running away at the time. What Bartholomew said stuck in your head. Do you even know Joseph? Do you really know him? You thought you did, but really, you've only just met. You don't really know that much about each other. While you may feel things for him, you never have anyone else. You've gone through hell and high water to be here together. Is that enough? Is that a reason to stick together? Do you want to know who he is? Do you want him to know who you are? You have no idea what the future holds. You have no idea about anything. You don't know Joseph. He doesn't know you either. You don't even know yourself. Tar was running up in your chest, coating your insides, making you heavy. Breathing deep, tapping your fingers in the bar. It's too warm in here. Too many people. You need some air. You feeling alright, Buck? His words snapped you out of your thoughts. The feelings remained. You nodded subtly.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go outside. Get some air.
Giving them both a weak smile of reassurance, you left your drink in the bar and stepped away, passing strangers to head out the doors. The night air was refreshing as it cooled your head. You welcomed the chill breeze in the desert that ruffled through your fur. You didn't hang around long in the saloon porch, walking away into the town, leaving behind the yellow light that spilled from its windows. You left the town too, past the sign that read its name, making your way up a path to the outskirts that brought back forlorn memories. Memories of feelings not unlike the ones you were harboring now. You stood at the top of your climb, on a familiar cliff. You took slow, deep breaths of the night air, filling your lungs, clearing your head. You wandered over to the cliff edge and gazed over the town. The light of saloon...
Saloon!
Saloon Stark.
Saloon, oh, fuck.
Are you mixing up in your head now, too?
No, is that a spider?
Don't worry about it.
Spider.
The light of the saloon stark against the inky dark. Just to remove all visible tension by saying salon. The desert was quiet, save for the whistle of wind carrying the chirp of insects.
I think he's scared because he doesn't even know himself.
Yeah, he's only been like... Well, he's been like, you know, like quiet in the whole gang now, and he's now having doubts about it now for the first time that he actually can experience it. It's...
Yeah, well,
yeah,
I mean, like...
No, that's really familiar territory for me. Like, honestly. Like, no, like, I'm not trans, but, like, yeah, like, the whole feeling is similar.
Oh,
Just trying to explore yourself.
I completely understand. Growing up, I was never gendered. Even my friends wouldn't really say the things, because I was just kind of it. I was the weird one. I was never really, you know. I remember the first time that was the weirdest experience ever.
Yeah, I remember having the same experiences of, like, being the weird one, too.
Somebody called me Miss, and I felt like it was wrong.
Mm.
I think it was at an airport, and I'm like, wow, that did not feel right. Because no one's ever done that. I was always just my name. Never she, never he. It was just me. I can understand the feeling of
You a person.
Weird. Yeah. I can see why. Maybe I am non-binary. Who knows?
You a human.
I just try not to think about it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Think about it in your own time.
Yeah. Don't bring your problems to this.
Don't worry, let me just lay it down. I murdered 17 people and I had no idea how to deal with the guilt. What should I do?
What should I do? People. Answer the call.
One was a baby. 2 of them were people, like, in their over 120 years old. I don't know what to do with myself.
Fucking dumb it. Shut the hell up.
I don't know what to do with
You
myself.
crouch down, feel your...
The guilt is wrecking me.
You don't have any guilt. Don't lie.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm just a murderer.
Legs hang over the edge of the cliff. Click.
Click. You crouch down and fill in your hunches. sitting and letting your legs hang over the edge of the cliff. It was funny to think how many life-changing things had happened to you up here.
What is that?
It's the cliff and all that.
Oh, I thought he was actually like dangling over a cliff.
Meeting Joseph, spend a night with him.
Oh, okay, now I see it.
What?
Man, okay, I'm stupid.
Meeting Joseph.
I thought that was his foot. Like, I thought he was standing.
That's his tail.
I know. I'm an idiot.
God.
Shut up.
Meeting Joseph, spending the night with him, sowing the seeds of your plans to be free. Was there some comfort to being up here? Perhaps. Fond and fresh memories that calmed you, reminding you why you were here.
Oh, I'm gonna ruin it. Oh.
Aru. God. There's no full moon. Do you see a moon there? No. That's right. Exactly. This is not werewolf territory.
He is a wolf, though.
Yeah, canid. Still, there was a gnawing feeling in your heart, no matter how much you hoped for there not to be. Why are you feeling like this? Why are you so worried? Why are you so scared? What's wrong with you?
Same.
Shouldn't this freedom you have now be a good thing? Why does it feel like everything's about to come crashing down around your ears? What about Joseph? Sweet Joseph that you made a promise with. You let a heavy sigh. You didn't expect to be weighed down with so many thoughts tonight. This is supposed to be a celebration. Yeah, it's like, there's just so many things that can go.
Too much.
Too many thoughts. Like, I'll say this. I'm getting, when I was going through this, I had a distinct thought, like, this is way better, like, executed than Life is Strange True Colors. The ending of that was literally all about, like, whether main character should stay in the town or leave and, like, discover herself. And, like, my first thought was, yeah, it's not even a difficult decision for me here. Just leave. Yeah.
I never understood that. Like, I feel like it's just like a teenage thing. It's just like, I'm leaving to go to college, be something bigger. And it's just like, then you grow up and you realize, like, oh, I don't give a shit. Every town, every place is the same.
Basically, the only thing that's going to be different is like, the bonds you make with people. But it's always a thing of, like, wondering, okay, but where can I even go to make those bonds in the first place? That's the biggest question, really.
Yeah.
That's literally the only thing I can think of for anything like that. College is not really a big thing for me right now. I'll get through it and get by, but I have no idea. Yeah. But that's the adult experience. If you're listening, kiddos, then guess what? We don't know either.
Yeah, we don't have the answers. No one has the answers.
Look in a dictionary.
Look in a dictionary.
Because I can't say saloon right.
Shut up.
You let a heavy sigh. You didn't expect to be weighed down with so many thoughts tonight. This is supposed to be a celebration. Now you are up here, away from everyone, many contradictions running through your mind. That's always been your answer to things. Running away. The only time you didn't was because of that promise. How stupid can you be to choose to fight, and then want to run away from everything you were fighting for? You'd probably run away from yourself if you could. You just wished you could answer why. You sat for a little while. The wind up here was still a pleasant breeze. You blew past your head, cooling your warm ears, taking small grains of sand with it that floated off the cliff. Not thinking about much at all as you looked out into the night, the distant, dark blue silhouettes of hills. Howdy, stranger. What brings you out here?
No. Ah, look, you're cute.
You were drawn from your trance by Joseph's voice all of a sudden. You were so out of it you hadn't even heard him approach. You turned and looked up at him. He was standing a few paces away, his beer in one hand, your whiskey glass in the other. You know how far I must travel carrying those two drinks?
Yeah, sorry there's bugs and shit in your drink. Here you go.
just desert dust in it, like, it builds character.
Dirt.
Ah, sand, my favorite. I can feel the glass forming in my stomach already.
Crunch.
My God. Mind if I join you? He nodded the ground, letting him know he could come sit. He walked over and lowered himself carefully to sit next to you, keeping the drink steady. He held your whiskey glass out to you by his fingers. He took it as he put it on your palm. It's adorable.
That's so cute. God, thanks. I love those tiny floating hats. God.
No problem. Like I said, what brings you out here? He absentmindedly scratched the side of your glass with a blunt claw. He thought of your answer.
I just need some air.
Yeah, it was a little stuffy in that saloon. If you ask me, we did Bartholomew a favor breaking
Feather.
feather. Bird on the mind. If you ask me, we did Bartholomew a favor breaking some windows, air out the place. You giggled a little at that. He was good at making you feel better.
How are you always so charming? It seems to come easy to you.
He looked a little bashful at that comment, scratching his head, unsure what to say. I don't know, I just picked it up over time, I guess. Helps you get out of fights and whatnot.
Yeah, makes sense.
You feeling alright? Didn't say anything when you left.
Sorry, I didn't want to bother you during your poke.
You thought about what you wanted to say, but so many thoughts vied for your tongue, everything swelling up inside you, chest fit to burst. You didn't know if you could admit how you were feeling to him. It almost felt too personal. It felt wrong. It felt harsh.
I feel strange. That's the simplest way I can put it.
He looked at you a moment, eyebrow cocked, unimpressed. Lay it on me.
Huh?
Lay it on me. I want to know what you're thinking. I know you got stuff on your mind you ain't telling me.
Yeah, pull it out of your skull. I want to hear. I want to see.
Just reach into your ear hole, grab that thought, and here you go. It's in palm.
Here's the list of all my anxiety. Sorry, it's gonna take a bit till it's.
Let me just unravel the list. I need to go to my doctors to, ravel all my problems in my life. He blew through your lips with a sigh, thinking about whether you should. He was right after all. You don't have to hide how you feel anymore. If you're honest, you didn't want to keep hiding it.
I'm scared. I guess I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to be doing. What I'm gonna do next. Everyone at the goddamn I knew it! Saloon!
My plan is working.
No, you dumbass. You just learn English. Everyone at the saloon was asking about us about plans, and I realized I don't have any. I don't think that far ahead. Now we're here, and I don't know what to do. I feel like an animal that's been let out of its cage and gotten lost in the wilderness.
But what are you scared of? What's the worst that can happen?
I don't know. That's why I'm scared. What if I do the wrong thing? Make the wrong decision? But don't worry, that's our job apparently. What if I decide to settle down in Clemency, like Sheriff said, and I don't like it? Where would I go? I've had so much of my life wasted running with Curly. I don't want to lose more of it. Too bad decisions I've made. Too many of those.
I don't waste my life either. We can make those choices together now, though. We can turn over a new leaf.
I know we could, but I'm worried about you too. I'm talking with, oh, God damn it, Jacob and Bartholomew. Sorry.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
I was talking to Jacob and Bartholomew, and I realized I don't know you. I don't know anything about you. In your floating hat. Sorry. Every time I look
your
at
hat's
it.
floating too.
You don't know me either.
Joseph's face was solemn. He just stared into your eyes, like he was trying to unpick some meaning from your expression.
I've done horrible things, Joseph.
So have I.
I don't know that. I like the person I've become after Curly. I don't trust myself.
You did what you need to stay alive. You don't have to like it. You were growing frustrated with his rebuttals, like he wasn't listening to you. You twisted your body round, one leg up, facing him head on.
Ugh, God. Sorry, I'm just like, ew. I
Wow.
love you, ew. God, I'm a horrible
Public
person.
displays of affection, disgusting.
Ew, disgusting.
Wow.
I love you, and I'm scared of hurting you.
Well, guess what? You don't like this? Why I love this.
Oh, God. I don't know why, but that word just, like, makes me, like, cringe.
I can already figure out why, though. Yeah. I have disassociated that from that, though.
Yeah, asexual gang. Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm scared that the man who could hurt Curly is the same man that could hurt you. Oh. Okay, that's what you're scared of. I'm scared that if I really, really know each other, that we wouldn't be here in the first place. Aww.
The wind whistled in your ears. Joseph's face was still. Eyes squinted a little, contemplating your words. A few months passed before he opened his beak to speak. I love you too. And I'm not scared of you.
Cringe.
Oh my god, shush you. Wow. Wow. You're cringe.
No, you're cringe.
You're a cringer. Shovel that cringe into your face.
Cringe doesn't exist.
I want to find out who you are, and I hope you have the courage to let you find out who I am. I'm scared as all hell too. I know what you mean. Now that I'm free of the gang, I don't know what to do with myself. All I know is I want to be with you. Maybe we'll make bad choices, but who cares?
Do it together. That commit arson together. It doesn't feel wrong.
My god. It helps show me I don't have to live my life in fear, Buck. I think if we're scared, it means we have our heads screwed on right. It doesn't have to stop us from living. We can make whatever mistakes we want. We can stay in Clemency forever. We can go traveling the country. I don't give a hoot. Tonight ain't the night to worry about the rest of your life. Whatever happens to us, if we can kiss your face at the end of the day, then everything will be alright. A great wave of relief washed over you as Joseph spoke. You didn't realize how much you needed to hear that from him.
A kiss and a prayer?
He laughed. Yeah, on a kiss and a prayer, we'll be just fine.
Ugh. Story. God damn it! That song is embedded into my fucking skull. Story of our lives, huh?
Story of our lives. I take her home.
God, that song is fucking engraved in the back of my skull. Damn.
I had to think of a lyrics for a song like that until it just hit me. He leaned in and pecked you on the cheek, bringing a blush of warmth to them that even the night breeze could not cool.
I just realized he gave him a peck on the lips. He literally has a beak.
Yeah,
he
shush
did
you.
peck him. I don't know why that made me laugh.
Peck.
I'm sorry, I'm stupid.
Shush. Seems pretty good to me. Now come on, let's get on back down there and have a good time. I think someone said they were gonna dust off that old piano and play us all a tune. Please make sure you don't hurt the raccoon living inside.
No.
He made to stand up, but you reached out, placing your hand over his.
Wait. Is it alright if we just sit here a little longer? Then we can go down? It's nice night.
Stop. Don't you dare.
I literally got a tongue twisted. It's a nice night, is all.
And he smiled, eyes softly tilted to the sky, looking to the stars. Sure is. You want to stay here a spell? That's just fine by me.
Oh.
As he settled back down, he scooted over closer to you, shoulder to shoulder. He tilted your head to rest on him. He slipped your hand into his, and he held yours tightly, squeezing back between your fingers. The night may be cold, but he was all the warmth you need. You spent so long looking out for yourself, looking out for people who didn't care about you. Now you can look out for each other.
Oh. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh, look, Big Dipper.
Yeah.
Oh,
God.
that was amazing.
Alright, can you see why I wanted to show this off?
The end credits.
Pretty sure that's just a three-person
Let
team.
me try to read it as fast as I can with no
Do it. Quickly now.
programming and narrating.
Paranoid.
Art, character design, Coldago, music, Jammy, Flake Gamer Comics,
Flake.
sound effects, free sound effect from free something WW fuck God, Still North Media's free user. Even man trip underline design. The wonderful beta testers. Mike Dragon, Claw, Whipper, Basil, fuck Mint, Gun Spirit. To all our lovers, our friends, and family and partners who supported us and made us possible for us to make this gay little game. You mean the world to us? Oh my god.
Heart.
Arrow 3. Oh my god, that was beautiful. Oh, yes!
That's the end. Thank you for playing Lookouts. This has been a huge project for both of us. We're super proud and happy we've been able to share it with you after so long. If you enjoyed the game, please leave a comment or rating on Itch.io, Twitter, whatever. We love hearing from people about their time with the game. If you'd like to support us so we can keep making games, you should check out the paid Gold Edition. It's only £5 or $6.50 on Itch.io.
Oh my god, I want to do that. Yeah.
No, I already paid for it.
Oh shit. I'm like, I want that. Give me that shit.
Like, I can show you the different art stuff.
I want those two on a fucking keychain.
Like, I'll show it to you, but no one else. You're gonna pay for it.
No, do you know what I want? I want the little bird and rabbit. Fuck them.
Like, I'll show you the art, but everyone else has to buy it to look for themselves.
Yeah, everyone else, you fucking buy it.
Support.
Yeah, these people are great.
Yeah. The Gold Edition comes with a bunch of stuff like the full soundtrack, loads of original art and doodles, wallpapers for desktop and mobile, and a development art book.
Oh man, wait, do you have the art book?
Well, I bought it, yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah!
Once again, thank you for playing. From the bottom of our hearts, you can click the button that'll pop up in the next screen to restart the game.
Oh wait, can you do that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you should put that
Heart, colon, hockey. That's just... Yeah. So how do you feel about the game?
Oh my god, that was amazing. I loved it.
I felt very happy, the happiness feelings when going through the first time. It's nice. My gay little heart.
Oh man, my gay insides. My gay insides all coiling up. Man, I loved it. Oh, the characters are so cute.
Yeah, I love the art style. It's really nice.
There's not that much. I just realized there's not a lot of non-binary representation.
No.
In a lot of other games.
I know, like, there was one game I played before, but like because it was you know, Anasomnia Files 2, it was a sequel to it. Like, there was a character meant to be non-binary, but because of localization issues, like, they'd understand what the author was trying to go for, so they just put them as a he pronouns. And like, even though it seemed like they were making updates, I'm just wondering, why didn't you just say, like, change things around to be he, or like, I guess voice lines would have changed though too. They get the voice actors back to say that, so I guess there's that. It's still a situation.
Yeah, I feel like if there's more like representation in games, in media, I feel like it'd be much easier to make sure that we don't misgender.
Like, honestly, like, even though like I messed up a few times saying that, but like that's why I'm gonna read more stuff like this.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, like, it's great.
Yeah.
It's entertaining.
Well, I'm glad that
if you do it right and not have bad writing and like just demonize.
Oh yeah.
God, like, there's the whole thing of like a barrier gaze trope is so prevalent, and I swear to God.
Oh my god, that's literally why I read a lot of manga. I know it's not good. I don't think it's that good representation, but it's representation. Oh my god, you have no idea how many movies, media where they all die at the end. It is fucking upsetting. Isn't there like a new gay like cowboy thing and he dies at the end? I think I saw it on Netflix.
That was I think Brokeback Mountain.
No, that's old. I think it's new.
Yeah, it spoiled the
but
ending.
Like a new one, and it like a new one that just came out and he dies at the end too.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's fucking ridiculous.
It's another thing entirely if it's like a show that like primarily like, you know, like has a lot of deaths in the cast. But if it's like one of those things like, oh my gosh, every single character here is queer. Like that person is bi, that person is, you know, non-binary, they're trans, and like it doesn't even matter who dies off or anything like that, because, you know, everyone is it, so it doesn't matter the whole kill your gays trope. Unless you kill everyone, then fuck off. Yeah. Jesus, like, then that's just targeting almost.
I'm sick of.
Same thing if like no one dies except for queer folk. Like, Jesus.
It's like, make it equal.
Yeah.
Man, I really just, I hate it. But this is gorgeous.
Yes, it's great.
Yay! I'm so glad
they
didn't die. I would have fucking killed someone. I would have had a meltdown. Stop killing the gays.
Exactly.
Buy the thing. It's great.
Buy the Gold Edition. It's great. I love the artwork. Even like the small, like, I guess, beta drawings.
Lizard on Rock, best character.
Lizard on Rock is not best character.
Lizard on Rock is best character.
I completely forgot about their existence after you pointed it out to you.
No, Lizard on Rock is best character.
Yeah, no, I don't believe you. A better person is Lizard Person, Sheriff, okay?
Oh, yeah.
They better.
I'm gonna say favorite characters. I don't know. That bunny, lizard,
Matthew,
those two.
Sheriff.
Oh man.
Literally everyone.
Yeah, everyone's like my favorite character. I love them.
It's
all.
great. It's nice. it's nice. And I'll say again, like, I still love like just the contemplation of what to do next thing.
Oh, did I say lizard man? Oh, no.
Lizard person.
Lizard person, yeah. See, this is why I need more representation. I don't want to misgender people.
Like, I'll be honest, like, I did not know a single thing about, like, you know, like, trans people, like, sadly, before, like, going through Tell Me Why. Like, that game is good. It deals a tiny bit to it, but it's, like, not very focused. The main character definitely is trans. It comes up a few times. It was actually really interesting and nice just to sit through and see that, though.
Yeah, they needed more in media.
Yeah.
Well, alright.
Yeah. Well, I definitely love this game. I wanted to show this off in a very super long video because I don't even want to spread this out. I want us to give all in one done. It's nice. It's great. Keep that flow going.
Nice. You'll never hear from me again. Bye.
Okay. Well, this would be a good time to leave this off here. It'll be a good time to go through more games like this if I can find something interesting like that. I'm not, like, I love this kind of stuff. It has some good story, like good storytelling, some plots, characters, and all that. I would love to go through more of that. That's primarily what I do on this channel, and I would love to do that more. And in the future, I'll go looking for more stuff like this. A good time to leave things off here. So, for fun time watch as I am playing this, hope you see me next time, what time may be, and I'll hope you a fantastic day.